say preach. Elizabeth Zayat told him, "You remind me of a marshal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and he told him, look, your beard is beautiful." So he said, "Okay, let me cut it off." I I was standing up and I laid down, and because I laid down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you do the opposite of what I'm doing. So he said, "No, I'm worried that people will see us and they'll say that Allah is like Bishabbat." What's the difference? Because they still say you also lay down. But since you were standing and then you lay down, so it looks as if you pass like Bishabbat. So what is the halacha if you do like Bishabbat? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're Yaitse. But according to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yaitse at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah like Beisillah, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Beisillah, it's fine. The Shammai say if you do like Beisillah, you're not Yaitse at all. So if you reverse that, you say if you do like Beis Shammai, Beisillah will hold you didn't do anything. And according to Rav Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you're Chayav Misa. You see the Mishnah, Rav Tarfon says, I once put myself in danger in order to be Yaitse like Bishamai. Chacham told him, if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. The Mishnah tells us, based on the Pasuk, you should say 7 brachas, 7 previous Kriya Shema. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriya Shema and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Munah, Emes Munah is a very long bracha, and Ashkivenu compared to Emes Munah is considered short. Anytime Chachamim or Misakan a long bracha or a short bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem, but doesn't finish and you add or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we see in the morning, you don't use the word Noiga because we want to say Cheshav, which is darkness, which is Laila. We want to mention the night during the bracha of the day. Just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, where we say According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahava Rabba, like Musaf Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Musaf Sfar. It says, therefore, one should say Ahava Rabba in the morning and Havas Olam at night. Like Musaf Ashkenaz, I guess places were Chachmei Tzarfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel says halacha that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkus HaTorah. And if he said the Kriya Shema with Birkus Kriya Shema, so a Havar Rabbah patters him from saying Birkus HaTorah. When do you say Birkus HaTorah? Machlokes. The Torah says you only say Birkus HaTorah and Torah should be sad. You learn Chumash, but not even a Medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. The Elazar says even Medrash. Everyone says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Mishnah. And Rabbi says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Gemara. And Rashi says because that's the Ikar Torah. This is great for Dafyomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah. Because from that, Allah comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in Mishnah, and sometimes the add and take off words of the Mishnah. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make up into Torah? Lazik give Torah. The Rav ends, higher Rav Nuna, you finish off with a bracha. And Rav Nuna says, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the 3. Why? Because it gives a praise to the Baruch Hu and praise the Klal Yisrael in the Torah. Therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all 3. After the Kohanim brought the carbon comet of the morning and they salted the Ivarim, the Sgana Kohanim would announce, make 1 bracha. What is that 1 bracha? According to Shmuel, it's Ahava Rabba, and according to Rav Shlakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, and then they would say Shema B'Shmei B'Yomer, and then they would give 3 brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say Emes V'Yatziv, and they would say the bracha B'Avodah, which is similar to it saying, just it ends up Shais Chanavad or another bracha, and then they would say Birkus HaTorah. Rabbi Zrika proved that if you say Yotzer Ar and not Ahava Rabba, Rav Shlakish says, from here you see that brachas are not matter. In other words, if there's 2 brachas together and you see 1 out of the 2, you guys on that 1. Similar, let's say for tefillin, you say just a bracha on Shal Yad and on Shal Rosh, you only have 1 pair, or you can't put on the other one, you guys it. How does he prove it? The fact that they said 1 bracha, and if that 1 bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Ar, then that's a great proof. Why? Because why did they say Ahava Rabba? Ahava Rabba you can say all night long. There's no Zman for it. But if they said Ahava Rabba, then there's no proof. Because perhaps they said it when it was too early. Yotzer Ar is only when the light comes out. And maybe they said it later on. The Gemara says perhaps they said both brachas. But he meant to say that it's not ma'akiv, that the Seder's not ma'akiv. You can say 1 before the other It doesn't matter in what order. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is dafka dates. Although the Beis Hamikdash they would say Aser Sadibras, the former was saying that outside of the Beis Hamikdash we shouldn't say Aser Sadibras because the meeting would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Free Ishmael Aser Sadibras. Today, Aser Sadibras is so important that one should say it in private but not in public. There were 24 Mishmaris of Kehanim. Every week a different Mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming Mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing Mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, Misha Shikan Shmoy B'Bais says that V'yashkim B'Neichem Ahava V'Achva V'Shalom B'Reitz. The Gemara goes through a series of questions regarding brachas. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris, he says Yotzei Or, but he finishes off a Ma'ariv Aravim. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Ma'ariv Aravim, he finishes off Yotzei Or. In both cases, he's Yotzei because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris he started off Yotzei Or, but he finished Ma'ariv Aravim, and in Ma'ariv he started off Ma'ariv Aravim and finished Yotzei Or, he's not Yotzei. If a person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying Shahakal, and he finishes off the Gafen, he's Yotzei. What about Bracha Achroina? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off Birkas Hamazon, but he finished off Mein Sholish, the Bracha Achroina. He's Yotzei because even the Birkas Hamazon that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate him. But what happens, and this Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying Hagafen, but he finished off Shahakal. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he'd be Yotzei. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha achroina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with Birkas Hamazon, the Gemara remains in the suffix. Now the Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Kriya Shema. Because according to Rav, since when it comes to Birkas Kriya Shema, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamar V'Aravim, that's enough, that's the bracha in itself. According to Rabbi, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamar V'Aravim, or Yotzei Or, is not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem, like King Melech Ha'ilam, in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from Birkas Kriya Shema, because Birkas Kriya Shema, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's Yotzei. A person does not say the Yatzik in the morning and the Emunah at night, he's not Yotzei the mitzvah of Kriya Shema Tikkuno. It says in the pasuk, "L'hagid ba'avoy chasdecha," the Emunascha b'neilas, you have to give Shach Kadosh Baruch Hu in the morning and the evening. When you say Shemona Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Atah, you bend your spine and your head down, all your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch also, when you say Baruch Hu Es, Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he would be like a snake. He would pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. That's the reason we know we say Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpah. What if one forgets and says Hamelech HaKadosh or Melech Hoyev Zakon Mishpat? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, he's not Yotzei, and according to Rabbi Lazar, he's Yotzei. If a person has the ability to daven for his friend, and he doesn't daven for his friend, he's considered a sinner. And if he has the ability to daven for Talmid Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. If a person is over an Aveira, and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, an amazing finish. Not only are they Moichlim on that Aveira, but they're Moichlim on all of his Aveiras. And how we know this? We know this from Shaul. Shaul brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oiv. And Shmuel says, why did you bring me down? So he says, I tried this, I tried that. But he never mentions I tried Durim Tumah. He's embarrassed by the Aveira that he committed, that he killed the knife with Durim Tumah. So I don't know that Shaul was forgiven because because Shmuel tells him tomorrow you'll go to battle, and if you go to battle, you'll be killed, you and your children, but you'll be with me. It says the Gemara, with me means my mechitza. In other words, Shaul was zoicha to be Gan Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous benefit. Or because the Gevinim, they said they'll forgive Shaul if Shaul gives them 7 of his sons that they can kill. Obviously, they hated Shaul. And the pasuk ends off saying that Shaul was a Bechir Hashem. Says the Gemara that it wasn't the Gevinim that said it, was Hashem that announced it. Shemayim Bechir Hashem, in other words, he forgave Shaul. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak in creation, because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Parash Shofar Karyeyu Chalavi. It's a beautiful pasuk, and it also includes the lashon of B'shachtof of Kubecha. The reason why they didn't institute it because the Tiferet Tzibura is very long. And to say one pasuk, you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a pei to a penny to a samach. Why do we say parsha? Because it includes these amazing concepts. It includes the concept of all mitzvahs. Whose heart is called mitzvahs. It includes parsha mitzvahs, Muslim mitzvahs. The Yitzias Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzias Mitzrayim. The words Afri Levavkim comes to tell us that you shouldn't think about minus. Afri Elechem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Atim Zoinim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, this is the famous Mishnah we say in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis. Nevertheless, Rabbi Ben Azariah holds that you should say the Parsha tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the Pasuk, all the days of your life. Yimei Chayecha are the days you made. All Yimei Chayecha, that Shrakol means the nights. So you should say Parsha the night. If I'm saying no, all Yimei Chayecha comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the Parsha of Tzitzis have a wonderful Bracha is Daf Yud Gimel. The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geula from Bavel, Horas, and whatnot, but we will be mentioning Mitzrayim. Though it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geula from Goy Gomorrah, as the Pasuk says, "Hineni Oisach Chadash." I'm going to give you a brand new Geula. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. And Marshall, a person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and he's saying, later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story, he tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake, he forgets about the other 2 stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, defeated a snake. Klai Yisrael is going to be so busy with the Geula of God, they're going to forget about all the other Geulas that they have. We know because Baruch changed Yaakov and his name to Yisrael. It's a mutter to call him Yaakov. We see we do that every day. The answer is because Baruch himself called Yaakov after he changed his name. So there's no answer. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, the Torah tells us to not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means the father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. Because it isn't right, so Allah bin Asay to change his name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai, princess of her nation, Sarah, the princess of all nations. The Lord tells us that the Prophet called Avraham Avinu, this is what you need to call her. But he didn't tell us. So therefore, if we call her Sarai, we're not over from Israel. Now we finish the first parent of Shas. We should be Soicha to finish all the program of Shas together. Says the Mishnah. If a Soifer was fixing the Sefer Torah, and the way you fix the Sefer Torah, you say the words to yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, and he's not going to preach my, if the time preach my, but if he had intent to read it, he knew he was reading it, that is going to, unless you hold like the Manora that says, mitzvah is tzrichas kavana, and then you would have to have kavana to the mitzvah of creation. The Gemara is going to be discussing the Mishnah, that is, different cases of somebody stopping in middle Shema to say hello to his friend or to answer. Everybody agrees that the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy, that can kill him. Then obviously you let us say hello to him and answer him smack in the middle of the Mishnah. If it's out of honor, cover. So if it's between prakim, and we'll see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to the mayor, according to Rabbi, and not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody, anybody, even if there's no honor in them. In the middle of the parak, the middle between psukim, in the middle of the parak, according to Rabbi, you're not allowed to answer, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What is bein hapraga? And hapraga means between the two brachas of Kriya Shema before Kriya Shema, between the second bracha of Kriya Shema and the pasuk Shema, between the parsha of Shema, between the parsha of Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and the Yatzim. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and the Yatzim. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. In the Torah, the first parsha is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Ol Lach Shemayim, and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is V'hayim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because V'hayim Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha of Vayomer is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriya Shema must be said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says V'hayim as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriya Torah in any language, it has to be in Lashon HaKodesh. But there's a Havamina that Rabbi would darshan like Chachamim. Chachamim say the word Shema. Shema is Lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in, Chachamim hold you can say Kriya Shema in English. Rabbi says no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon HaKodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is that you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. Chachamim hold you're yotzim even if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word V'hayu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemoya im instead of im Shemoya, you're not Yotza. It has to be in order. The Rebbe learns that from the Hey of Hadavar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavana, the proper intent, in order to do it? So if you don't have that proper intent, you're not Yotza. According to Rebbe, it's just the first pasuk, and therefore, and Rabbi holds that's the halacha, and that's how we pass it. So if a person just had kavana the first pasuk, and he had some items and he didn't say the rest of the Krishma, he's going to say halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first three psukim of Shema, the kavana, as it says, ba'ela. And therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like Priscilla, you want to say Krishma while you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have proper kavana. Rabbi Akiva holds that the entire first parasha you must have kavana because it says Alav Avecha, and therefore they hold that you have to stand still and say the whole first parasha so you have kavana. Also it says Alav Avecha. That until that point, you have to read it and have kavana, but from that point on, you could just read it without kavana. And you're yaitza. You should have kavana, but if you don't, you're yaitza. What about the fact that in the second verse it says, Alavavtam l'daber bam, seemingly you have to have kavana. So you want to know, that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. From Yosha holds that up until that point, Alavavtam, you have to have a kriya of kavana, but past that point, you have to have kavana. And the words l'daber bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the pasuk is telling us in the mathematics b'neichem l'daber bam. You must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk in learning. It says the Gemara in the pasuk of Shema when we say echad, if you lengthen the dalet, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenaz. It's easy to do it for your money. Then Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives you arichas yamim. Rashi says, as long as you don't say the ches really quickly, the ches has a comment, that chod, if you say it quickly, it might sound like a shkab, you shouldn't do that. Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word chod very, very long. She said, listen, the only key you have is think in your head that Hakadosh Baruch Hu was one, and Shemayim in the Aretz and the four ruchos. There's no need to be micro. Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say Krishma. He was actually perfect for Krishma. So what he would do is he put his hand on his eyes and he would just say one pasuk, the first pasuk of Shema Yisrael. It's machlokes whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire Krishma. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over this Talmidim every single day. He would talk about the Tzis Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yotzei the Tzis Mitzrayim, or he wanted to be master the Tzis Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is David Dalet. If you or if you know somebody else that might be interested in a daf yomi share that's entertaining, fun, ishmak, with a lot of visual aids, search for our share online on YouTube under Rabbi Daf yomi or Eli Stefanski, and come see for yourself why since the beginning of brachas over 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer. It says the Gemara, if you could do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you could do that in the middle of Hallel, which Hallel is only the Rabbanan and Kriya Shema is the right. So although Hallel is a pursuing Nisa, nevertheless, you can compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying a Hallel Shalom, meaning a Yom Tov where you have to say a full Hallel on Hanukkah, then you can only say hello to somebody, Beina Prakim, between paragraphs, and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a Hallel, like in Rosh Chodesh, Shalom, then you can say hello to somebody, you can answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Ravina didn't answer to Rabbi Shava was because he didn't think he was cautious enough for him. It wasn't an issue of covenant. In fact, they're passing that in our day, since people understand that you're not going to answer them, you're in the middle of Hallel, you're in the middle of Krishma, so we don't have this concept of Shoylo Meshach Mipnei HaKavod. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food and it's less than a revius, and it's on a tinus, and the plates are showing them what tinus we're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha for it. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a bia and a kodesh baruch. If you bumped into your friend, when you're having to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's also lasis chafotza. You're not allowed to take care of business or your personal things before davening. I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably also to look at your emails and WhatsApps, etc., before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing, though, that if one has become a Hakadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. Hakadosh Baruch Hu isolates Racha. Hakadosh Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's a rat. He's considered wicked. From the same pasuk we learned that if somebody satiates himself with pyro, he's so full of pyro that they won't tell him any destroys during that day. We had a machlokes in the Mishnah. What's considered bin aprokim? Is machlokes between the end of Shema, emes, and v'yatzik. Is that considered between the prokim? Rabbi says that's not. You're not allowed to stop there. That's the Allah. Why? Because he brings the pasuk Hashem Elokim emes, so it's one continuation. Once a person says that the Shema Hashem Elokim emes, does he have to repeat the word emes again? According to Rabbi Yochanan, you must repeat it again. But to Rabbi, you don't repeat it. The Gemara brings a very interesting lesson. Rabbi heard one of his talmidim say Hashem Elokim emes, emes v'yatzik. So he said, emes v'emes tafsi lahayin. This guy's grabbing onto every emes, doing the wrong thing. It's halacha that once you start the third parsha, that is by Myriv, you start, you must finish. According to Rab, what does it mean to start? You say, that barely b'nei Yisrael v'amar ta aliyah. That's it. Once you get to v'amar ta aliyah, you have to continue the whole parsha. Rabbi holds that's not considered a start, and therefore, if you just say that until v'amar ta aliyah, then you can skip everything and go all the way to Hashem Elokim emes. Rabbi says that our minute is you start, you say the beginning of the pasuk, and therefore that creates a feeling for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha of Ayah. Rav says that you say the third parsha, and you must to say emes ve'emunah. But if you don't, and this is a Myriv, then you have to say instead of the third parsha, you have to say Moedim anachnu lach Hashem sheitzisenu me'eretz Mitzrayim, took us out of Mitzrayim, so he said, "He redeemed us from slavery." And he did tremendous things for us on the water. And we say to you, what did we say to you? Hashem. And then you continue from that point on all the way to Bnei Yisrael and Neis Yisrael. Not only is the parsha of Shema, all Malchus Shemayim, that's why we say it first. But the parsha Shema has three concepts in it: Lilmoid, the Lamed, the Lasos. It says in the pasuk that teaches us to learn Torah. The Lamed that they teach others, they should not live in Ephah. And lastly, is to do, take action Shartam, put on tefillin, Uchsaftam, you write mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemaya. Vayim Shemaya only has the Lamed, which is Latem, is Benechem, Daverbam. The last, so is, again, Shartam, Uchsaftam. And finally, the final parsha of Vayomer is only to do, take action. Also, when tzitzis, that make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin, and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time, they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because his shliach, the person that went to get tefillin, took a long time, and he was worried that he's going to miss my Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make Kriya Torah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You can say there's no riot from there. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't a Torah Kriya Shema at all. So why would we bring the story? We bring the story for a different reason. Say that we had about 4 way machlokes. When do you say Kriya Torah? You see the Rav said Kriya Torah, even Amishayis. If somebody's digging a grave, he's replacing the mitzvah. He's punished for all mitzvahs, including Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemon Esrei. If he's digging the grave with another person, then they can switch off. One can come out of the grave, and he'll say, Tefillin, Kriya Shema, and Tefillah, and then he'll switch with his friend. Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say All Malchus Shemayim, which is Shema, and then you do Asiyah. But he admits that when it comes to physical Asiyah, Tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is All Malchus Shemayim. The person says Kriya Shema without Tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made in the shepherd. He's testifying falsely because the Kriya Shema says he should wear Tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's a mashal as if somebody brought a carbon oila without bringing the mincha that's associated with the word tzvachim, without mistachim. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is after all. The version says if one wants to complete the process of all Malchus Shemayim in its entirety, he should first clean his body, in other words, the restaurant, wash his hands, say Kriya Shema, put on tefillin, and then daven Shemon Esrei. All that, it's as if you build in his bayah, if you might put a carbon on top of his bayah. It says Rabbi, not only that, it's as if you're pregnant in a mikveh. In this case, we curse those who search for water for saying Kriya Shema. Kriya Shema has a zman. You might miss the zman. Shemon Esrei, on the other hand, you couldn't look for water because the zman is much longer. You should look for water up until a parcel, which is approximately 3 miles in the direction that you're traveling. And then to go in reverse, to make a U-turn and look for water when you know there's water, you're only going to go up until a hill, which is approximately 4,000 feet. The Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear the Kriya Shema in his own ear, it wasn't Mashmiya La'azam. Tanakama, which is the Yehuda, says he's Yaitza, and Yaisi says he's not Yaitza. It's a very long suga. It's almost complicated and brings in 5 different rices and rice. And I'll try to make it very simple. In Maskana, we have 3 shittas, 3 opinions. Meir is the most of it. He says, don't hear what you're saying, whether it's Kriya Shema, or different prophets, or other rising, you are Yaitza L'Chatchila. In other words, you could start out initially singing without hearing it in your ear, and you're Yaitza. On the opposite side, you have Rabbi Yosef, who says, when it comes to Kriya Shema, you don't hear it in your ear, you're not Yaitza, even after you. And then you have the middle sheet. It's Elazar ben Azariah, who happens to be what you just read. Elazar ben Azariah says, you are Yaitza, only the other. If you want to be Yaitza with Hafila, you should hear it in your ear. So you have these 3 sheets. How do these 3 sheets match up with the following 5 things? You have our Mishnah that discusses Kriya Shema. That's their right. So in Kriya Shema, we're going to have all 3 sheets. You have Rabbi who says you don't have to hear it in your ear, you only have to be mechaber. Because it says, Amu Bavecha, it's in your heart. You have Rabbi who says that you have to hear it in your ear because it says Shema. You must hear it. And they have Rabbi Messiah, who's the middle shita. You should have people hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you're yoitza. And then we have a Bryce that brings a person who's deaf, but he can speak. And he says a bracha on the truma. One Bryce says is only going to be the other. That will be the only point for Elizabeth Nazariah. And the big question this is, how does Rabbi do this thing? You want to try to say that perhaps it says that the mayor, because I'm feeding you guys even out here, as far as the student, it seems like you the homes that from Rabbi, Elizabeth Nazariah, you have to do guys. So this Bryce says that you're yoitza if you're deaf and speak. You're yoitza only if they have a true mother of a which is the bottom, those are good for Muslim. There's another Bryce when it comes to the deaf person who can speak. And that's what Shimon Pastor says, that you're yoitza even with a kilo. That's going according to him. And then you have the halacha big tzara. The reason Muslim is very Bryce. It says that you should not bench in your heart. That means that you should do so, but if you do it, then you give it your yoitza. And that will be what you love in the side. And finally, we have the case of Megillah. Megillah, priest of Megillah says that Cherish should not say this Megillah, but did so, the Cherish did so according to Yehuda, Elizabeth Nazariah, are Yoitza, or Cherish. The same thing would apply to a Tucker. She says that comes of Cherish, that is a Megillah. You should not do what other people Megillah. If he did so, Yoitza the other. A Shaita, even if you have it, you're not Yoitza. It says there's another shir that is he's the kid of 8 years old, that he's completely pushing, he's not feeling to be mighty other. So that's so. Then Gemara says that it's possible that Rabbi Yossi will also preach that you are not yoitza at all, even if you have it. You could agree, like the Rabbanans, let's say Truma, the Cherish, by Megillah, that you are yoitza with the touch. Gemara says that just like the womb takes in Sarah, and then out comes the baby, so to a grave, takes in the dead, and the weakness, how many say, bodies be alive. Just like the womb, it goes in, but it's quiet, but when it comes out, the baby comes out, and there's a lot of emotion, screaming, celebration. So too, how the fiber, the grave, when the body goes in, it's a lot of crying, and the body comes out alive, it's amazing, there's going to be a huge celebration. This is the source for this amazing in Pharaoh. It says in the Pasuk, just like a river to take a person out of his coma and make a car, so to the Holland, referring to the Mesa Medrash, to take a person and take him out of Hoiva as a virus and bring him to the source. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person said Kriyash but he wasn't exactly the words that he said all the words, but perhaps two words were connected to each other. Or gives examples where the end of one word ends with the same letter as the next word begins. Like Al, you live with Bethel. You go Al ends with the Lamed, Bethel starts with the Lamed. If you say it quickly, it sounds like Al of Bethel. Al is supposed to stop in between. As you see this word, is to stop between all these words. And we learned that from the Makkah. It should be Levut Al. Mark gives another example like Isa Safa, 2 basins. Fatem Meheira, 2 levels. The place it brings down also the Fara'af. To say quickly, it sounds like Fara'af. So you should make a stop. The Fara'af. And also this talks about this crew, which people are very mad with. They say this Zion, this crew, but it shouldn't sound like this crew. If somebody is very careful with the way he says Kriyashma, they will lower the temperature in the heaven. And the Gemara finally says at the end, Safta, Silo Tama. There's a Havamina that perhaps you shouldn't have to say the instructions regarding Kriyashma. How to put on your tefillah, how to write, how to do the mezuzah. Maybe you should only say the psukim that have to do with Shemayim. Where it says, no, that's only by a site that will take up all the instructions or just put in the curses, so it says poets. And there's no there's shava between site and Sukkah because it says if Sav come, it should be Silo Tama, wonderful. Bracha is Daf Tezayin. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Amir Rav Asi were building a chuppah for their friend Rabbi Lazar was getting married that day. Lazar said, I'm a chassid, let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back with what I learned. So he came back with the following. He said, if a person makes a mistake in Milah Kriyishma, let's say he misses a word, he must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says Uvisharecha, and he's not sure where he's holding. He's holding at the end of the first parasha that has Uvisharecha. Perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha. He must go to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha a person knows better than the other two parashas. Therefore, if he's concerned that perhaps he missed a word or something in the third parasha, don't be concerned. You know it really well. You probably said every single word. You don't have to repeat. It says the Mishnah, if you have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of a tree, and the time of Kriya Shema comes, you're allowed to say Kriya Shema on top of a tree, provided that the first pasuk of Kriya Shema, they stop working and they concentrate on the first pasuk. According to other Rishonim, they have to concentrate on the entire first paragraph. But when it comes to Shemon Esrei, they must come off the tree and have Shemon Esrei where it's sturdy and they're not concerned and they'll be able to have a proper kavana. If it's a tree that's really sturdy and has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, they'll let it stay and remain on top of the tree. The Gemara makes a distinction between a worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food. One who receives a salary has to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and he shouldn't cause a loss to his boss. So therefore, when he does Shemon Esrei, he should only say the Shemon Esrei known as Havinei. It's the shortened Shemon Esrei where you say the first three brachas and the last three brachas, and everything in between is shortened to 3 to 4 words. Like you see the picture. This is from a siddur given to servicemen in the English Army in 1940. When you say Birkas Hamazon, you only say 2 out of the 4 brachas. You say the first one completely, and the second and third bracha you combine together. The fourth one is only the Rabbanan, not the second. When it comes to Birkas Hamaiti, since it's only the Rabbanan, they don't even wash and say a bracha. Somebody that works for his food should be careful not to get chazan, because that's a waste of time for the owner, and he shouldn't do Birkas Kahanim, he shouldn't do it. As we learned in the beginning of the Masechta, I say the mitzvah, mitzvah. Somebody is occupied with a mitzvah, he doesn't have to say Kriya Shema, because it says Sefa. And from Uvilech L'Chavaderech, we learned that a person is not physically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a basula. Therefore, he is pater from Kriya Shema, because he has an combination of 2 things. He's preoccupied and it's a mitzvah. Therefore, a person who's preoccupied but not in a mitzvah, for instance, if his ship is sinking and he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah, it's chayiv in Kriya Shema, because he's obligated to take the preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an Avel, he lost a loved one and he's preoccupied, that's also not a mitzvah, he's chayiv in all the mitzvahs. The person who marries he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied, and therefore he's chayiv in Kriya Shema. The Gemara tells us that Gamliel himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be mechavan. And the Gemara says that anybody who's musaf, that has a chazak, that has a chacham, and he could be mechavan during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya Shema. But anybody that's not musaf, according to Gamliel, that's considered gaiva. He has haughtiness. He says, "Oh, I can be mechavan." The chacham say that he could say Kriya Shema regardless. An Avel who just lost a loved one is usher to bathe. Unless he's what we call an isness, somebody who's spoiled, likes to take care of himself, and he's not bathing for enjoyment, but rather he can't live without it. And that is in a time that the issur of rechitza, of bathing oneself, is the Rabbanan. The first day is the issur d'oraisa. But the first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to everybody, it's only the Rabbanan. The Rabbanan were makir when it came to an isness. If a person loses a slave, we don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of Avela and say Makam Menachem, or say Makam Menachem, and then we make the bracha of Mechava, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of Havra. What do we say to somebody who loses a slave? We say Hamakay Yimalach Esreinfa, like we do for any other object one might lose. There's no hespedah that you give on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Eved, the slave, was a kosher, he was Chacham, then you could say, "Oy ish toiv neman," and the enemy going, "Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was the henna. He worked hard, and that's how he earned the living." Chacham would disagree. They say If that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher Jew? And therefore, you don't say any aspect on a slave. You don't call a slave Mister or Abba or Eli, which was in those days a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless this slave is a hush of a slave, and then you can give him that kind of surname. We only have three Abbas. Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov. We have three Imayos, and we don't have any more. In other words, you can't call one of the Shvatim Ruvain one of her Abbas, because the Hashivas is up to three Abbas and four Imayos. Whoever is careful with Yishma. And Shemona Esrei says the Gemara will have Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. And now the Gemara brings many different tefillos that the Amoraim and Tanaim would say after Shemona Esrei in order to make the Shemona Esrei their own. And the time permitting, we'll go through most of them. Rabbi Lazar would say the following: that we should have a hava, a reis, shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, achdos, and we should have many talmidim, and that the future should show a lot of hope, and we should have Gan Eden, and we should have the Yetzer Tov, and we should wake up in the morning and find that we have Yerushalayim, and we should find all our needs. Rabbi Yochanan used to say, peek at our shame and see how hard we have in our life, and you should use rachamim and ois and chasidus, and you should give us graciousness, and you should use good and invasun osecha. The Zera would say, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Rabbi would say, our occupation should be Torah, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have dim eyes. And Rab would say the famous davening that we say are Rishchaydish. Long life, Chaim Shal Shalom, Shal Taiva, Shal Bracha, Shal Parnasa, Shal Tzatzamayis, Chaim Shesh Ben Yeraskeit. We should have Shuchlima, we should have wealth, we should have Ahavas Torah in Yerushalayim, and Chaim Shemal Manas Kojas the Ben of Taiva. Rabbi would say, Rotzim Ufonecha, Shitatzilinu Me'azi Panim, a lot of people insulted in the davening, Me'azis Panim, Me'adam Rom, Me'pegara. People shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. We shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. We saw that Amashkis would be Kosher, without being Kosher, into the risk, whether it's a guy or not a guy. Even though Rebbe had guards, he'd still say all these tefillas. And tomorrow, Mr. Hashem will continue with the rest of the tefillas. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Yitzayim. We're going to continue with the special davening that Tanoim and Amroim inserted at the end of their Shemona Esrei. The Safra would say, please put peace between the Allah and Shemayim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below. Have peace between them and Chachamim, and between people that learn Torah L'Shma for its own sake, and people that learn Torah for their sake, for their color. And those who learn Torah L'Shma, they should have the supposed to learn eventually Torah L'Shma. According to one of Peter Alexander used to say, Hashem, put us in a corner. If you're ready putting us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner. Don't put us in a dark corner, and our heart shouldn't be aching, and our eyes shouldn't be dim. And another Shad Alexander said, it's our will to do your will. What's preventing us? So should be Esau, the Sahara. And she would Malchia is the fact that we're in Gauls. Please take those things away, and we'll behave properly. Rabbi used to say, when we say on Yom Kippur, by Vidui, I was not worthy to be born, and now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust, when I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And the Rothschild, I shouldn't sin any longer, and whatever I sin, please erase completely. My brother Rabbi used to say, basically what we say every day after Shemona Esrei, etc. And then he goes on to say, save me from a Isha Ra, from a bad woman and a bad guy. And this is what we say when you have a Tchinis he'd say, when we had a Beis Hamikdash, we'd be marked for Rabbanos on the Mizbeach, and we only put the chaylev and the fat and the blood. This tightness that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood. That should be as a korban, to be mechaper. Then the Gemara goes on to say beautiful sayings that Tanaim and Amram used to say. Rabbi would say, when you finish Yod, it says, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or a human being. But the famous song, Ashrin Mish, Bala Batara, Ba'amole Batara. Praiseworthy is a person who grows up with Torah and toils in Torah, and creates a beautiful nachas to his creator, and he dies with a great name, with a great reputation. Good name is better than good oil. And this is my favorite. The mayor would say, because Rothschild tells people, try to understand my ways. Etc. A person should be a master when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart, and you should always have your Shemayim in front of your eyes. Guard your tongue, guard your mouth from sinning, and you should act b'kedusha with tahara, and therefore I will be with you wherever you are. Chacham Yavne would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. But what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. If a person says, I'm an Amaretz, what good is it that I'm learning Torah? I don't understand it as well as the other one. Says the Gemara, that's not true. The main focus is the intent and the effort a person puts in. You can learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands more than you. You get the same amount of scars that other person because you had the same intent. Rabbi used to say a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Sahara, try to trick him when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person who answers softly will do away with a lot of anger, and a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with Goyim in the marketplace. The Gemara brings Rabbi and Zakkai would never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says that the main point of Torah, that's the bigger in the world, is to do Ma'asim Tovim and Tshuva. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person upon the Torah like his father, his mother, and his Rebbe. So we're talking about a different type of Shema. A person who learns Torah, Shalom Shema, the cantor, that means in order to outdo somebody else, that's a person that's better than they should have been created. Rav says, this world is different than the world to come. The world to come, even if we have a physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping, we're not going to be jealous of each other, we're not going to be competition. We're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and basking in the glory of the Baruch. The Gemara's famous question: if women don't learn Torah, how are these learning Olam Haba? And how are these learning going? And the Gemara answers by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnayos and Gemara, and waiting for their husbands, because in those days their husbands would leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back from learning. That's how they share the Torah and Olam Haba. The Gemara brings beautiful bracha that Chachamim would say to each other, and basically it includes all the limbs of the body, that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. There's a machlokes in the pasuk. Alufeinu Mesubalim. Alufeinu means our leaders. Mesubalim, we take the burden. One man says Alufeinu is that they're our leaders in Torah. Mesubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says Alufeinu is referring to Torah and mitzvahs. Mesubalim is referring to Yisurim. And the Gemara goes on to say that we make a bracha that we shouldn't be like David and Shaul, that they had bad advisors like Toifel and Doeg. And we shouldn't have children that go off the derech. Machlokes in the pasuk, Abirei Leiv or Chokim B'Tzedakah. Who are these Abirei Leiv? One shot is we're talking about tzaddikim, that they are distant from tzedakah, so to speak, that they could sustain themselves. They don't need to come on to the Yom HaKadosh Baruch Hu to help them, whereas the entire world has to come on to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. More brings that Rav Chanina, the famous pastor, will come out and say, Chanina B'ni, he doesn't need anything but some boxer, some charuvim, where the entire world is sustained because of the other shot is that Abir Leib is referring to the Rishayim, like the Gebayim that live within the midst of Klal Yisrael for many generations, and they never became Gerim. They didn't see the beauty of Klal Yisrael. Or the people from Mechasya, who they saw Klal Yisrael gathering together before Yom Tov, 30 days before Yom Tov, before Pesach, before Shoshana, that a flume of fire would come down from the sky, a pillar of fire, and they still didn't do true. They didn't become Gerim. The Gemara goes on to say that there's machlokes. Well, we know that you're allowed to do malacha on Tisha B'av, and in a place that you don't do malacha, you should do malacha. But if you're Talmid Chacham, you should never do malacha on Tisha B'av. The question is whether a person could act like a Talmid Chacham. Is that considered Mexican or is that considered haughtiness or not? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as you are, such as a chasam, it doesn't say Krishma, everybody knows that he doesn't have kavanah. Why is he saying Krishma? He should do so. On the other side, you could say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'av, maybe he doesn't have a job, that's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you can say, everybody knows that he has a job, the reason why he's not working is he's acting as a Balgaiva. And basically that we finished the second parak. And the Mishnah says in the third parak, Mishnah Mesa, if you have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, you're supposed to Kriya Shema, from Tefillin, from Shemona Esrei, and there's a machlokes in the Gemara whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you. And we'll go into it a little bit more tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is not Yuchas. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about halachas that have to do with the dead. There's a concept called molecular rush, poking fun at the dead, causing the dead to be jealous. And that includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating in front of the dead, as you're going to see. So you know how to walk 4 hours within the dead, or in a cemetery next to Kfarim, and say Kriya Shema, Dam Shemona Esrei, say Kaddish, Tehillim, etc. You're not allowed to hold a sefer in your hand, and usually the sefer says places, you're not allowed to even say prayer about that. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzit outside. It causes the dead to be jealous. If you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession. Otherwise, the dead is going to be upset. He's going to say, why doesn't this person come to my funeral? If you do, says the Gemara, then it's as if you accompany for himself. It's also to eat in front of the dead. And therefore, if one has to eat, he should leave the house that the dead person is in, go to his own home, go to his friend's home. If you don't have a friend's home, build a wall. If you can't build a wall, then turn your back to the dead. And you, as an oval, it's also to be makes it, it's also to lean, it's also to eat meat and drink wine. And it's Yishon says Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha, not bracha Rishon, not bracha Prana, or other Rishon, it's also to make brachas. And it's also for other people to be moitzi, and according to Rashi, other people don't have to be moitzi with the bracha. But on Shabbos, all those halachas don't apply. You could lean, you could eat meat, you could drink wine, and the machlokes is whether or not you're chayim in the Torah. Someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative is placing the mitzvah, and therefore he's putter from all the mitzvahs. Shemona Esrei, etc. The machlokes in the Gemara, what that means exactly. Rabbi says that it's only if the dead is right in front of you, then it's basically a mitzvah. But if once he leaves, the house is not there, then it's no longer a chiyuv to, it's no longer a pur to do other mitzvahs. For the Ravashi, you see by Avraham Avinu that even though he was dealing with Ephraim and Sarah was no longer in front of him, he considers it as if Sarah was in front of him, he's still dealing with it in his head, and therefore he's punished from all mitzvahs. What about the people that carry the Aron, the pallbearers? They are all punished from Shemona Esrei. The ones that are in front of the Aron, and you haven't had a chance to hold the Aron yet, they are punished from Kriya Shema. The ones in the back, they already held out the Aron, they want to hold it again, they must say Kriya Shema. Those people that come to comfort the Avelim, that's also mitzvah. They're also, as you mitzvah, mitzvah. If they have a chance to see the first pasuk, or according to the other sheet of the first parsha, they should say so. If they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner rows, that they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, Amakim Menachem, and giving them the words of comfort, they are following Kriya Shema. The ones on the outer rows that don't really say directly to the Avel, they are chayiv in the Kriya Shema. What about those shomer, people that watch the body? It seems like in the Gemara that they were watching them from ice. They are also considered basic mitzvah. They are up. If there are two of them, then one can go to the side and daven while the other one watches. On a ship, is machlokes whether there are mice or not, if that's a concern. According to one man, it is. Therefore, one should watch the body. According to another man, both should go to the side. Once his Kriya Shema comes and say, Kriyashma. There's an Isser to treat bones of the deceased without respect, yet treat with respect. And the same Allah applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it into a sack and throw it on a donkey and same thing with Sefer Torah, unless you're concerned that people will come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you can throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses and here are all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? Because we're talking about like the Rush, now I poke fun at a dead person. What does he understand? It comes out of Maskanas Asukah that a dead person can feel pain. Some say it means the neshama feels the pain. But if an insect is eating the body, he feels that pain. If there's a mouse called Duma, he's in charge of the dead, he announces that a certain person is going to die soon, within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that he's coming up. Dead people get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell them what's going on down below. They can get that information. And in a situation where the person who's nifter is a great chashuv person, that he will in fact announce that his arrival way before his nifter, as the Gemara discusses regarding Shuvah. Says the Gemara, the sons of Rabbi were wondering if their father who already was nifter, does he know about their pain? Because they forgot their learning, they were busy working, and they forgot their learning, and it bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the father in Shemayim knows about it. One of them said, what do you mean it's impossible? That people don't know anything. Says the other one, didn't learn the right shot. They're referring to the Rothschild. They're in this world, they're not concerned about that. But tzaddikim, even when they're dead, they're considered alive. But tzaddik is always concerned about El Haba and what the future holds for him. Gemara talks about Rabbi and Yehuda, that there's nobody like him, the first Mikdash, the second Mikdash. The Gemara says perhaps he was toivel in the ice, he cut open the ice and was toivel inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sefer of the Rabbi, which is the hardest Sefer, says Taisus, in one day, one short winter day. Says the Gemara, amazing story. There's once a chassid, usually when the Gemara says chassid, it's referring to Yehuda by Loi or Yehuda by Baba, that his wife really bothered him to the point that he had to sleep in the cemetery, and we're talking about Rosh Hashanah. He's sleeping in the cemetery and he heard two ruchos, young girls that were nifter, they were talking to each other. They said, let's fly around the world, let's see what's going on. Behind him, says one, I cannot fly, I'm buried in my celestial time to read. The Slav explains, since her body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. Said, tells her friend, you go out there, tell me what you heard. She went out there and she heard that whatever plants, in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the 17th day of Cheshvan, the 7 days, and then comes the second Rabbi, and then it's the third Rabbi 7 days later. Whoever plants then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this chassid did not plant in the Rabbi Rishon, he planted in the Rabbi Shnia, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he went and he camped out in the forest, and sure enough, he hears the two guys saying, let's go fly, I can't fly, I'm going to myself him. So you come back and tell me, and she said, I heard. So whoever plants in the second Rabbi, the Shigafon, the he's going to come and ruin the crop, so he planted in the first, and therefore he made money, everybody else lost the crop. Says his wife, how did you know to do this? So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around in the paragon, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother. And she said, I know that your daughter was buried in the Machzel Shekhanim. Third year, the chassid goes to the cemetery, and he hears the Ruthak saying, let's go fly around. And one Ruach said to the other, I cannot fly because the live people are already saying, they're making fun of my mother, that she buried me in Machzel Shekhanim. So you see that they do know. So the more perhaps somebody was nifter, told him. Ziri once gave money to a lady and she died, and he went and he asked her in her grave, where's the money? And she told him exactly where it was. And she also said, tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my comb and my makeup. And that's because she must have heard it from Duma the Malach that announces. The Gemara says that Avodah Shmuel used to take the money of the orphans, and he was nifter, and people started making fun of his son Shmuel. They called him the son of the person that steals money from the orphans. He went to his Sefaris, and he sees that Levi didn't make it into Shemayim because Levi heard his Rabbi, they're not going to the Shir. And he sees his father, and his father's crying and laughing. Why are you crying? Because you're going to be nifter. So why are you laughing? Because they consider you as a huge individual there in Shemayim. He said, if I'm so big, have Levi go up to Shemayim. In fact, Levi went up to Shemayim. He says, where's the money? The money is buried between our money. It was a sandwich. Our money, the son's money, and our money. I didn't want it to get ruined. I didn't want people to steal it. And in fact, they returned the money. Upon you see that the dead know what's going on, but it's different because Shmuel was such a chashuv person. They announced in the Shemayim way in advance. Have a wonderful day. We had the other day that our Yonis was walking in the cemetery and his sisters were dragging on the graves and was told, "Blood in the rush, you're poking fun at the dead." It seems like Rabbi Yonasan himself retracted. Because Rabbi Yonasan says that Baruch Hu tells Moshe Rabbeinu, "Tell the others of Rabbi Yaakov that I kept my promise. I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael." You see that Rabbi Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. Moses says perhaps they don't really care. Baruch Hu wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak to Rabbi Yaakov so that Rabbi Yaakov can have a person thank to Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done for their descendants, Klal Yisrael. The halacha is, you speak about a mace, it's as if you speak about a rat. There's a nimachletis. Either they don't care or they don't know. However, if you speak about an adam chashuv, like somebody spoke about Mar Shmuel after he died, and a pole pierced his head and pierced the membrane around his brain, that's because Baruch himself hears that he spoke about the chashuv person, but not necessarily that the chashuv person heard it and knows that he said something about it. Yeshua the Levi says that if you speak about the Chacham, even if the Chacham is in peace, in Gan Eden, nevertheless, the person that speaks about it will fall into Gehenna. Speaking about Yeshua the Levi, the Gemara says, Yeshua the Levi said, that there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about a Baruch Hu or other things, and they put them in neither. They put them in Cherem excommunication. The Moses says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That a Kavi B'Mahalal says that the concept of Saita, if somebody has an affair, and the husband suspects her of having an affair, and they give her to drink Maimam Arim, you don't do that to a Guyaris and a Shukwaris. That's what Kavi B'Mahalal holds. The fact that Shmai and Naftali who were Gerim did it, gave Maimam Arim, they did the Saita for a Guyaris, says Kavi B'Mahalal, that was fake water. It was a placebo. And for that, says the Gemara, that they put him in the middle. Says Rabbi that that's not true. Kavi B'Mahalal was a great man. There's nobody like him in Chachma, in Tahara, in Yiras Hashem. Therefore, couldn't have been Kavi B'Mahalal. It was, in fact, the Lozer ben Chanoich who made fun of the concept of Netilas Yadayim, and they put him in Nidui. And in fact, when the Lozer ben Chanoich died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even the dead, you do skila, you throw stones at the coffin. There's a concept called Negis Daitik Hapamala. It speaks probably towards the Rabbi Rothschild. Like such as Choni Ma'agal. Choni Ma'agal, his name is Choni Ma'agal because Choni sat and drew a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rained really light. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want strong. strong rain, so rain really strong. He said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon ben Shadach said, if you weren't fighting, I would put you in favor. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who was from Rome, instituted Zecher LePerbe Pesach. Everybody should take it. Go and put him on a spit, on a skewer, and roast it. And Shimon ben Shadach said, you deserve Kherim because people can think now they can touch him outside of Beis HaMikdash. But that's a brisa. The famous story of Tanur Shalach Noim, Rabbi Lazar held that everybody holds that in order to take a tiferes, earthenware stove, and make it not tummy, if it's tummy, you have to break it in pieces. So let's say you chop it up in pieces, you want to put it back together with sand. Lazar holds it's tar. Some say it's not tar. Lazar tried to prove to them with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. A basel came out of the Shemaim and said, Lazar's right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they couldn't continue, and he died in a cherub. So we have 3 places in the Mishnah. Why did Yeshua ladies say 24? Because there are 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to these 3 kinds, where the Talmud Chacham, who's a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbi, the majority, nothing against the Rabbi, but he fought really hard, and that is deserving of cherub. And in some instances, it was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against the greater person, and that is deserving of neither. Says the Gemara, you don't take out the dead when it's supposed to my Krishma, people might miss my Krishma, unless it's other chashav like Rabbi Yosef, and they took him out right before my Krishma. People listening to a hesped or a mitzvah, it's also like a rush to go out, they should leave one by one. In other words, one person goes out, his Krishma goes back in, then the next one. If the body isn't in front of them, then they can also create back together, and the Aval sits there quietly, and he says, he accepts upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, I sinned a lot. When you front me many, and you didn't even give me what I deserve, 1 out of 1,000. Says Rabbi, you don't speak like that. That's say I fell assaulted. You shouldn't talk like that because that means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater Einish. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying, I'm not from Menachem to the Aval. The outer row is not perfect. However, the word qualifies and says the outer row can see, it can be heard. The Aval can hear him, so this part of the Nikum element, he's public from the future. The word brings a also, when it comes to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, if somebody does a Chil Hashem, it's a Chil Hashem. There's no such thing as he's a Chacham, he's a Navain. For instance, if a Chashav person is wearing shabbos, even though it'll create a tremendous embarrassment, he has to remove it in public, he must remove it immediately. Gemara goes through different cases. Why is shabbos different than all these cases? Let's first Gemara, when it comes to the Rabbanim were not Doizer the Xera when it comes to human dignity. So therefore, we have the concept of Beis HaPras. If there's a field that was plowed through and there was a grave there, and we're concerned that perhaps small bones that are spread out throughout the field, the Rabbanan, if you're on the way to be Makar B'Chol Pesach, if you get on all 4, blow your way through the field, and you see that's a concept only with the Rabbanan, because the Rabbi you wouldn't be able to do that. Therefore, if an Aval decides, he picks his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the Beis HaPras, a Kohen can follow him through the Beis HaPras for the covet of the Aval. Same thing for the covet to give proper honor of the kings, even the Goyish kings, where it says that the Elazar Tzaddik, who was a Kohen, would step over the coffins. Now, there's a halacha that if there's a full tefach of ear between the body and the top of the aron, then the tumah stays inside that aron, provided that there's an opening on the side. So we're not concerned that perhaps most aronas have this tefach. Maybe there's a larger person in the aron or something, and if you don't have that tefach, that's a meal. And in order to give honor to kings, we're not choishish for that aron that doesn't have a tefach. There's also the concept of human dignity. When it comes to toilet paper and then time of the Gemara, they used to use stones, so you're allowed to carry a stone for the bathroom. And if a person's tzitzis rib not only has 3 tzitzis on 4 corners, he must take off his garment right away, but if he's in a carmelist, which is a shus rabbanon, he can leave it on. Well, then we have the passage that says the salam to find an object must return it, but there's exceptions. If you're kind and you're in Beis HaParis, you're a person that's not in your honor to take care of, you earn more money than it would take to give back, you're potter. Why Shabbos is any different? The answer is because it's salamta, the special meal, dafka in these 3 cases. And a nazir who's a kohen gadol, so he's a nazir and a kohen gadol, or he's a person who's going to do bris milah on his son, or to shut the korban pesach, he does not become covered. But it's a mason mitzvah. They find a dead person because nobody's taking another Nazar, why Shabbat is different? And the answer is because we're discussing Shev al Kaisa by Mila and Korban Pesach, and it wasn't said by Tum. Have a wonderful day. Racha is Dav Chav. Rabbi asked the Bible, why is it that the previous generations they had so many mitzvahs? For instance, if they needed rain, Rabbi Yehuda would just take off his shoe and start deep with tsar, and immediately it would start raining. And us, we scream and we cry and we daven and nothing. And don't tell me, says Rabbi, it's because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning, says Rabbi. They, Rabbi Yehuda, only learned the Zikin, says Rashi, Bakama, Bamotiva, Vasra. We learned also Shisi Bibisha. When Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Uktzin, he had a great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi used to ask. We, when we learn Uktzin and Yodos, how a branch transmits tum into the fruit, but if the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 pshatim in that. So what is the pshat? The pshat is that the previous generations, they were moiser nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. The Gemara brings a very interesting example of what it means to be moiser nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. Rabbi Barahava was walking in the street and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf about them that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. He ran over to her and he ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a goya. She could wear whatever she wanted. And he was fined 400 zuz, which he said is because her name was Muslim. It sounds like 200 times 2. You see, that is Muslim nefesh. He put himself in a position where he owes money to make him a chav for Torah. The Gemara says, Rabbi didn't position himself by the entrance of the mikvah, so that women going to be kind and asking questions about tefillah. They ask, what about Yitzhara? Because women appear to me like white geese. I don't have a Yitzhara. So Rabbi would also position himself by the entrance of the mikvah for a different reason, so that women can stare at his beauty and they can have children that are as beautiful as him. And as the Gemara Mitzvah says, they can be clearly like They asked Rabbi, what about Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara? He says, no, I come from Shevet Yosef. There's no Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Alei Ayin, he's above Ayin Hara. Or V'yikul Arayim. He's like a fish. The fish don't have Ayin Hara. There's water. The water covers the Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't go after Ashes by Ifar will not be Nizayim from a Ayin Hara. It says the Mishnah. Kanim are potter from Kriyishman Tfilah. Even if the Kanim is the age of Tfilah, it's better than Kriyishman because we don't want his father to be worried about his son's Kriyishman. He has to go to work early in the morning and can't show him to show that early. Tfilah, a Kanim, we're concerned, won't have a good clean body. Women, as we know, are potter from all mitzvahs as seishas magrom. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriyishma is a specific time in the morning and evening. They're potter from Kriyishma. Women are potter from Tfilah. And the Chiddush is that I would think that they'd be chayiv in Tfilah because there's a Hekdesh between Tfilah and mezuzah. And in the mezuzah, they don't chayiv. Mashmal, women are potter from Tfilah. Now, they are chayiv in the mezuzah. Why? Because in the mezuzah it says the man you make a mezuzah brings longevity, and women need longevity. I would think that the mezuzah would be potter because it says the mountain is placed in Spinechem, and then right afterwards, the Fesaftam, there's a Hekdesh, just like they're potter in Torah. They should be potter from mezuzah. For mashmal, they're chayiv in mezuzah. A woman is chayiv in Shemona Esrei. Shemona Esrei brings rachamim, and women need rachamim. Even though Shemona Esrei is erev, oikir, and tzarayim, it's a span grama, nevertheless, because of the rachamim, they're chayiv. What about Kiddush on Shabbos? It's a machlokes whether they are chayiv with their raisa or with their rabbanon. They're definitely chayiv. According to Rabbi, they're chayiv with their raisa. It says, "Zochar v'shalom v'shalom v'zochar." Chayiv in keeping Shabbos is chayiv in mentioning Shabbos and doing Kiddush. According to Abaya, it's only chayiv the rabbanon. Birkas Hamazon, they are chayiv. Although Moshe Rabbeinu says that Klal Yisrael should eat in the evening, in the morning, so it seems like it's a mitzvah as like Roma. Nevertheless, they are chayiv. You more want to prove that perhaps if the Muslim of a woman is of their raisa because she can be married to your husband, so the Gemara that's not a raya, because in the same place it says that a katan would be married to his father, and a katan certainly is the rabbanon. We have to say that the father only ate a shear of the rabbanon, less than a severe or satiating pillar, and therefore the Kohen could be mighty. So maybe that's what it means that a woman can be mighty her husband in a situation where he ate a shear d'Rabbanan. The Gemara says the Malachi Ashar told Rabbi was not fair. You said that we shouldn't act, we shouldn't take bribes, but you show favoritism towards Klal Yisrael. It says, it says, of course I show favoritism. I told Klal Yisrael to say bring some Muslim when the Chalta v'Samata, if you're satiated, and they were machmer on themselves, and they say bring some Muslim even on a kibetza like Rabbi Yehuda or a Kazayis like Rabbi Meir, that's why I show favoritism. The Machlokes, the Mishnah says as follows: we know that about Keri cannot learn Torah. Ezra was mistaken that have to be Torah. So how does one say Kriya Shema if he's about Keri? Says the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Kriya Shema, and when he eats, he doesn't say Hamaitzi, and Birkas Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, he's Mahara. Rabbi Yehuda says no. About Keri, he must say Birkas Kriya Shema, he must say Hamaitzi, he says Birkas Hamazon out loud, he says Kriya Shema out loud with his mouth. So Machlokes to Rabbi and Rav Chisda, whether Hirur is Kedibur. Contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Ravina, it has the same effect. So why does Al-Kari only think it if it's as if he's saying it? Because we're replacing just like we said at Har Sinai, you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. According to Rav Chisda, Hirur love Kedibur. So why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say creation. And the answer is, you're right, it doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about Kodesh Baruch Hu, and we want him to be placing and be doing the same thing as everybody else is doing. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dav Chaf Aleph. We learned that about Keri, he must say something midoraisa, such as Kriya Shema or Birkas Hamazon. He has to think it in his head. Where Shemona Esrei, which is only Rabbana, he doesn't think it at all. How do we know that Birkas Hamazon is deraisa? It doesn't get any more clear than this. It says in the passage, Go Chalta, you eat Savata and you're satiated. Uberachta, you say Birkas Hamazon. Birkas HaTorah, it says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, Kishem Hashem Ekro, I'm going to announce Hashem's name. And Klal Yisrael is going to say Amen, and then from there we're going to continue to the Shira that is brought down in Parshas Hazinu. From our Mishnah, it seems like that the Birkas Hamaitzi, the bracha you say before eating food, is only the Rabbanim, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all, you don't have to think about it. Even though we have a Kavachimer going in two directions, that one should perhaps say Birkas HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamaitzi before you eat. If you make the Birkas Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. That's same thing in reverse. If you say Birkas Torah before you learn, so certainly you should make a Birkas Hamaitzi before you eat. And the answer is they are not similar at all. Birkas Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself. So you say Birkas Hamazon. You don't make that bracha prior to eating because you didn't have an oil. Whereas Talmud Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go into Chayei Olam. This brings it coming on. So you say prior and not after. Rabbi Yehuda holds, unlike what we learned about this point, that Kriya Shema is only with the Rabbanan. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. It's only the Rabbanan. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, the Yatziv, it's the Eraisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said the Yatziv, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning, the first daf in brachas? The Shach B'chav Kumecha teaches us he's supposed to say Kriya Shema when you get up, you go to sleep. He says no, Shach B'chav Kumecha is referring to Talmud Torah. The field of learning Torah is in the night and in the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that about Keri doesn't make a bracha after eating. So L'chayra, we're after Kriya Shema that it's. So you see L'chayra that it's only with the Rabbanim. And the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because we're talking about the person that Kriya Shema. And in Kriya Shema, he already mentions Yitzis Mitzrayim. And Kriya Shema is stronger than V'yatzim because it has Olaf Shemayim and Yitzis Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Kriya Shema. Loza says no. Kriya Shema is very right. So therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he has to repeat it. Shmona Esrei, which is the Rabbanon, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, says Rabbi Yochanan Halavai, he should daven all day long. In other words, he can repeat Shmona Esrei all day, and in fact, that's the halacha. What about if a person knows that he says Shmona Esrei and he catches himself in the middle of Shmona Esrei? Says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shmona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shmona Esrei, also he feels a punch on his chest. He realizes, oh, I'm saying Slach Lana in the middle of saying weekday Shmona Esrei. What does he do? The halacha is that he can finish the bracha. What is the reason? The reason is because in reality we should be saying Shmona Esrei of the weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. But because of the tircha of the tzibur of Chamisah, you don't say Shmona Esrei. So therefore, if he finds himself saying a bracha of a regular weekday Shmona Esrei, he finishes it off. Whereas a person who realized that he already said Shmona Esrei, and now he's saying it for the second time, if he's in the middle of a bracha, he stops right there where he is, and he doesn't finish because he has no fear of the same. Nevertheless, if a person comes into a shul, he comes into the shul and he finds that people are davening Shmona Esrei, he could say Shmona Esrei again as long as he shows that it's a tefillas and daven, meaning he adds to each of the middle brachas, he adds something of his own and makes it personal. If a person comes into the shul, and this is a lawful nice, comes to the shul, and he finds the tzibur davening Shmona Esrei, what should he do? Well, it's machlokes. According to Rav Huna, if he could finish Shmona Esrei before everybody gets to Chazan gets to Moedim, then he should start Shmona Esrei and finish. Because the problem is you don't want to be davening Shmona Esrei while everybody bows and does Moedim, then it looks like you don't agree to the Moedim. But according to Rav Hizda, he has to be able to finish his Shmona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. And the machlokes is whether a person can say Kedusha by himself or not. So we the Paskin that a person can't say Kedusha by himself. The Torah comes out that he should be able to finish Shmona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're saying Shemona Esrei, you cannot stop for Kedusha, the Baruch, etc. So the point is whether you can stop in the middle of Shemona Esrei to say Amen Yehesha Rabbi, according to a beautiful good. We don't pass my life like that because it brings down that today we think about it. Shemer Ka'ina, this is the question that it comes out that you are saying it. You should look in places and see that a lot. About Perry is also to learn Torah. How do we know it? From the concept called Smuchim, since there's a puzzle in regard to Perry that's next to the puzzle that says the Isser of learning Torah, so we make the connection, it's also to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of Smuchim in all of the Torah, besides in Chumash Devarim. How do we know that? And in the Smuchim that the Tanakh learns, in this parsha, Rabbi Yehuda learns it to say that whoever teaches the son Torah, it's as if he accepted the Torah from her Sinai. When it comes to a machasheva l'sachaya, which you can't keep alive, so we learn it, the mitzvah that she has, the skila we learn from a behema. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Chayvi Yadayim because he doesn't learn the concept of smuchim. Yet when it comes to Chumash Devarim, he does learn the concept of smuchim. It is machlokes whether a person who's not allowed to marry his father's wife, he's allowed to marry his father's anusa. If his father rapes somebody, he's allowed to marry her. When to review that you're not allowed to marry. And why? Because he learns from you. It says in the pasuk, why? Because the following pasuk talks about an anusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are three people that have zera and they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a zav, who's not about carry, who saw carry. A nida that was pilot zera, and a woman after relations who had zera, they are not allowed to say Torah unless they go to the mikvah. Rabbi Yehuda holds that they don't have to go to the mikvah. So mashma, there's only these three cases where Rabbi Yehuda holds they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about carry without any side effect, any ziva, pita, etc., just a pure about carry? Perhaps he holds and he has to go to the mikvah. The Gemara comes out and says that. At the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda holds that about Terry is also in the Torah. He just holds that when it comes to previous creation, etc., he made them like Hilchas Derech Eretz. In other words, since they are Derabanan, so you're allowed to say them. Have a wonderful day. Daf Chav, the Gemara tells us that just like Matan Torah was given the aim of a hero of rest, Isaiah, so too when we learn Torah, we should be in fear, trepidation, trembling. Therefore, if one comes about to becoming, but it wasn't his fault, he became a Sav, a Torah, or an Anida by mistake, he could learn Torah. However, if a person becomes Tamei carry, which is an issue of Talos Rosh, there's actually 7 Shitas here. The Talmud Rambam says it's also for him to learn Torah at all. It came from Talos Rosh, and Torah is only the rest of Isaiah. On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi that says that Torah cannot become Tamei. Therefore, you can learn Torah in any state, even in the state of Tumah Keri. Torah is like fire, says Rabbi Fire is not Metabel Tumah, Torah is not. Then you have 5 Shitas in between. Rabbi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnayos, but say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. Then you have Rabbi Yonason that says you could go deep into Mishnayos, you can fire Mishnayos, just don't learn Gemara. Then you have Rabbi Nosson ben Hashem says you can learn Gemara, just don't say the name of the Baruch when it brings a puzzle. Rabbi Kiva says don't learn Medrash. Some say Rabbi Kiva, he meant to say don't go into a base Medrash. I'll carry his puzzle to go to base Medrash. Rabbi Yehuda says, and this we had yesterday, a person is Valkyrie Kalur Hilchos Derech Eretz. But he on himself was Machmir when he taught his Talmidim, he was Toivel first, and then he taught them Hilchos Derech Eretz. But Nachman Bar Yitzchak says that there's a minig in the world, Chaskim, like the three stated. One halacha, like we just said, like Rabbi ben Beseir, that when it comes to Valkyrie, you can learn Torah. The other one is like Rabbi Yoshia, who says that in order to be Iber and Kalayim, he's Mekel. You have to plant 3 types of plants. You have to plant chita, wheat, soya, barley, and chartzanim, grapes. Otherwise, you're not over and klayim. Whereas the Chacham say only 2 is the Isser. And like Rabbi Loi, who says that the thing of gracious, I guess, shear your sheep and give the first shearings to a kohen is only in Eretz Yisrael. Zidiri said, either he said that they were mevatel the tefillah of a Bakari, or he said they were mevatel the tilas yadayim. Like we learned, Rav said you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before davening, but don't do it on the account of not davening Shemini Esrei B'Tziv. The Gemara tells us that Nachum Ish Damazon whispered to Rabbi Kiva this coming out. Rabbi Kiva whispered it to the Nazak, and the Nazak either announced it in public or he whispered it this coming. Was the halacha that this new concept called Tisha Kavim, when one is toivel for a carry, he doesn't necessarily have to go to the mikvah with 40 salt. He could pour upon himself 9 kavim, like a shower. Just pour the water on top of you. As we're going to see later on, Anomer holds that when it comes to Tisha Kavim, it must be poured. You can't go into it like you go into the mikvah. Mikvah is dafka going into the mikvah, and you can't pour the 40 salt on top of you. So Tisha Kavim is dafka pouring it on top of you and then going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? The tzad that was announced about it. Because this tefillah of carry caused a lot of different Torah. It takes a long time to go to the mikvah until you find the mikvah. Or people were mevatel for pure. If a person knows he has to go tomorrow to look for a mikvah, he might abstain. And then he said it in secret is because he didn't want his talmidim to be with the wives like Hanagoyim, like children. Rabbi says when it comes to halacha of tefillah of carry, some are mekel, some are machmer. Those who are machmer, they are going to have arichas yom. The question is, if you could get away with, so to speak, 9 cups of water, or why would one go to the mikvah with 40 cents? Says the Lord, because the Chachamim made it together. There's a story where somebody was about to be over an Avera, and the woman told him, if you're over the Avera, remember, you're going to have to look for a mikvah of 40 salt, and that made him stop. And therefore, Chacham instituted, you have to have Arba'im salt. Ravuna holds that a Valkyrie could be toivel with common meaning in Mayim Shuvim, doesn't have to be rainwater. Rav Chizda says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 saw rainwater. Rav Nachman had a special vessel that held 9 kavim, so he could use it for carrying. So they told him, what do you mean? Rabbi Kiva holds that only somebody that's sick and the carry came against his will, he can use 9 kavim. But you're telling me that yes, the Talmid Chacham is considered like a sick person, but it wasn't lying to him, he's a miracle. He brought the carry upon himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use it. Says the Gemara, halachically, Rav Nachman's plea was broken. So, according to people in Usha, his vessel was repaired. Why? Because initially it's the exact opposite. A chayla who brings upon himself carry, like an al-Chacham, could use nine tablets. A chayla that the carry came against his will doesn't even need to be title at all. Ezra was masakin the tefillah for carry. He said you have to go to the mikvah with 40 sons. What about somebody, a regular person, a bari, that someone came against his will? Abai says Ezra was also masakin something, and that's the ninth son, the ninth tab. And according to Rabbi, Ezra wasn't masakin. That's Chachamim were masakin the ninth tab in such a case. Rabbi says lahalacha. Somebody who's healthy and he brings upon himself the tumah, and somebody that's sick who brings upon himself the tumah, need 40 sons. If somebody's sick and the tumah comes against his will, lioness, somebody who's healthy and it came against his will, but somebody who's sick, they're both putter without anything, not even 9 sons. According to everybody, somebody who's teaching Torah is different than somebody who's learning Torah. Somebody who's teaching Torah and he's healthy, or he's sick, but he brought it upon himself, needs 40 sah. But if it happened against his will, he could teach with 9 sah. And some are mechulek and say since he's teaching Torah, he needs 40 sah. Some say that about Torah needs dafka, karka, it has to be a real mikvah. Some say no, like we mentioned before, it could be like in a bathtub. Rabbi Yehuda mentions the words Yikol Makam, and the Gemara learns these words to mean that you could use according to Rabbi Yehuda, Mayim Shuvim doesn't necessarily have to be rainwater. Gemara finally says a story where there were 3 Amoraim sitting around. Rabbi says, "Listen, we're benching now. Let me take over. Let me bench. Why? Because I was coming, but I used 9 kavim." Says Rabbi Bar Shmuel, "What are you talking about? 9 kavim is not enough when it comes to teaching other people, saying to other people. You need 40 sah, and I in fact was coming, but I used 40 sah." Says Rav Huna, "Let me solve this for you. I wasn't coming at all. Let me bench." Says one more halacha. Rav Chama was tribal in 40 sah erev Pesach because he went to other people. Says the halacha is not like him. You don't need 40 sah. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is not from Gimel. The person is in the middle of Shemon Esrei and he realizes that he forgot he's about 30. He doesn't just walk away from Shemon Esrei. Rather, he should finish off Shemon Esrei, but be the katzah. He should shorten every single bracha. He should say the beginning and the end and figure out everything from between. If a person is about 30, he's leading from a fire, and he realizes that it's about 30, he should say everything really quickly. And according to Rabbi, he can only say psukim and that's it, and then he has to let somebody else know. It's also to daven in front of waist extra. So if he sees waist, he should turn his back to it and make sure that he's at least 4 amas away, approximately 8 feet away. And if he doesn't have the ability to turn his back to it, he should at least put it to the side 4 amas. If a person is davening and realizes that he's davening while there's waist right next to him, he's considered a chayta sinner. According to Rabbi, it is not to repeat from Esrei again. According to Rabbi, he must repeat his from Esrei again. If a person has a medical condition, he has an uncontrollable bladder, so he must wait until he stops leaking, and only then he can eat the Shemona Esrei. Now, if he stopped for the total amount of time that it takes him to say the entire Shemona Esrei, then he must repeat those Shemona Esrei. Like any other tefillah, if he stops, regardless of what reason, he must repeat the whole Shema or Shemona Esrei. But let's say he didn't stop long enough to say the Shemona Esrei. According to one man, he's a gabri double. In other words, he shouldn't have started diving anyways. If he came to the situation where he's had everything, he started diving, he also had to go to the restroom, and since he did it, his whole tefillah is no good, and he has to repeat, he doesn't have to repeat his diving. And now, this brings us to the Alex. If a person needs to relieve himself and go to the restroom, and he cannot wait for 72 minutes, he can't hold it in, which is the time it takes to walk on parasol, then his tefillah is a tefillah, he must repeat his entire diving. If he could hold it in, according to Rashi, he should start his davening with Chatchila. Also says, Shmor Raglafal Kasher Tefillah based on the gift. So what shot is, you should watch your body. diving and basically you go to show, make sure you have a clean body. Rashi, the other Manama says, be careful not to sin. Don't fight there because then you have to bring the carbon to base of things. Situation of this, you taste like certain zera. Don't bring a carbon like a fool. Doesn't know why he's looking for. Perhaps he has to be the contest. And he brings in the right instead, and he won't have the kapar, he won't have the right tshuva. The person is wearing tefillin shemarish, has tefillin on his head. According to Rabbi, he could go relieve himself on it. And according to Rabbi, it's also why? Because he might come to go from there. If this bathroom is a base, he said before, meaning it's a permanent place, and there's a lot of waste everywhere in those days. We're talking about that there's no hole in the ground, so you have to remove your tefillin before you even approach this place. Like you say, 4 hours before you get there. Now, really, if you want to get there, that was his plug is what you're saying. You hold your tefillin in your head, put your kiva, you wrap it up in your clothing, and you hold your clothing. If it's a base, he said, all right, it was never used, so you don't have to remove it 4 hours before you get there. But once you relieve yourself, now you just create a base like this. Now you cannot put your tefillin on until you move away 4 hours from that place. According to Shammai, what your tefillin is, there's a wall separating the base like this from the Rosh Hashanah. Everybody's walking, it's a busy place. So you put your tefillin on the shelf, facing everybody else in the Rosh Hashanah. The issue with that is when somebody comes and snatches the tefillin. And Rosh tells us a story that once the son walked by and she grabbed the tefillin, she wrapped this of it. Told people, where's this boy that owes me money? That boy, obviously, he wasn't over that era, but she lied, and he was so embarrassed that he was so fucking. Then they said, you should not put your tefillin, which is Rabbi, somebody may take it. The issue of putting your tefillin on the inside part of the wall is because inside it's quieter and there are a lot of rodents, and they might take your tefillin as well, and that's the design for tefillin. Therefore, it says, they still have a must hold your tefillin in your head. So what do? Take the tefillin, your right hand, and you put it against your heart. You roll them up, and you have to make sure that the ritzuas don't come out of your hand one time, because the ritzuas have tefillin. The tefillin shel yad has a yud, the tefillin shel rosh has a dalet. Together with the shin on the tefillin shel rosh, that spells shakai, the name of the bones has special kedusha. This is all if you're going to wear your tefillin afterwards, you spend daytime. But if it's night, this is the last time you take off your tefillin, you're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hands, you must put it in your bag. If it's a tefillin bag, then you must make sure that the tefillin bag has one type of gear in it. That creates a new domain. The tefillin bag is its own entity. And then you put the tefillin bag on the ground. But if it's a brand new bag, you never used this before for tefillin, and even if it has less than a tefa, you can put the tefillin on the ground, just like if you take the jar and you put it in and bring it into a room with it. But that body, it's not a as long as there's a slight amount of air in there, says Taisvus, because you don't need to be full time in that situation. And this brings us to other things. The Lord tells us two different stories, and they both say the same thing. That Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Nachman, when they came, they approached the restaurant, they would give their savor of a gathered to the Talmud. But they didn't give their tefillin to the Talmud. They preferred to hold the tefillin by themselves inside the restaurant. He said, since there's a header, to bring tefillin into the restaurant, they prefer to bring the tefillin into the restaurant because that gives them a shmira of protection from a sin. During davening, the Lord tells us you're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hand, you're not allowed to hold a knife or money in your hand. God says this refers to everything. You're not allowed to hold anything in your hand because this will reduce your concentration during Shemaz. You're not allowed to sleep with tefillin, even a temporary sleep, just a few moments of sleep, because you won't be able to control your body and bring the design to tefillin. There's a consequence. It's needless. When one goes to the bathroom, even though nobody's in the room with them, if it's a man, he's allowed to expose himself to stuff up in the front and one thing up in the back. A woman, only one up in the back and nothing in the front. If a big like he said, you have a bathroom, a restroom, which is a permanent bathroom, so there's a lot of stuff going on the ground. The ground is softer, so we're not concerned that there will be a splash of condom on the leg. So you don't have to wash it off, and therefore you may hold the tefillin in your hand. Whereas if it's a base like he said, all right, it's more harder than a base like he said before because the ground is very hard. I'm concerned that maybe they're getting so it's something will splash on the leg, you will flip to wipe it down. And you might use your tefillin, and therefore you're not allowed to tefillin in your hand. The person doesn't want to be embarrassed when he goes into a very long meal. Let's do this now. Doesn't want to get up and build a meal. You go to the restroom. He has guests. time, try to go to the bathroom. Do this 4 times. You work 10 times, 4 hours. The machloikas, whether you remove your tool before you get to the table, or you take over your tool by the table, put them on the table, that's the talking for the previous. Everybody agrees, though, that for previous Hamazon, you should wear your tefillin. Those days, they used to wear the tefillin all day, especially during something like Big Fast. If a person designated a pouch for tefillin, his tefillin bag, and he also put his tefillin in there. So he has 2 things. It's also to put money inside that bag. According to Rabbi, even if he never put his tefillin in, as long as he put that for his tefillin, it's also to put money inside his tefillin bag. I mean, wonderful thing. Is not so valid. Once tefillin, you let it fall into your mattress and pillow, provided that you don't put your head directly above the tefillin. Shmuel says you're allowed to do so even if your wife is in the room. And the Brisa says you're not allowed to do so if your wife is in the room. But Allah is like Shmuel. Put your tefillin underneath your feet, not being disrespectful to tefillin, and that's possible. Rather one to prove that not only did he say that Allah was like Shmuel, but he asked me that Allah was like Shmuel. So what is talking about? I'm going to go get my tefillin. How many people went against the realized the tefillin were below. Now we're going to put his head. And that's why you want to make it the night before. Otherwise, even in a situation of Ishkan Imai, you're still allowed to put your tefillin below your pillow. If 2 people were undressed and below, beneath the blanket, how do they say Krishna? If they're facing each other, it's definitely awesome. If they're not facing each other, back to back, if it's his younger children, what exactly the ages of my in Gemara? A girl below the age of 3, a boy below the age of 9, or a girl below the age of 11, and a boy below the age of 12. Then it's his wife, or his older children, or just another person. According to Shmuel, it's reflects the price of whether you have to put a pizza on the others. And he passes Shmuel that it's a wonder without the himself. And according to Rabbi Yosef, it's a difference between his wife and other people. His wife is wonder, which they fight other people, it's awesome. But there's no concern about Gobais, meaning rear. The rears that are touching each other, they are not considered an erva, and therefore you can say Krishma even if they touch each other. Now, love it is, in order, a lot of mitzvahs, but in our precious colleague we're discussing, you should be standing up, making the bracha. If the person is unclothed, it's also to make a bracha. What if a person is unclothed and he's sitting? If it's a man, it's also because he doesn't have covering of his elbow. But a woman, if she's sitting, it's good for her to make a bracha. The ears of the ergo of my head are not considered ergo, and you let us say Krishma in front of them. A tefaf of a woman who typically covers that area, not necessarily ergo, but anything that's typically covered, is also for a man, even his own wife, to say Krishma in front of that tefaf. Now, if it's not his wife, it's also to look at even the beauty of a woman if he does so to gaze at, stare at, and benefit from it. The thigh of a woman, according to the Shur, means above the knee, above the knee is considered an area. Therefore, the way the friend explained, it's worse than a pinky because even if you're not staring at it, benefit, it's still also to look at it. Oh, Isha Erba, the voice, the singing voice of a woman is considered Erba, and the ear of a woman, Sarbi Isha Erba, of a married woman, a woman who typically covers her ear, that ear is considered an Erba. Gemara says it's also to hang your tefillin, either it's on a peg, but you're allowed to hang them by the boxes, if you're allowed to hang it by the actual box. If it's in a bag, a full bag, you're allowed to hang a full bag on a peg, even though it's a pair would be also to hang by it. And this brings us to other things. If somebody is loud during Shemanasseri, says Shemanasseri, loud, well, if he just is trying to show Hashem that he's not, that's also to show that he doesn't have a brother, Hashem hears him without him being loud. So, because that's how he has Kavanah, and it's mother provided that it's not in public, because there's other people that are Shemanasseri, and it's disturbing them, that is also that's turning to if somebody really raises the spiritual somebody burps or yawns during doubting or that's considered gassy or what. He's a gross type of person. If he sneezes from his mouth, then that's me. Good Simon, Yaffa Gemara brings a story that Sarah, who had a sneezing issue, had allergies, and he sneezed a lot. He was very happy to hear this. I love that if somebody sneezes during that, he's considered a Simon Yaffa, since it's more than all my prayer. But Khalida saw, witnessed that Rabbi Berg sneezed, he spit during davening, he yawned. So the Lord explains, when he burped and yawned, that was not intentional, and therefore is not considered a gossip report. When he sneezed, that's considered a clean sneeze, when he opened his sneeze from his mouth, and that's a simon yafa. When he spit, he didn't spit into the ground because that's considered spitting in front of the king. So spitting in his clothing, the person who's in this, he can put it in his scarf, and he's really in this, he can spit it behind him. That doesn't work. That only he spits in front of him. That is, the Rebbe, he used his garden to crush allows during the Esrei, and he also, when his palace fell off completely, he wouldn't return it his usher putting palace during Shmonesh. But beyond, he had manners to put his hand over his mouth in order not to show his hand. However, the Gemara calls it sneezing from below, a sneeze that has a smell to it, that is usher to do it on purpose, that's considered a gasua. Now, what do you do if one feels that he has to do something during davening? He must walk daladamas behind, wait until the smell clears, and then he goes back and continues from where he was in Shemona Esrei. But before he does so, he has to say a bracha, asks sort of for forgiveness for what he's done. He says, "Yitzartanu yekavim yekavim v'chalul 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 you understand how embarrassed we are in our life, but when we die, we will be going to be maggots and worms. And then it's unbelievable that in the middle of Shemona Esrei he makes this bracha, and then he continues with his bracha. Shemona Esrei from here he led off before. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda held that it's also from Chutz and Israel. As he says, I will come and get you from those. And Rabbi Abba held that it's mother. So Rabbi Abba kept on avoiding Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Abba said before I go there, Israel, let me hear one more halacha. This is the halacha that I heard. You say this bracha, you walk away, and he said, if I only came to do this, it was worth it. If a person is in, let's say, a sleeper bed, and he's not dressed, and he wants to say Kriyashma, but it's too cold for him to poke his head down. You have an issue of people Royce Erba, ain't no Royce Erba, his eyes Royce Erba, his eyes is Erba, his heart is Erba. So what you do is you make him a feet, so you put some sort of cloth through your neck, the Erba, and that's enough. That goes according to Manova that says that it's not an issue for the Royce Erba. That's an issue. You put the cloth a little bit lower down, and that creates chatitza. If a person is walking the street, and his excrements is soil all around, one man says, your hand on your mouth, continue to say, here's my body, continue to walk. If you're standing still, everybody holds, and it's also saying the Torah, and the other man says, continue your hand on your mouth. Doesn't work, have a wonderful day. Rothschild is not fulfilling. The man is not wearing anything from the waist up. He may seem Kriyashma, but it's also bringing the Shemona Esrei like that because he said it to the king. You have to dress properly. If a person is in the restroom and he realizes that he's wearing his tefillin, he shouldn't just jump up and run out. That would be dangerous because the first discharge must come out. But if he puts his hand on his tefillin, what if a person has soya waste on his head? According to Rabbi, it says, the parts of the body that say because of his book goes up to the page, the mouth, according to Rabbi, it says the positive. All my bones, all my limbs are saying praise, therefore every single part, including hands, are free. If the source of the smell is there, according to Rabbi, you have to distance yourself 400 honest from the source, not so much the smell. For Rav, it doesn't matter where the source is, it matters where the smell ends. That point on, you have to distance yourself more honest. In the Bryson, one Bryson says, what kind of police are talking about? A human, dog, pig, and chicken wings. Place says that in the chicken, it's turkey or a lot of chicken food. According to Rava, the only time dog and pig wings are busted to fish from them is when they are used from hides, and therefore it's a very foul smell. Now, if you can see the soya, it doesn't matter how far away it is from you, as long as you can see it, it's possible to say fish from them. If it's 10 feet above or below you, then it's more than the same fish that's considered another domain. If it's inside a glass jar, it's looking the same fish from the But when it comes to herba, if a glass separates from the herba, that doesn't give you a head there because over there it's still in herba. If you have a very small amount of soy culture, and what you're going to do is cover it. If you spit on it with a thick spit, if the soya is in a hole in the ground, you just put your shoe on top of the wall, and that's okay. What if the soya is stuck to the bottom of your shoe? That's a take on whether or not you're allowed to study creation. Now, the halacha is that even soya is always under the tree. The tree is like the tent of the So anybody that's trying to jump into the tree becomes covered. But if someone that's color is under the tree, and the Torah walks by the tree, the person that's covered remains covered because it's not his domain. It says that I have sown, the same thing applies to soya. In other words, if soya is completely covered, it's by then you are allowed to stay. But if it's stationary, it's awesome. Oh, this is good. You post the soya, says, why am I going to have to you are beautiful in private place, you should by you, then in that moment of penitence, you can say, a rhea, a smell that doesn't have a source. Here is an example that the sheep walkers, they would see on that's always their friends will learn next to them. Now, when a person sleeps, it doesn't really have full bodily function control. And it's possible that there's some sort of ray of smell that comes from the body. Nevertheless, you're allowed to learn Torah. However, you're not allowed to say creation. The person himself is the one that created that smell. He's not allowed to learn Torah. He must distance himself from that smell. What about if we don't know whether what we're looking at is lying or, let's say, not? It's a suffix. So, if it's even if it's in trash, there's a lot of soya, a lot of paragliding, it's funny because this would be the right side of the same fish in front of paragliding is in front of a stream coming out of a person. And once it hits the ground, it's not also the right side, it's different from the water geyser if you have a soft. However, when it comes to the soft itself, you don't know if you're looking at chocolate or soya. So in that case, if it's in a pile of trash, and it's awesome. Why? Because in trash, usually you find soya. In the house, it's not like this, one of says, you don't find soya in your house. What is the shear? How much of your life is it that makes it possible to reach? One of says, there's a constant, it's so moist that it doesn't really have. It makes it households. The other says, all you need is to fail. As long as it makes your head, just as it makes the household. The one you have, Lebo says that if it's just in the outline of the ground, even though it's not moist at all, it's still possible. Once the shear of soya, you have another shear. One shear is that it's harder than the outside, so long as it's soya. Another shear says up on the point where it's cracks in it. Another shear says because it's hardest further and if it breaks. The Allah is, Rabbi says that it has to be as hard as furtherware in order for it not to be soya, in order for you to be able to say creation. And this brings us to common things. It says the mission of the learn. The person is inside of the mikvah and he realizes how to say creation. And he doesn't have enough time to get out and interest. He should say creation on the water. Now, number one, we're talking about Masikin. So for me, those people should consider that before people call Masikin, that we do not say creation. Right, that's a chama, but other people consider it we have. The other thing we want to see, but we have a water. The water is dirty water, or it's not safe. Therefore, it needs to carry your human eyes and your paragraph, or your heart in paragraph, or any other part, let's say your field paragraph. Another Bible says, no, we're talking about clear water, but nevertheless, there's no issue of like right on cerebral, and there's no issue of make a rhyme in cerebral. La halacha. If you feel you only get touches paragraph, it's also feel, so to speak, see the paragraph. That's what you say The Erev of God, halacha is considered Erev. I would think it says in the Pasuk, B'sar Chamer, B'sar to have halacha of Chamer. Mashma is still considered an Erev. It's not called Rav Shapir. There's a vessel that usually contains excrements, soya, urine. Now it's completely clean. Nevertheless, it's possible to say Krishna not pregnant because of the source. It's disgusting mostly. For the Tanakama, the entire house, even if it's 100 hours long, it has a halacha of Dalanamas, because the halacha of soya. According to Shimon Meal, if you have soya in front of the bed, that doesn't create a pizza, therefore not distance yourself from Amos from soya. If there's a bed, and the soya, that creates a pizza. What if the soya is below the bed? Well, very interesting. If the bed is only 3 feet above the ground, so that the concept is called lower. And says if the bed is on the ground, then it carries the soil. If the bed is 10 feet above the ground, then it's us is created by it. But if it's between 3 and 10, the Gemara remains in the sun. If the Meragline are in a regular, so the bed, or they're not from if water in the deep first, and then you pour the Meragline have the water, then the Meragline become bubble, drop by drop. As it hits the water, they become bubble. However, if the Meragline were in the deep first, and then it's right through the bottle with water, well, that's a machlokes whether culture works or you need to use. The only matter purpose says that. It's exactly opposite. If you put it in water before the Meragline, that is a machlokes whether you need a culture or you need to. Meragline were there first, certainly need to use. Entirely for today. There's a Isser Kashnich in a house that has Sefira and filth. You need to remove Sefira and filth from the house, or you get the pizza you can. That's right. Or you put Sefira and filth in a double napkin. I think it's wonderful thing. Rocha is Daf Chavov. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well-wishers, the many emails, WhatsApps, etc. Who happen to be or have the Shabbos this Shabbos. Shalom Zohar at my house. You're all invited. Nachal Moab to apartment 9. Gemara says that it's also to daven Shemona Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no tzoya in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a suffix whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom, but outside facing the new bathroom that was not being used, it's mutter. There's a type of a bathroom called Parsim, similar to what we have today. It's where the tzoya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered sasom, is considered sealed, and it's mutter to daven facing. Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah brings 3 cases where there's an additional tumah to the carry. Ezra was misakin, they have to go to the mikvah in order to say the repair of the person's body. So what happens if a person is a zav? And we had this earlier. A person is a zav gomer. He saw 2 re'iyos even one day. Now he has to wait shiva nekiyim 17 days. During that time, he became about carry. Now, if he goes to the mikvah, it doesn't really help much because he's already coming. Same thing. If a woman was a nida, so she has to wait 7 days, and she was pilot, she admitted she was there, so she also has the tumah of carry. And then the case that's interesting is where she was mishamesh. So Tashmish became coming, and then afterwards she became a nida. In all 3 cases, Tanakama holds that you have to be toivel in order to say the repairer review the says since it doesn't help anyways, you are potter. Now, the Gemara brings a case that's exactly the same as a woman who's shamish and then becomes a nida, and that is if a person is about carrying and then he becomes a zav, since the tefillah doesn't help anyways, according to the Tanakama, you do need a tefillah in order to talk in Torah, and according to Yehuda, you don't need it. And with that, we finish the 3rd parak of brachas. Mazel tov, hadrolach mishameis. Says the new Mishnah, the new parak. Shemona Esrei, according to the tzaddikim, the people that are called the Sikkim, they would daven Shemona Esrei exactly at sunrise. All other people would daven Shemona Esrei up until Chatzos. That's midday. and that's the loy ad b'chal up until midday. And Rabbi says up until 4 hours, 4 hours. It's maniyos up until 4 hours, including the fourth hour. If somebody purposely, b'mezid, didn't daven, that's what the pasuk says. Me'uvas lo yuchal liskoim. This is something that he can never fix. If a person forgets the daven Shemona Esrei, it doesn't matter if it's Shachris, Mincha, or Ma'ariv, he says two Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah. If he didn't say Shachris, he'll say two Minchas. If he didn't say Mincha, he'll say two Ma'ariv. And the big Chiddush is a Mincha. Because Mincha is saying that two Ma'ariv, Ma'ariv is already considered the following day. Nevertheless, you think, Ober's Manoi, Batal Korbanoi, no. Since it's davening, it's Rachamim, you could say two Ma'arivs because you missed the Mincha the day before. Yet, if somebody does say two Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah, he gets sechar for saying that tefillah, but he doesn't get sechar for saying that tefillah is man. The continuation of that pasuk of Me'uvas lo yuchal liskoim is the chesar v'chesron lo yuchal limanos. The Gemara says that's referring to when people get together and say, let's go mitzvah, let's go give Mebakar Choyle, let's go give tzedakah, and you refrain from going with them, that's chesar lo yuchal limanos. And with this, we come to Omid Beis. Omid Beis. If a person forgets Mincha, the weekday Mincha, Erev Shabbos, what should he do? He says two Shabbos Ma'ariv, even though it's a different type of Shemona Esrei. It's the Shemona Esrei of Ma'ariv of Shabbos. The issue, the Indian is, why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shemona Esrei should be a Shemona Esrei. Should have 18 brachas, and just the Chachamim says not to be matchilas, not to be matchilas. They made it less brachas. So therefore, if you say a weekday Shemona Esrei, you say Shabbos Shemona Esrei instead of weekday Shemona Esrei, it works. What if somebody forgot the mincha of Shabbos? The following tefillah is Meira of Matzah Shabbos. It's a weekday Shemona Esrei. What do? You say two Shemona Esreis, two Meiras, and the first one has a bell in it, and the second one does not. Because the halacha is that the Shemona Esrei that you're saying first should be the one that you're mechuyev to. So the first one is Meira, same Meira. The second Shemona Esrei is the Tashlumim. What if you reversed it? You said the first one for his, and the second one for Meira. Halacha is he has to say a third one because it's not Yotzei. The kasha is that you want to bring down. We say that if a person says he forgets to say Abdullah, he doesn't have to repeat Shemona Esrei at all. The Gemara says it's kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third Shemona Esrei. In that brayso we learned that if somebody forgets to say Masha Baruch or the same Talamota, he must repeat the Shemona Esrei. Now going into the davening, why do we have chakras in the The first sheet is Rabbi. It's based on our Avos Hadashim. Avram Avinu, he instituted chakras, as it says, Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was Mincha, as it says, Lifnei Slorev. And Yaakov Avinu was Ma'ariv, Ayol and Sham. Now, Rabbi Shua ben Levi says that it's based on the Avos, but they were so mechek, they compared it to the Korbanos. Chakras is up until Chatzos, like the carbon coming that you bring in the morning, and Rabbi says up until 4 hours. Mincha is from the time of Mincha Doila, meaning 6.5 hours in the day until the Erev. Rashi says Ad Chashecha. You learn in Rashi it means until Tzis B'chavim. Other Rishonim say until Shkia. In fact, the Mishnah Berurah says that the Mincha should be said and finished with the Chazar Shashatz and everything before Shkia. With the Yevet, you have up until 15 minutes before Tzis B'chavim. But the Mishnah Berurah points out that it's better to daven the Yechidas before Shkia than to daven with a minion after Shkia. Mincha is like the comment of the evening, which goes until the evening, which Yehuda says until halfway to the mincha, meaning 10 3/4 of an hour into the day. Ma'ariv is because of the Ivarim of the Eilot that you're marking on the Mizbeach all through the night. What's Musaf is actually consists of Eilot, they were misaking it, and that's why it's like the carbon of Musaf that goes all day long, whereas Yehuda says it goes until 7 hours of the day. You should hear only Psuras Taivags. Have a wonderful day. Zayin. According to Rabbi, all the zmanim of tefillah are Advad B'Chlal, and includes the entire hour. So, Shemona Esrei of Shachris, when it says goes until the fourth hour, that means including all of the fourth hour. It doesn't mean until the end of the third, but rather it goes into the fourth until the end of the fourth hour. Mincha is until the end of Plag Mincha, the first part of Plag Mincha, which means as follows. Let's talk about this money in Mincha for a second. We have Mincha and Dharma. You take the daylight hours of the day and divide it into 12 parts. That's called Shois Mani. It's not necessarily the hours that we have today. Chatzos is exactly in the middle, 6 hours. Plag Mincha or Mincha Dharma is a half an hour after Chatzos. So it's 6.5 hours. Mincha Tana is 9.5 hours from the beginning of the night, or 2.5 hours before the night. Take those 2.5 hours before the night and divide that in half. Plag, half. That's Plag Mincha. According to Yehuda, you can say Mincha, until the first portion, the first part of that Plag. In other words, 1.25 hours before nightfall is when you have to stop saying Mincha, because it's the first part of Plag, and it's the entire part of that Plag Mincha. Most of the Muslim goes all the way to the end of the seventh hour. Therefore, there's a situation where if a person has tefillas in front of him, he has mincha because he said that instant doyle starts at 6.5 hours. And he has another half hour left to finish off Musaf. Which one comes first? It says, daven Musaf first because Musaf is about to expire. You can't daven it past the end of the seventh hour. You only have a half hour left. Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava testified 5 things in the seven sayings. We pass it like the seven sayings. One of them is that we teach the Tana, whose mother married her off, and that's only the Rabbanon, in order that she shouldn't be after. In certain situations, we teach her that is a saying that she wants to negate the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. In a situation where 2 sisters, including this one of married to a brother, and her older sister is a doula married to another brother. That older sister's husband died, therefore she falls to evil. She cannot fall to evil in this current state because will be 2 sisters married to the other. Therefore, we teach the younger one the Mila, and she'll be a proper Yavama older. We taught a testimony, that you can marry a woman based on an Eidechad, one witness testifying that her husband died. We also testified that they did steal for a chicken who killed a person. And that for the Sachin on his bath, it's enough, and be considered old wine, it's enough to be 40 days old. And finally, for our Sukkah, Haman was leg grabbed 4 hours, in other words, the entire 4 hours into the day. And that's why we constantly know that daven Shachris 4 hours a day, not a look at it. Rav, except Shabbos, he did an early Shabbos, what we call today, after the Plag, because he holds like Yehuda that Plag is the end of the day, and after Plag is already nighttime. Chachamim say you can only do Makal Shabbos after Shkir. It's a common depending on which Rishonim, because they hold that Mincha goes all the way to the evening. And whoever does, the matter about you can do any way you choose as the Gemara. If the entire congregation davened Shemona Esrei, they thought it's nighttime, they davened Ma'ariv for once a Shabbos, but it's still Shabbos, they didn't see that it's only cloudy day. Their tefillah works because of Tikkun Tzibura, but if the individual made a mistake, he has to repeat the daven. The Rabbi sat in a Beis HaMerchatz in a sauna for the Gzeira against doing Zeyah, and he was Mikabel after he was Mikabel Shabbos. First he was Mikabel Shabbos, he went to the sauna, and then he taught Torah. Rabbi Abba, who was a Talmud Chaver of Rab, davening Mincha of Friday behind Rab, who was davening Ma'ariv of Shabbos. And you see from here that Rab didn't take his 3 steps back, he didn't do his Shalom because Rabbi was still davening Shemona Esrei. Learn out Halacha that if somebody's davening behind you, you're not allowed to take the steps back, you're disturbing them, or they should bring that the Shekhinah is there. However, if it's out of the 4 arms of the person, you're allowed. But the only reason why Rabbi was allowed to daven behind Rab is because he was also his friend, the Talmud Chaver. But a regular person, a regular Talmud is also to daven behind this Rebbe. If he does, he causes the Shekhinah to be quiet from. Just like if a Rebbe says Shalom to a Talmud, and you answer him back like you answer the regular person, Shalom, instead of saying Shalom Aleichem Mayri, that also causes the Shekhinah to be there. And if the Talmud opens up the yeshiva without asking permission, gives Europe, that's Misal the Shekhinah. Lahalacha, a person couldn't make an Shabbos and make Kiddush before nightfall, as long as he repeats preach Rabbi. Shmuel says that a person can daven Motzi Shabbos, on the Shabbos itself, and make Havdalah on a cup before Shabbos is over. It's a very interesting story. The Gemara says that in the name of Rabbi said that Rabbi Shmuel bar Yossi stood at this particular pillar and he davened the tefillah of Shabbos, Myra Shabbos, on Erev Shabbos. Says, well, that's not what happened. It happens to be it wasn't a pillar, it was a palm tree. And it wasn't Shmuel bar Yossi, it was a Rabbi Lazar bar Yossi. And it wasn't Erev Shabbos on Shabbos, rather it was Shabbos on Motzei Shabbos. It's not like this whether the Myra is obligatory, you have to daven it or not. But the Gemara brings in, therefore our Mishnah says, our Mishnah holds that it's not a Peter. The Gemara brings a very famous story that Rav Shimon bar Yochai asked Rabbi Shmuel, do you have to daven Myra or not? And he said, it's Rishos. And he went and he asked Rabbi Gamliel, who's the Nasi, and Rabbi Gamliel said it's a Chayva. He said, wait a minute, Rav Shmuel says it's not a Chayva. He said, let's wait until everybody comes. Everybody thinks that it's Chayva. He says, ask him. He said, do I have to daven Myra? Rabbi Gamliel says, you have to daven Myra. Or Rabbi Shmuel said, I don't have to. No, so Rabbi Gamliel says, is anybody here before? And Rabbi Shmuel said, no, nobody argued that. But they said in your name that said that you said that it's Rishos. Says Rabbi Shmuel, I can't argue with him. He's alive, I'm alive. How can I argue with him? Rabbi Gamliel forced Rabbi Shmuel to stand as the shiur went on. And Sipur was very upset. They said, last year when I came to Rosh Hashanah, Rabbi Shmuel asked me that it's Yom Kippur. And Rabbi Gamliel said, I want you to come on Yom Kippur, which I hold is not Yom Kippur, with your stick, with your money. And you asked him when it comes to Choyres, I heard something complain that he made Rabbi Shmuel stand up like he did today. They have to get rid of him. Who's going to be instead of him? Rabbi Shmuel can't be instead of him because he's part of the story. Rabbi Peter can't be instead of him because he's not Kesavos. It has to be Rabbi Lazar because he's a Chacham. He knows how to answer everybody. He has Sos Avos. He's 10th generation from Ezra, and he's wealthy. He can go deal with the Pesach. Rabbi Lazar is asking why. The thing is excuse. So he asks his wife. His wife says, "But what if they remove you? It's better to be a glass cup and that breaks the next day than not to be anything. But you don't have white hair." There's a story in Pesach that they did in Finesse. They had 18 rows of white hair and made Hashem, that they say, they did. Rabbi always says, tomorrow we'll continue the story and Hashem have a wonderful day. We continue the famous story where they removed Gamliel as the Nasi and replaced him with the Ben Azariah. That made the famous states already finished. Shana, his beard turned white. That day, the Ben Azariah was Nasi. He opened up the doors, the gatekeeper, and to this whether 400 more benches full of Gamliel or 700 Gamliel felt really bad. So look, I mean, I prevented so many people when they came in his team and they showed him white vessels with ashes inside, meaning that they were not, the inside wasn't as pure as the outside. And the rest of it was alive. In fact, these people were proper people, they were good, they were very smart, big, feeling good. That day, where the sentence, was written and authored, everybody told all the prophets, any time in Shas that's mentioned, it's referring to that day, very any halacha that they had a question about between himself and didn't prevent himself from going back to the speech and even fighting again with Rabbi Yeshua and halacha. In fact, a big fight between him and Rabbi Yeshua, whether an anointing Yehuda was a person who came from Ammon, whether he could be a bear or not. It says in the Torah that it's not a bear from Ammon. Rabbi Yeshua claimed that Sancher came and mixed up all the nations, and therefore they are no longer considered anointed people of the parish. This particular a non-Jew comes from the right, and therefore we accept him. And we'll argue with him if everybody agrees to Yeshua, says if everybody agrees to Yeshua, I see that perhaps I made a mistake by fighting with him. He went asking the people, he went to the store, he saw that the walls of his house were black. He realized it's a problem he deals with things that make his house black. He says, I see you're becoming, Yeshua calls him back. I see you don't understand the needs of Klal Yisrael, of the inspiredness. And he says, I accept. I asked him a Mechila, Yeshua didn't take the Mechila. Says the Gemara, an amazing thing. He says, well, at least for Mechila, Yeshua left me in the honor of my forefathers. As you see, his great-great-grandfather was Philip. And look at all the guys all the Siyam that came from Philip, all throughout Hashem Mechila. And in fact, Yeshua was one of them. So the Gemara said, if so, once Yeshua was one of them, he put the state, he sent the laundry, and the laundry said him in Rebbe, the words of Yeshua. He said, let the person that wears the clothing, the cloak, that he's wearing the cloak, the veil, and the one who doesn't, the person who was in the Zayda, he shouldn't say, give me your cloak, let me wear it. Rebbe didn't accept it. Says Rabbi Kiva, let's close the doors, let's not allow the servants, the slaves of the Gamliel to come and persuade us. So, Yeshua himself went to the Gamliel. Yeshua said, the person, the Chayet, who's the son of a Chayet, who doesn't have Zah, and spills the ashes of the Paraduma, he needs to sprinkle salt. You're the son of Nasi, and therefore you should be a Nasi. The question is, so he accepted. The question is, what do we do for Muslim Azariah? He's ready to Nasi. You don't go lower in Kedusha. What they said is, the Gamliel would say, a piece of Shira, and unfortunately, the Shira Muslim Azariah, he needs to withdraw and alternate week to week, because that will bring Kiddush. Reb Zera, says the Gemara, was very weak. He couldn't retire, but he wanted to gain some consistency. He started by the Spanish, he kind of stood up. It's amazing. He couldn't retire, he was able to stand up. And he heard the following Allah in the name of Rabbi, that if somebody is late with his Muslim, that is Muslim after 7 hours, is considered a cliche. Yeah, if he has the option of davening mikvah or Muslim, he should daven mikvah first, because mikvah is tough. Zero repeated this halacha 40 times in order not to forget that he heard it from Yochanan and not through the labor. To taste food before Muslim, we call it the Kiddush Club, it's also a halacha, it's Muslim. I'm not saying Kiddush Club is Muslim. To eat before Mincha, according to Yeshua Levi, it's also a halacha, it's Muslim. It brings us to other things. If a person is not in a shul with a tzibur, and they're not only by Muslim yet, it's also for him to daven Muslim before Yos, but he's usually this in shul only they could. Says the Mishnah, had a special tool that he would say for inspectorship before he started learning, that the Gemara says he goes to scholars, he runs to the when he questioned the guy Allah. I should have made a mistake in Allah, but he used to do something amazing. My friend should be happy that I made a mistake in Allah and not even make fun of me. So we two routes. First of all, I made a mistake in Allah, so causing them to make fun of me. And I shouldn't say I'm coming, and my friend should be bitching in Allah, and I should make fun of them. Saturday, I should say, why does it have Hashem like that? She's not the Yoy, she is the Bedouin. Ani Mashkin, everyone knows this from the Sweden. So, Ani Mashkin, Rothschild, was the time of love, and also the Shachats, etc. When Rabbi was sick, he told us, if you want to know about the following things, and he says it in this order, it's very interesting. First, treat your friends with respect. That's number one. Number two, don't allow your children to learn from Chumash. Then they stay with the Gemara. Have your children be surrounded by the Chachamim, put them in a place of the Chachamim, and when you die, number one rule davening is not so much Havana, etc., but to remember when you davening too. When Rabbi was about to die, he was crying. He asked him, why are you crying? He said, for a person of Rachel King, who was so fearful, judge us, etc. But the king, and today he's here, tomorrow he's gone, he makes him be private. I'm not going to be afraid. I don't know if I'm going to get in. It says, and he gave you a bracha that your fear should not, you should be as you should fear, but it's powerful that you fear human beings. Esrei, that's in each one. In a place like Sakana, you see something called the Tefillah Tzara. And the difference between that and Rabbi is that we say Tefillah Tzara, that's repeated again later on. And what's a Tefillah Tzara? We say, Shah Hashem Zakfas, Shahir Yisrael, Harshas Yikot, Yutz Recheya, Fonecha, Korach, Hashem, Man Tefillah. The person who's riding on a donkey must get off the donkey or down if you can. Turn his head towards the line. If you can, fathom his heart. If you're on a boat, his heart. Why do we say Shemona Esrei, 18 brachas? One man says it's the 18, it represents the 18 Shemas of Hashem, and the Hafidal of Chavod Hashem, or the 18 Shemas, or the 18 vertebrae that we have in our spine, and the wonderful thing. Bracha is that of Tes, as you might have heard. Tonight is the Shalom Zohar of my first grandchild, my grandson, and I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. We got close to 400 emails, WhatsApps, text messages, and I want to assure you, I read every single one. I just can't reply to that many emails and WhatsApps. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot. It's very touching and moving that people went the extra mile and sent me messages of encouragement and mazel tov and welcoming to the grandfather club, etc. We should all share sympathy together. The Gemara tells us that Shimon HaPekaili, he's the one that put together the Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas that we say every day. And Shmuel HaKatan is the one that added the 19th bracha. Today we say it's called Shemona Esrei, we're saying 19 brachas. And the 19th bracha is V'lam Al-Shinem, it's against the minim, the heretics. And the Gemara tells us that a year later, after he authored it, he was davening for the Ovid, he was a Shliach Tzibur, and he simply forgot his masterpiece that he put together. The halacha is that when a chazan forgets a bracha, we don't remove him. But if he forgets V'lam Al-Shinem, we must be concerned perhaps he himself is a min, and that's why he's not saying it. Maybe Shmuel HaKatan became a min. Just because he's a tzaddik, just because he authored it, doesn't mean anything. Says the Gemara, the reason why they didn't remove him is because he started the bracha. And that proves he's not a min. A min wouldn't even start the bracha. Now, if a person is a rasha, and then he did tshuva, it's very possible that he ends his life as a rasha. Because Machlek in Rov and Abaya, if a person starts out as a tzaddik, will he become a rasha later on in life? And this is also dependent on the Machlekes, whether or not Yochanan Kohen Gadol is the same person as Yana Yaman. Yochanan Kohen Gadol, we know, served as a Kohen Gadol for 80 years, yet he died as a rasha. The 7 brachas of Shemona Esrei on Shabbos, it's funny, we call it Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas, it's really 7. They are to correspond with the 7 kolos that David said in Kol Hashem Alamayim. The day of Rosh Hashanah are to correspond with Azkaros the Chanasa, which was on Rosh Hashanah itself. On Rosh Hashanah, Sarah, Rachel, and Hannah were nifkad, which Baruch Hu decided they should have children on Rosh Hashanah. On a Tainus, in addition to the 18 brachas, we say 6 additional brachas for a total of 24. And we only say these 24 on a day of Rachamim, like a Tainus. Why? These are corresponding to 24 Grinados, the Shirais, the Suri, the Shlomo HaMelech said, as they brought the Aron into Kodesh HaKadoshim. Rabbi Yeshua says that you say Me'ein Shemona Esrei. You don't say a full Shemona Esrei. Everybody is supposed to say the Me'ein Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? According to everybody, at least the 3 first brachas and the 3 last brachas are the regular brachas. The question is what you put in between. According to Shmuel, you put Havineinu. So we had before, it's a kitzur of Shemona Esrei. Each bracha consists of 3-4 words. And Abaya would curse those that would use Havineinu instead of Shemona Esrei. Shmuel says you can say Havineinu every single day besides the Motzei Shabbos. Because what do you do with the Havdalah that we insert into the Shemona Esrei by Atafan, and we put in Atafan Atanu? And you cannot make its own bracha like Rabbi said, it should be the 4th bracha, Atafan Atanu. And according to Rabbi Eliezer, is by Biden. The reason why we don't pass like Rabbi Eliezer is because you don't insert additional brachas. Therefore, it has to be part of something. The only question that remains in the Gemara is, so then why don't we just say the Kitzur in Atochayim, add a couple of words for Abdullah? The Gemara says it's passion. Rabbi would not say Havinenu in the wintertime because you can't insert the same Talmud Matar into Havinenu. And you can't put it together with the bracha of Bergaz Hashanim because that would be matching him, that would throw the person off. Now, we don't say that someone will get thrown off by inserting Atochen and Tono into Atochenim because, very interesting, the beginning of Shemon Esrei, where it says a person has kavanah. It's only later on that a person starts spacing out. So when he has kavanah, Atochenim Lodin Das, then we can insert whatever we want, and he's not going to get confused. But later on, Shemon Esrei get confused, and we don't insert it purposely by Shemay Tefillah. That's only if a person made a mistake, we can insert it there. If a person doesn't say Masha Ruach Moed Geshem, we make him repeat the entire Shemon Esrei. If a person doesn't say the same Talmud to the bracha, you don't make him repeat the entire Shemon Esrei unless he's past Shemay Tefillah. You can always say by Shemay Tefillah. If a person doesn't say Yal Yahweh, he goes back to Ritzei. As long as he didn't finish Shemon Esrei, he goes back to Ritzei. Now, if he takes 3 steps back by Yisrael Shalom, then he has to repeat Shemon Esrei. Some people that say that the person is not used to saying Tachanuna, even if he didn't take 3 steps back, but he's at the end of Shemon Esrei and he doesn't say tefillah, he must Shemon Esrei. We learned in the Mishnah that you should not make your Shemon Esrei a fixed. You should make your tefillah Shemon Esrei a fixed thing. Now, what does fixed mean? Gemara brings numerous pshat. One pshat is that you make it as a burden. Like, when are we going to get over with this? When is this davening going to be done with? Another pshat is he doesn't say it like a tefillah. He doesn't say it softly as if he's begging for something. Another pshat is that it's a Shemon Esrei that you don't add your own words. You just read from a siddur and you're done. You're supposed to make it your own. You're supposed to show that you care and add words to it. The siddur said that's not true. I know how to add my own tefillah, but I don't because that could throw me off. Another pshat is that he doesn't daven when the sky is red. In other words, you don't daven chakras by the sikila. You don't daven mitzvah by shkia when this all the way at the last moment. And it's true they would curse those who would push off mitzvah at the last moment because if you come to forget your daven. The Mishnah discusses tefillah tzara. If you're in a situation of danger, you should say tefillah tzara, shortened tefillah. One of the things we say in that tefillah is the whole parsha Hebrew. In the parsha of Hebrew, the Gemara explains it's referring to pregnancy. That just like when a woman is upset when she's pregnant, so too HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when he's upset, should have a chodesh HaKadosh. I just stick in a little fart. What does it mean? A woman is pregnant, she's upset. The pshat is that every good thing comes with pain and aggravation. As the Gemara says, Eretz Yisrael was nicknamed Yisur. In order to come to a beautiful, healthy child, you have to go through very vigorous labor and delivery and everything else that's about. So just like a woman who's upset, in other words, she went through pain, but at the end she had a beautiful thing. So too, Klal Yisrael is always upset that it comes to beautiful things. The Gemara said at the beginning of the chapter that if Baruch Hu wasn't upset by those days when Bilam was going to curse Klal Yisrael, that led people to go off the dirt and be mizana because they didn't have that fear of the Chaz HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Chaz HaKadosh Baruch Hu actually is good for us. It brings good things. And some people say that this tefillah tzara shas Hebrew means when Klal Yisrael are not doing the right thing, or Baruch Hu still thinking about Klal Yisrael. If a person is walking a safari with dangerous animals, with bandits, you should say tefillah tzara. What is this tefillah tzara? Blazer says, I said it's something from Shemayim Yirah v'tim nachas ruach li'yirach u'lepachas v'atoy b'necha asay baruch atah Hashem Shemayim. Blazer Tzilik says, Shema tzakas Amchel Yisrael v'asay me'ir b'kashasam baruch atah Hashem Shemayim. There's another one in there, and finally Achirim said, Sorchi ha'amcha merubah. I think this is a song. V'day d'mitzara yirotz and shetinan echad echad k'dei parnasasoy v'kvio kvio dei machsoyroi. It should give everybody what they need. Baruch atah Hashem Shemayim. And the halach is this is what tefillah tzara is. Rabbi said, don't get upset because if you get upset, that brings to the Aveira. To Aveiros. You should always say, that we know what it is. Etc., etc. Happy wonderful day, happy great Shabbos, and Mazel Tov, and Simchas by everybody. Brothers not flamin', going to watch the Super Bowl today. Please remember there's a little bit of Torah, maybe at halftime, an 8-minute dog. And if you do, don't forget to send some pictures. The word tells us that we're going on the way up to St. Sadera, have to wait until you come out of the city. But do not take St. Sadera once you pass 8,000 amas, which is approximately 60,000 feet. Rav Sheshes holds that when St. Sadera can stand still, Rav Sheshes says will be moving. Yet when they went together, Rav Sheshes respected Rav Sheshes and stood. He didn't want to do bad in a place of good. In fact, Allah says it's preferable to be in a standing position where you say, St. Sadera. Riding on a donkey, sometimes whether you get off the donkey, you give the donkey to somebody else. Rabbi says you don't because that's going to take away your concentration. You're going to think about the donkey. A person who's blind or doesn't have a compass, he should think about Rothschild in his heart. The point is, you always have to be facing the pirates, which is the Kach HaKadosh. So if you're in footballers, you face a stroll, which is eventually going to get you Kach HaKadosh. If you're in a stroll, you face flying, some English, you face Russian. If you're in the Kach HaKadosh, you face the pirates. Behind the pirates, turn around and face everybody else and face the pirates. You have north, face south, always facing the pirates. What do you do if you have an emergency situation and you won't be able to dive into an instant come up? The father of Shmuel used to dive into an instant extremely early. According to Rashi, even before Alyssa Shachar, Mesa says that doesn't make sense because there's no such shear that's in the middle of the night. As it's like the after Alyssa Shachar, Rav Shimon Elazar is Mufalik. He says, first say Kriya Shema, then you say Shemon Esrei. It's better to say Shemon Esrei sitting down, but it's right after Shema than to say Shemon Esrei standing up. From the Shmuel, it's better to say Shemon Esrei standing to come up. The Rabbi before they said a shear, they would grab a minion, even though it's really early, they would grab a minion and dive. And once they gave the shear, the sun came up. It was Netzachama, then the Talmidim would speak out one by one to dive in Shemon Esrei. Rav Ashi, very interesting. He would give his material on his announcer, would give him a lot of material to say over. When he was saying over that material, he, in a sitting position, would say Shema and Shemon Esrei. Why did he get up and go out and say Shemon Esrei? Says Rashi, an amazing thing. They don't want to be that person who calls the whole big strength of the Yeshiva to stand up in his honor. That would be too much of a gift for everybody. He didn't want to die really like Shmuel's father. He never saw his Rabbi do it. You don't want to bring a million because he thought that was a fearful of making the Mishnah at the start time of the shir. Says the Mishnah, Chachamim say that you daven Musaf even if it's without a tzibur. The Elazar ben Azariah says no, Musaf is only the tzibur. Buddha says in the neighborhood of Elazar ben Azariah that Musaf, if you have a tzibur, then the shnei tzibur is one tzibur. If you don't have a tzibur, then even if you don't finish the Kuya, daven Musaf, that in fact is how Rabbi Shmuel Paskin. And Rabbi Amir Rabbi to pass the moment and say Musaf even begins at the beginning of the Sefter. That they used to daven in the exact same place by the pillars where they would learn Torah. In other words, it was daven Yechidus, Shachros, and Musaf. Rabbi Yochanan testified that he saw Rabbi Yanai davening back-to-back Shemon Esrei. The Gemara says the same pastor say that he didn't have Kabbalah, and that's why he repeated Shemon Esrei. Because what he testified, Rabbi Yochanan, he knows what he's saying. So he quotes the story in order to bring it a point that David also even Felix, where there's a similar story. Rabbi Barab was David Shemon Esrei, and repeated it can't be because he didn't have Kabbalah. The lesser says that before you David Shemon Esrei, you have to this situation, evaluate whether you could at least have Kabbalah or Bracha, of course. And therefore, it's possible Rabbi Barab didn't speak that David Shemon Esrei was a Shmeidish to God, say Al-Yahweh. One forgets to say Al-Yahweh in Shabbos. One Muslim forgets to think Muslim instead of Muslim. He says, at the final of the Shemon Esrei, if he's in the Tzibur, he doesn't repeat Shemon Esrei because he creates from the Tzibur, and he himself is going to repeat Al-Yahweh later on at Mincha. But if he's down in the Filas, he should repeat Shemon Esrei. If a person forgets Al-Yahweh by Meir, Rabbi says, never repeat Meir. Why? Because Rosh Chodesh is Mekudesh in the daytime, not at night. It's not Mekudesh in order for us to make him repeat Yalabiyah. However, Amemar says that's only in a 2-day Rosh Chodesh where you can say Yalabiyah in the second night of Rosh Chodesh. 1 day Rosh Chodesh, you do repeat Rosh Chodesh. The person must repeat Rosh Chodesh or is davening Muslim immediately after Shabbos. He must wait enough time for him to walk Dalet Amos. I would say that's approximately 2 to 3 seconds. And with that, we finish the third parak of Tfilas HaShachar, and now we begin the fifth parak, Ein Oimdim. The Mishnah tells us that the daven transfer has to be with respect and awe of the Baruch Hu. We can't be laughing, giggling. It has to be with private grudge. The Hasidim are showing them to contemplate and meditate about the davening for 1 full hour before the davening. Even if a king comes over to speak while you're not answering, you're not allowed to answer it. If a snake wraps itself around the pocket, especially a snake, don't move. Gemara says, you don't learn from Chana that it says by here, if you are a snappish and a bitter heart, Chana is different. You can have children. You don't learn from David HaMelech. It says, when you read Chazal called him Sefa, the Shtachel, we think like the Shtachel, the hero Sefa, the hero, meaning with fear. David HaMelech is different. You know that he worked extremely hard on himself. He's fearful, he's powerful. Perhaps you can learn from the puzzle about Chakras Kodesh. Sometimes the hand of Ches can be interchangeable, so if you prepared that Kodesh, you should have fear of the Kodesh. If you want to know, you can just read it simply. Chakras Kodesh, meaning you should wear beautiful clothing, glory. You should wear nice clothing when you die. So what do we do this concept that you have to meet with private grudge? It says the puzzle, if you do as Hashem hero, you should serve Hashem fear. The situation of Hashem is people who are other joyful from trepidation. What does that mean? That every time you are joyful and happy, on the other hand, you should have that fear. Rabbi asked Abaya, why is he joyful? He says, well, people who are other. They have to be fearful. He said, don't worry about it. I'm wearing tefillin. I'll keep it in check. Similar story to Yirmiyah. But if I take Yirmiyah Moisef, I'm going to allow myself to say this. This is the most favorite person. To be sad, it's a hard for being sad. At least that's what the Hasidim about. Funny to see from the Bible. Fearful of Hashem, don't have to be joyful. He says, Meira, I'm where you're feeling. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Have a wonderful day. Roughly not Lamed Aleph. The word tells us to get rid of balance between being joyful and being fear about the wonderful. There's 2 stories that are identical. Margaret, Ravina, and Rav Ashi were both at weddings different times, and saw that the crowd was very joyful. Extremely expensive glass dishes to be broken. It's the minute to break glass by a football, but they put everybody in their place. Of course, there's a good on hold. It says, positive policy, so you can only then when Mashiach comes and you have a smile. Be happy. Shlokish was smiling at the time. He heard this from that day on. He never smiled. I love it is that when you finish with answering, you daven right after you have been or after you learn a real halacha. That won't take away from concentration. It has to be halacha super halacha. There's no argument about it. For instance, the word says, when Yisrael, they accept upon themselves that even if they see dam the size of a mustard seed, they have to wait 7 days. Their eyes are not going to have dam all throughout 7 days and go to pick on 7 days. Another halacha. With your eyes, so if you bring food into your house and take food into the house, to the back door, Shabbat, you're part from ice. Because halacha is you have to be in the front door and you have to move up and it has to be smooth like. So to do that, with your shaft, with the shaft of the meat in, you give it to your animal, so that's actually a steroid and not a flat steroid. Another halacha. If you let the blood out of an animal, raw blood, you're not allowed to use it if that animal was a carbon. If you shove an animal that's a carbon, use that blood, it's no evil. Eating Rabbanan said, the halacha is, without Shemon Esrei has to be favorite branch, Syria. Rashi says, halacha is, right before you see Shemon Esrei, saying, halacha psuka. You don't have Shemon Esrei, you're sad, or you're extremely happy and joyful, and you just finish a great conversation, or in the Taylor, that's the people who did simcha updating. Same with all the parties, you take out of your friend, it shouldn't be Palace Rosh or the Taylor. Best thing is, you give him a great card, think about, remember you after he leaves. Here's what Kenny says, that the only places that are inhabited today is on Earth are places that other Rothschild said at the time that should be inhabited there. You see the tree growing, that means that back then other Rothschild said there should be trees in that place. The amazing concept, the Gemara says that Rabbi Kiva, David himself, you start out in one corner of the house, you end up in another corner, you do all these videos and stuff. Otherwise, you now, when he David did Sibur, he was mindful of other people around him, he David the really good for Ezra, so they don't have to wait for him. From Daniel, they wanted to kill Daniel, they threw him into the lions, and he doesn't listen to their yoga, he asks his question for his heart. The riot is because he had windows in his house, he was David, with flying, so you see that he's David, he had to have windows, he had to have flying, he had to be flying. Maybe perhaps they all this feels from everyone shine. That enough from the Ramelech has to be prepared, maybe it's a rain. When we down transfer, it's set up. We see three brooks in the beginning. There are shocking both 13 brooks that we have for our needs. Why? Shlomo Melech says, we read up first with Rina, then Tefillah. One should ask his needs in the brooch should have. If he really wants to ask for a lot, talk a lot about the heart, should do that all the way at the end. You know the famous story of Tano. The Gemara says amazing things that you feel. Tano was in the Tino. She was married to Rabbi the Rabbi, and she didn't have children. She went to there was Nikash Shilo, Davin, and India Payan. Her mother was there before that she was grown. In fact, she ended up having Shmuel Hanav. The words of the Psukim, many Rushim from the Psukim. It says, Medaber Saliba, you see from here that one should be Mefada David. Rabbi from Sunrise for which meaning that when you die, you must move your lips. You can't just stare at the bed. Even if the sound's not coming out, you must move your lips. It says, you hear your voice, you hear sound, because it's possible for a person to daven out loud in the streets. Next to you, subscribe up. The Shapiro, 18 coaches drunk, meat in a drunk, is also for daven. The person that's drunk daven says it, he's playing it, I mean, he's hard. This brings us from the base. It says, what are you going to be drunk? In other words, you must repeat your friend, even if it's in the Rabbah. She said, I thought you have been afraid that Rabbi, I thought you could get up and do this. I'm not drunk. No, if somebody accuses you of something, you must tell them they are wrong. Don't let them think that you are really doing something wrong. So you had to give her a bracha. He said, the people shalom. But it's professional share, but you must give that person a bracha. That was the first person that ever called a Baruch the name Tzvalitz. And she used different tricks to feel. She called it Baruch. If you don't give me a son, I'll pretend I'm a son in a suit that you give me mine of the water. Give me the water. It says in the Pasuk, the mitzvah, in Israel, Zera, one hour again. If she's proven not guilty, she won't have a child. She, of course, I'm going to give her a child. The other one, makes a Zara. If she's proven not guilty, then she'll have easy birth. She's ready for it. So what did that Madomar, Roy Ritza, Roy Kira, is not a drush. Once it says I'm a self, I'm a certain 3 times, the Gemara wise. You can learn the word I'm a self of relation to Risa. Why don't you check me 3 different ways that you check other women and give them Risa? If they weren't not giving Risa, Allah and Allah said, I am not. Why do I deserve what you're giving me? She says that we hope Zera Nosh, what that means? A man that's above other men. So the more nourishings, either that he Shmuel anointed David and Shimon, or it means that he was as great as Moshe and Aaron together, which is amazing. Or the shot is that she asked that she fit in society. She shouldn't be greater than anybody. She should be a mediocre person, not taller, not smarter, not better looking, not whiter. It says the Pasuk, I need Seves. I'm standing there. So we learn from here. I was standing there because in other words, learn from here. I love there's so much damage when answer next to $1 hours or not good to sit down next to them. Lord tells us, the Peter told his people, we have to shut this bowl. Go get a pipe. Shmuel said, you don't need a pipe for Shmita. You only need a pipe for the other three Avodos. Kamal Elocha and Shmita. In fact, Nathan said, you're right. You shouldn't have said that. Now you're aware Allah, your Rabbi, you are high, so you want to kill him. Comes Khan and says, don't kill him. So he tells her, let me kill him because he's high, he's going to die, we'll have another kill. She told him, the Lakar has said, for this child, spirit. He medaberes alipo. How this people says the Gemara. She told him it was born for a recent time. She said, you gave him everything you created in human is for a purpose. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth. Why did you give me the ability to nurse? I don't have a child. And finally, the Gemara says, another Allah that's not connected to the title that a person sits and makes a kindness on Shabbos. Rashi explains everybody's eating so much food that he restrains himself. That will break it. So he will settle here. The problem is that he fasts on Shabbos. That's also. He needs to be part for that. So therefore, she fasts 2 days in a row. She fasts on Sunday. Can't fast on Sunday. She fasts on a different day. I think wonderful thing. Rothschild is not on the base, won't extend the heart of Muslim, my daughter, son-in-law, Miriam, Jacob, real son, your son, Naphtali, Moshe. It's very apropos. Today's daf discusses the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu, and Rashi explains that Naphtali means tefillah. Tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael always has a good answer why they sin, because it says in the Pasuk about Asher Eri Oisi. I'm the one that causes you to sin, eating the flavor of the Oisi, like putting the hand of an artisan, the Baruch the one that molds us. It's his fault that we sin. That's the racist thing that happened, the Baruch should remove the heart of stone that he put in us. It's his fault. That's Ruchi had to be given. I'm the one that inserts the Ruach. And then finally, Vayistalel, Moshe El Hashem. Moshe David Hashem, the Gemara Darshan's El is Al Hashem, which is a strong Lashon, a Lashon of growing it to Hashem, the kind of thing, which is not the best thing in the world. The Dizov, who wants this place Dizov, is the Lashon of Dizov, but not how this goes. It's your form of it, you gave us so much gold and silver that we sin with the egg. Without that, we wouldn't be able to sin. The Lashon is a person had a very weak cow, a bony cow, and fed him a lot, and then the cow turns around and kicks him. Whose fault is it? It's the owner who fed him, therefore he got kicked. Like your father, another Lashon, gives his son everything, he feeds him, and he feeds him, and then he gives him like money, he puts him by the door of the house of the soldiers. It's the father's fault that they sin. The Gemara says when you spoil somebody, spoil a kid, fill his stomach, that causes sin. Finally, I can quote you. It's the Moshe Rabbeinu says, the chesed is basic. I give you a lot of money, a lot of silver, the zav, also a bow, and a lot of gold. And what do you do? If you make a resort for bow, it's my fault. You won't tell Moshe Rabbeinu, great, go down. What's this double Lashon? You won't tell Moshe Rabbeinu, I only give you your godless, your riches to use for Klal Yisrael. Once I don't have Klal Yisrael, give it back to me, and therefore Moshe Rabbeinu came to speak to me. Until Moshe Rabbeinu realized that since heaven, the Prophet said, leave me alone so I can go destroy them. If you don't leave me alone, I can't destroy them. So Moshe Rabbeinu was Chazik with Tefillah. It's like a muscle where the king is beating up his son, and the king's best friend is watching in the corner, and he's scared to say something. And when the king tells his son, you're lucky that my friend is here, otherwise I would have killed you. The friend realizes that he has power, and he steps in and breaks up the fight. If the Torah wouldn't have said it before, it would be us to say it. But the Torah says that Moshe Rabbeinu helped Adam his Baruch and wouldn't let it go until he forgave Klal Yisrael. We say the famous passage on the page by Yichal Moshe. What does it mean by Yichal Moshe? We should say Moshe David by Yichal Moshe. One gives us 6 options how to learn the word by Yichal. One is if you know it's a lesson of you have to be persistent in feeling, or Yafeh, which is a lesson of nether. A person makes a nether, he needs somebody else to know it. But the Prophet said, I know my nether that I'm going to destroy Klal Yisrael. Or the lesson of follow. Follow is a body of that person. But Rabbi said, if any of us from life for Klal Yisrael. The word is lashon of chal, to rest. It is harachah to rest of Klal Yisrael. It's lashon of kula, sacrilegious. Moshe Rabbeinu thought that it doesn't make sense that you should act in such a way. And finally, a lashon of somebody sees that it's up the bones. Moshe Rabbeinu said, God is so much that he got sick. Take the pasuk Hashem, not do a head off, but be sworn off in yourself. What does that mean? Have both sworn in the heaven and earth. Just like heaven and earth, you can destroy that you. But since he swore to himself, just like himself, he's going to last forever. So to Yeshua, the highest role, that they're going to be the Israel Shomayim, it's going to last forever. But the very element it starts off, Moshe Rabbeinu speaking in one sense, which is not going to be which one is it? It says that the very element, that's Moshe Rabbeinu. And this for us is Shammai, both these things are not Moshe Rabbeinu. So you can learn that the possible people is Moshe Rabbeinu, and it's important you learn that I must Moshe Rabbeinu. But I said, I heard the Christ from what you told me to say, that you're going to give me the land, so you have to keep your word. It said the possible Hashem. It's a lotion of Kevos, it's Gemara, that Moshe Rabbeinu said, the nations are going to say they became like a woman. You're able to fight strong, but it's one nation in the midst, one king, and the wife said, we said, but it's the situation, you can't protect it. She's a virgin, at the end of the day, you're right. That's what the Romans are going to say. So, Lachti Kipurecha, that's what they're going to say. Was the Talmud who's Rabbi Rifat, the first Davin's first, give a shvach at the Torah, and then ask for what he needs. Tefillah is more important and more powerful than good deeds. Because no one is greater than Hashem when it comes to good deeds. Holding about later rituals, they don't stand strong because of his tefillah. Kindness is more powerful than tzedakah because kindness is good for your body, tzedakah is good for your money, and tefillah, although it comes to the place for others, has more power than karma. But fighting something in a situation that also they can come to lay you, but like a killed another individual, no longer nothing can do to see some life for the rest of his life. Once this criminal values, the gates of the field were locked, the open, but it's difficult. Or put a pizza, a parcel, an iron wall between us and himself. However, the gates of tears are never locked. Rabbi comes out, Hashem is assisting you. He doesn't feel it's there. You just have to be able to have those there. Rabbi never made a kindness for a day that was cloudy, set cloud, stopped the tefillah. And a person let his tefillah, as long as he's not behind him, as long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something, he has to give him what he has, then his tefillah will be established. But if he believes that his tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must answer him, he's not eyeing in his tefillah, then he's going to end up with a heartache. And what does he have to do if there's a heartache? He has to learn Torah. If a person's tefillah wasn't answered, he should repeat his tefillah. It says twice. There are four things that a person has to strengthen something. Torah, tefillah, masturbation. This one is interesting. In your job, in your profession, you have to strengthen yourself. It says in the Bible, Hashem forgot about us. Even if a person adds another wife, he'll never forget his original wife. So we rebel against our Lord. How do you forget about us? Oh, crazy. I never forgot about it. There are 3.6 billion times 300 billion stars in the sky. I don't know, 16 zeros, but who did they start? And they're all for your sake. You know, forgot about you. It says the Muslim, well, can a woman forget about her own child? The woman says, I'll never forget about her toilets. I'll never forget about her toilets. However, I do sometimes lose my memory when it comes to Averis like the Egel. I'll forget that. But I won't forget good things if I see that. The Hasidim Rothschild, the mission says, would prepare themselves an hour before davening. Mark tells us that they also prepare themselves an hour after davening. Davening for an hour. It's 3 hours. Each tefillah is 3 fifths a day. That's 1 hour. When did they have to have the classroom? That's the after Shemai that they didn't forget learning before the next. That's the Shemai. And also, things are very minimal. Finally, for today, if you're a middle school answer, you see a king. He says something to you, you don't answer. That's the truth. You guys should do that. See a king coming, you guys should king. And you're able to finish the rest of your thing. Say quickly and run. Have a wonderful day. Daf Gimel, the Gemara tells us a story. There was a chassid davening Shemon Esrei, and a non-Jewish officer walked by and said hello, and he refused to answer him because he was in the middle of Shemon Esrei. Says the officer, Reka, you're a poor. In your own Torah it says, if to watch your soul, I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She said, give me a moment to explain it to you. If you yourself were talking to the king and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do? The guy says, cut my head off. Okay, I'm talking to Melech Malchei Amlecha Baruch Hu. How can I stop? We learned in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps himself around somebody's leg while he's down Shemon Esrei, you don't stop Shemon Esrei. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shemon Esrei. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're thrown into a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead because lions don't always attack unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're down Shemon Esrei, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 100 feet, 50 amma, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because there's a saying in Aramaic, if you see a bull, run to the roof and take the ladder with you. Because a bull will attack, he's unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull in Nisan time and a black bull because there's so much food around that he goes crazy. The famous story with Rabbi ben Doisa in the Aroid, so we call it an Arvad, there's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a toad. And if it bites a human being, there's a race. Who can get to the water first? If the human gets first, then the Aroid dies. If the Aroid gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there was an Aroid causing a lot of trouble. They went to Rabbi ben Doisa. He said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroid bit him. And then this happened that there was a ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water, and he got to the water first, and he killed that Aroid. He took the Aroid, put him on his shoulder, and brought him to the base of measure, and he said, ain't that Aroid famous? The Aroid doesn't kill. It's our sins that cause us to die. And the people said, wow, we feel bad for this Aroid that bumped into Rabbi ben Doisa. It says in the Mishnah, we sing Mashav Ruach, where? In the bracha of Mechayim, because rain is the same thing as Tiyas HaMesim, it's the same power, it's the same nace. And we say the same Talmud Matal Bracha, in the Birkus Hashanim, that's Bracha Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the Bracha of Chodesh Adas. You need das, you need seichel, the friendship between Chodesh and Chol, Tomei and Tar. The Chacham say it's because it's the first Bracha they say in the weekdays. Every Shemon Esrei say 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas then. But the first bracha of weekday is Antachem. It says the Gemara contains 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Deah, Seichel. So it's a great thing to have Seichel and to use Seichel. In fact, if you don't, the person that doesn't use Seichel, we don't have Rachmanas on it. The Beis Hamikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name, also good. The person that uses Seichel, it's as if he built the Beis Hamikdash. Nilchama, revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. Mercy is no, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Eliezer say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted into Atachem. Rabbi Kiva says it's its own bracha by itself, it's the 4th bracha of Shemon Esrei. Rabbi Eliezer says he inserted it in mind. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make a bracha every single month of Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? You just look at what Anshe said to do, and that's it. The answer is because there were 3 hakadosh from Anshe Doila and Chachamim, and therefore there was a lot of confusion. The first hakadosh was to say Havdalah in Shul and Shemon Esrei, because Klal Yisrael didn't have money to buy wine and say it over. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said no more Shul. Let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor. So they had to change it. They said, instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one takana. We'll say it in shul and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can afford it will be yaitza with shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemon Esrei because the first Hakana was the sign of Shemon Esrei. But what if the reverse? The person said Havdalah in Shemon Esrei. Does he repeat it at home? And we know the answer. We repeat it at home. But there's a brisa that says you don't repeat it because it's shame Hashem. It's a bracha of Havdalah. You don't say Hashem's name for no reason. It says L'sisa. It's a deraisa. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's not love. And this brings us to things. You can ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats one kazayis of bread, they'll be mechayim him in 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah and Shemona Esrei, and he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine, but what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemona Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemona Esrei, plus he has to make Birkas Hamazon, that's 24 brachas. And once it's Shabbos, that falls out on Yom Tov, there's no Atal Chayim, so where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. According to Rabbi, it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachas, or in Maidim. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and there's three Lashonos of Rabbi Yochanan, either the Lashon of Maidim, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Eliezer, or the Lashon of Matim, that we lean towards Rabbi Eliezer. We don't tell people in public that I want to take Rabbi Eliezer, that you insert that Havdalah in Maidim. And the final Lashon is Nirim. We conceive Rabbi Eliezer's words. In other words, we don't tell, not in public, we don't pass him like that to an individual, but if an individual said Havdalah by himself in Maidim, we don't make him repeat what else. According to Rabbi Yosef, we say, and that's how we pass him today, we say, that's what in the middle, at the Bechar we stop, we say that which describes Yom Tovim, and we are grateful that Mishbar for giving us what cooking, and differentiating between Shabbos and Yom Tov, because the Kedusha of Shabbos is greater than Yom Tov. Says the Mishnah, if somebody tries to give a shot at Mishbar and says, "Look, Mishbar, you even have Rachmanis on birds, you made us do Hatan," we tell them to be quiet. Either because that's going to create a jealousy between other animals and birds, or because you think you understand Hashem's ways. When you do mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah because Hashem said to do the mitzvah, not because you understand the logic behind the mitzvah. If a person says Maidim, and he says again Maidim, it looks as if he's talking to two different entities, and we tell him to be quiet. If a person says, I recall Hashem's great chesed, all the good that he does to me, we tell him to be quiet, because you have to thank Hashem even for the bad. Just like you thank Hashem for the good, you thank Hashem for the bad, you say Baruch Dynamics. There was a person that was sitting in front of Rabbi, and he started saying, okay, Hagadol, Hakiva, Ha'anara. What he added, Jesus, Ha'ayam, Ha'anara, Ha'ayara, etc., etc. And when he finished, Rabbi said, that's all you have, that's all you got. In other words, in the Torah it says only 3 shafim, and Ezra only said 3. And actually, that's a Yoel was talking 3, so say 3. Otherwise, it's as if you are belittling HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's that much more. It's like saying on a person that has that much gold, and you say, oh, he has a lot of silver. We know that everything's in the hands of heaven besides Yerushalayim. I'm not sure what it says. What does Hashem want from you? Only to do a little bit of Yerushalayim. It seems like it's very easy. It's very difficult. And you see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, all he has in his Oitzer, all he has is Yerushalayim. In other words, he covets Yerushalayim. The answer is, Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yerushalayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else. So he considered it a small thing, and a wonderful day. Bracha is not one of If a person repeats words from Shema, it says Shema, Shema, go after. It's really not nice. It's good. If a person repeats the entire passage twice, then we tell him to be quiet. That seems like he's gotten different things. You teach a person to have kavanah. If he doesn't, says the Gemara, take a metal hammer and give him a nice whack. It says the Mishnah, If a shliach tzibur chazan makes a mistake, can't move further and no Shemon Esrei, you need to replace it immediately with another chazan. Now, typically, when somebody asks to be a chazan, it's a two-step process. First time you're asked, you refuse. The second time you start getting geared up to go, and the third time you go. However, in this emergency, there's no time for refusing, not refusing. When they ask you to get up to leave the placement, you jump and you go. A person who doesn't refuse to be a chazan, it's not an emergency. It's similar to a person who needs to eat without salt to fix it. If a person refuses to be punched, it's as if he's eating food too much salt, and that's not fixing. The replacement chazan, it begins from the place that the original chazan is staying. Think of the chazan when we get to Rabbi Kahan, he doesn't answer Amen. However, nowadays, we have this doing that the chazan should say Amen by the psukim of the Rebbe, but not by the bracha of the Rebbe. The chazan is a player. Should typically not do unless he struck himself and he won't be confused. That's what he's doing nowadays. The Gemara says there are three things that too much of is no good: salt, yeast, and refusing down for the honor too much. Declining sarbonis. The Buddha holds that the person makes a mistake first broken Shemon Esrei. He starts from the beginning of Shemon Esrei. The last three broken Shemon Esrei starts from the beginning of the last three broken Shemon Esrei. It's it. The person makes a mistake. The middle brothers. It begins from the middle of the middle brothers, which is not the kind of hold, but the whole 13 brothers are not the single brothers. The last point is the middle brothers don't have an order. According to Rashi, they can say anyone in any order. One, they can say from the important places have to go back to the place that they made the mistake in its original place. The Gemara describes the Shemon Esrei words. The first three prophets is like a servant set of praise for his master. Once he praises him, it goes in 13 middle prophets and asks for his needs. And finally, the needs are the things to his master. I'll take your red as it says, this class of work. The ones that died with him, he doesn't know them. That's a big deal. We should obey the died for 40 days. Said about another class. The class of work, we should obey. It's also very important. Allah, the died for very short field. In this class, we learned that the person who dabbles for a friend is not necessary to mention the name. Because the Rabbi didn't mention the name. You know, when we got Shemon Esrei, we down forward, Shofar. We do this 3 times, actually 4 times in the two. First bracha, right when we start Shemon Esrei, the moment I brought is the end of the first bracha. And then we do it once by Moedim, at the end of Moedim, which is the friendship called Hanukkah. If one wants to add extra shkilas, he cannot do so. For all reasons, it's like holiness. Now, if you're a kind level, you bow by every single bracha at the end of the bracha. If you're a king, you bow at every single bracha at the beginning of the bracha and at the end of the bracha. When you're a Rabbi, if you're a king, you bow once in the Shemon Esrei and remain in that position the entire Shemon Esrei. You see the classic prayer. It's not called Kiddush. You head forwards until it reaches the ground. You do that by the piece of honey. Not an hour thing. Real is when you get on your knees and you put your head forwards. Shtafavah is laying flat out on the ground, hands and feet. Abaye and Rava, the only two who feel Sakayim and Nachman, is lay on the ground, but you be on each side, and have to have your face towards the stone. And nowadays, we just put our hands, put our head on top of our hand like that. Says the Mishnah, if a person makes a mistake in Shemon Esrei, it's a really bad sign for him. And if he's a chazan and he makes a mistake, that's bad for the whole congregation. Rava's father of Nachman Parashah bowed twice by Moedim, when we're getting a Moedim for everybody. Christ that says you should not bow by Moedim, the Moedim groups the Moedim is funny, don't bow there, don't bow during the holiday. When people contest which need to be placed on for a bracha, which one they say, you tell them whether he lived or died, based on the scope of his word. That is smoothly, he did their blood. To say that a person makes a mistake is a bad sign, or some say that means first bracha, some say first bracha is referring to then have kavanah, should have kavanah at least first bracha. Yeshua of good things are going to happen. Says remember is referring to the person who marries off his daughter from the prophet, or does this is referring to the prophet instead of the prophet, or somebody is the prophet from his own. The prophet himself can't comprehend what he's going to what he's doing. Another member of the other is from Hannah Mishra, but with my mom, which is different than a Hannah Mishra, nobody can comprehend what Mishra. Hannah Mishra in our days is identical, and it's almost required. As I should have realized, one of the adults of this Hamidah will be the same. And another shot is that the Torah was given to the Bali Tshuva, the second king, or created the Bali Tshuva, he can and what their Sephara, what their Babao, is the opposite of Bali Tshuva, created the second king, what their Tshuva, makes it even good. Plus it says, I am a Rasa, and the highest never seen what is referring to the wine that's there from 6 days of creation. Or it's referring to Eden, which no one has ever seen, but the real has seen. Yeah, the garden, but he's never seen Eden. When the little son was ill, he went to the place and said, he's dying for him. He put his head in his knees and he davened, and he said, it's okay. The fact was, when he told him, when he says, if I daven all day long, nobody will answer me. I said, but are you greater than him? Yes, I'm greater than him. But I'm like, in general, I'm not like a slave, a servant that walks around the priest's house and even himself as bigger pull than I do. The Gemara says that a person considered a chutz of a person dying is like an open field, and the person liberates his sins, like he's talking about his sins, the open, the most people have, that's considered chutzpah. And the other people Rothschild is not having hay, bread and herring, pizza, and barbecue, which discusses the promise of you make on food. We all know that the fruit of a tree makes very pretty eggs. Besides, on wine, which is very good, the fruit of the ground, the vegetables make very good. Besides on bread, which is always not hard. The other says the Armenians need rubbons like cabbage, lettuce, to make very good dish. Where do we know the kinds of the rubbons? I didn't know that you have to make a rubber. That you learn that it's Sora, it's letter. It's also the benefit of this world without making a rubber. You might think that you learn it out from the same concept that we're going to learn tonight. We know there's a concept called the first 3 years of fruit cannot benefit from the fruit. On the 4th year, it's called decorative value. You treat it exactly like these nice and shiny that is. Why you eat the fruit, you must bring it up from the shore. You don't want to bring it up from the shore. You must handle the fruit of money. You concentrate it out of money. Says the Gemara, when you keep a hold, it says in the Pasuk, you make 2 holidays, praises Hashem. One before you eat the fruit, and one after you eat the fruit. Yet, you know that according to everybody, you need one of those people, which is the concept, that you will follow the fruit of money. That was just with one. Now, the second people, you might need to teach us that the Pasuk is talking about ways. Even if you say that the Pasuk is talking about also that very well. Or even if you have another one, which they're shoveling. So that leaves us just one rock. I would use that for bigger samosas. Samosas are right, so first, how does it have to make good samosas? How do I know they have to make a rock before you eat? Don't become a fiber. If I make a rock after I'm satiated, certainly, but I'm hungry, I should make a rock. The problem is, where do I learn brachas from all others? Did I say, let's learn from grapes, grapes have something special. That's what's called Oilers. Oilers, I'm a food, give it to the poor person, and therefore I have to make a bracha. Perhaps I should learn from bread. Bread has a concept of challah, so maybe that's how I make a bracha. Maybe combine the two, learn from both of them together. Well, the two of them are special with bread and why? Because they go in this path. Learn it out from the Shivamino. Shivamino, you have to make a bracha. No, Shivamino, fruit, other fruit. And besides, the Gemara that says, Never, how does he know foods that don't grow in the ground, such as meat, eggs, and fish? Therefore, we have to come up with logic. Smarter tells me that it's possible to benefit this world without the bracha. Whoever benefits from this world without the bracha is simply making a stealing from the world, stealing necessary from. And he's this company of the brother that above, which is the symbol of riches. But automatically not only is a sin, from the levels of king, plus place from the sin as well. And therefore, one should go to a chapa before he joins. He should learn the brothers. It says the Pasuk that Hashem always belongs. The entire land belongs to Hashem. On the other hand, it says, Lawrence, let's tell the other. Hashem gave us the lands. Which one is it? Well, before you make a bracha, Hashem once you make a bracha, buy it off Hashem, you have permission to use it. And this brings us to the days. It says the Pasuk of Saf that we don't have. And then it says, on the fact that the gun. On the one hand, it's the gun it's our brain, on the other hand, it's Hashem's brain. Which one is it? When we do Hashem's will, it's our brain. We don't do Hashem's will. It's Hashem's famous machlokes. Whether a person should spend his days learning Torah or buying learning Torah or burning the living, it says the Pasuk was not the gun. You should go out and gather your grain. In other words, you're a farmer. On the other hand, it says that you have to learn from somebody who learn daily. Which one is it? It says in Rothschild you have to combine the two. You learn Torah, but combine it with their parents with burning the living. Shmuel says, it doesn't make sense to me that a person should waste his life plowing, working on the field, gathering grain. Therefore, if you do Hashem's will, then his parnasa will be done through other people. If you don't do Hashem's will, not only will you have to earn a living, but people earn a living for other people as well. It says, many people did what Shmuel said, which is to provide earning a living with Torah and work for them. And many people try to true by Christ, but he's not working. You have to be zealous to be on that big just for Torah. First generations, theirs are fighting. They made their Torah the main part of the day, and burning the livelihood was only temporary, a small part of it. They did try to come up with tricks to outdo the Torah and their business. They would bring their grain right through the front door, right through the front gate, which would create a few of the mice. And therefore, says the Gemara, their Torah stayed in their livelihood. They made a good living. But the later generations, where they made their livelihood the main part of the day, and the Torah was just a little small part of the day, and they came up with a trick how to prevent themselves from having to give mice by bringing the food through the skyline. They didn't learn Torah, they didn't learn. On olive oil, you don't make the broth of boiling cream inside because you don't become satiated from olive oil. Wine was satiating you and also makes you happy. You make very pure nothing. You don't make bricks of other because no one is a man smooth on wine for you do. But that makes the other one different. That's how you are. I know you come close. That's how it makes it. You don't make a broth on oil because it damages the body. But the oil, the bread, you get the bread with oil. Like this is making restaurants. The oil becomes because of the bread that makes these breads. You don't make a broth on oil. You can put shemen, oil in a meat. I mean, garlic, which is a certain mixture with meat to put oil, olive oil, mix it. Over there, the oil is a alcohol. You don't make a broth on oil. However, if you're a protein, so you're eating the olive oil and eating the garlic because you want the olive oil to be smooth up. Then you do make a broth where it predates on the olive oil, the finishes, and even though you're doing it for medicine, you still have to make a broth on having wonderful oil. Rabbi, staff number 4, continuing with different foods and what's the type of broth that we make of them. People plant olive trees for the olive oil, the final product. And therefore, you would treat olive oil as is in a way where it doesn't harm your body. The broth would be very pure. flour, you make grain. Grain itself is adama. Once you grind it and you make flour out of it, according to Shmuel or Yochanan, you can make adama. According to Rav Nachman, since it's not its final state, you make a shahako. Flour from barley is different. Since it causes harm to the body, it's worse. Yet on the other hand, it doesn't give the body some sustenance, it's hard. Therefore, you make a shahako. Salt or salt water, you also make a shahako. Because there are people that sometimes taste it and they eat it, and therefore it's a shahako. The Gemara discusses pyra. Pyra is something that comes out of a palm tree. Some say it's some shoot that comes out. Eventually, it becomes part of the tree. It becomes hard and part of the tree. The question is right now that it's edible, what crop do you make? Rabbi Yehuda says you make very free adama because it's a fruit. And according to Shmuel, you make a shahako because eventually it hardens up. Shmuel tells his student, Rabbi Yehuda, Shirana, you're the sharp one. You know, I have to prove it to you. From a turnip, turnips, they become hard. Right now they are adama. The Gemara says it's not a good raya because turnips are planted. We're eating it now when it's moist, and therefore it's a adama. But nevertheless, the halacha is like Shmuel, that the halacha is you can make a shahako. The Gemara discusses at great length slav, which are caper berries. Caper berries have four parts to them. You have the actual berry, and you have the husk that is around the berry, fills up before you have a chance to take the berry. In addition to that, you have the leaf, you have dates, which seem like the small seeds that grow on the leaf. The halacha says in the Gemara that since you plant the caper berry from all four of these, you're going to have to make a bracha on everything. And you make eight on the berry itself and on the husk that surrounds the berry. And on the leaf and on the date, you make adama. We know that our law, the first 3 years of a tree are with the eraisa. You don't have any benefit for it with the eraisa. In Rothschild, it's the Rabbi. And we have a concept that we go in Rothschild like the most lenient position in Eretz Yisrael. Who's the most lenient in Eretz Yisrael? That would be Rabbi. People hold by Meiser. When it comes to a paper berry, you only take Meiser from one out of four things. You take Meiser from the berry itself, and not from the husk, not from the leaf, and not from the date. Therefore, when it comes to our law, Rothschild, only are hiding on the berry itself. That was a shita that's even more maple than Rabbi Kiva, but we ignore that shita. That's that of Bishami. Bishami hold that a paper berry is a sucking tree and sucking vegetable. Therefore, since they are buried with paper berry, that berry means to take grapes and plant them together with other vegetables. Since Bishami think that have paper berry from vegetables, they say it's awesome. If there's a suffix, it's a suffix arla. Suffix arla, you can go to someone who's not market on arla and buy paper berries from them as long as you don't look. Maybe he's taken from a paper berry tree that's 5 years old, 6 years old. You ignore it, you just don't look. So that's even more considered a Kiva. And the reason why we don't do Bishame shit is because Bishame arguably still exists, they don't exist. We ignore their shit like a Kiva. Now, the question is, why isn't the husk of the paper berry a striker, a protector for the berry? And if it's a striker protector for the berry, it should be Chayim Barla, it should be Oyer, this should be the husk. And the answer is, you must say tomorrow, that a protector is only considered something that actually protects the fruit. If you remove the protector, the peel, and the fruit remains to exist and doesn't spoil, it's not a protector. The paper berry, if you remove its husk, it remains a paper berry. Doesn't go to waste, and therefore the husk is not a protector, but a chayim and oil. When it comes to a pomegranate, it has a crown, and inside the crown, you have something that's called a mace, or Rothschild. It's small flowers that grow out of it. Underneath that is a pithel. Inside, right there, is a pithel. That, the Gemara says, is considered a sugar. It's protected for the fruit, and it's also included in the shield of Tumah. In order for food to be common, you have to have the basin. If you don't have the basin with the pithel, it's considered Tumah. The nate, on the other hand, is not excited for the food for Tumah because it's a shiver to a shiver. It's protected for the second level. Yet, when it comes to Arla, the nate is also an Arla, and the reason is because it's still considered a shiver that's protected. Though it falls off really hard Shaman, it's wants fruits that's growing, whether it's silver, it's carrots, it's what it like a chain spear, it's a fruit. But Geffen is a grow, that's closer to the same shear as Kulov and a type of bean. Almond is the one which grows dates, flowers, and all the other trees where they still are once they start growing. What about black pepper? Peppercorn. The halacha is that you are chayiv in order. In other words, it would seem like they are fruit. Because Torah says, eight machal, that if you have a tree that has the same flavor, like black pepper, it's chayiv in order. And you also learn from that muscle that it's strong, that muscle takes to have pepper. However, people name pepper is much like this. According to Rav Sheshes, you chayiv first if they are moist, and the bracha on it would be like to show you if it's an eight or a double. But if it's dry, like we have today, dry black pepper is shahada. According to Rabbi, if it's moist, you chayiv first. But if it's dry, you're not chayiv first, you don't make the bracha at all. Ginger, which is dry, this is Rabbi, like a pepper, often if you eat it. However, if it's part of a particular food that comes from a bush, Rashi says, Ethiopia, other states. The point is, it's very heavy on ginger. So first of all, we're not knocking on Mishanako because it's mostly fresh ginger, yet the bracha would be Adama, and the Gemara finally talks about daisa, some sort of oatmeal. If you eat it as is, just the oatmeal or the oats or one of the Mishnah, the bracha would be like this. But if you add a lot of honey to it, it's not like this. According to Rabbi, the main part is the honey is before you make Mishanako, and according to Rabbi Kahana, since it has one of the five grains, Rothschild is like this points out. Even if you have the five grains are there. To bind the item, such as let's say licorice, the same thing. There's a lot of flour and just put together, and that's this glue. Then Rothschild will be Chicago, or the wonderful day. Rothschild is not Lamed Zayin. When a person eats a mixture that includes one of the five grains, you have to make a very grain reserves. Unless, like we said the other day, place to break down that if the five grains act as a binder, then it's a shaka. Now we're going to be discussing the subject of Chas Oires and Chas Doifan. Bread of Oires and Doifan. What is Oires? Rashi says Oires is millet and Doifan is candy grass. But many other Rishonim are Mechilta Rashi, which brought down the halacha that Oires is what we call today rice. And in Israel, Oires is rice. So what bracha do you make if you eat rice bread, and what bracha do you make? So you four-way machlokes. The rabbis will hold that you make a shachako, and afterwards you make the burn of Hashem. And this will come as a very big surprise to a lot of people. Rabbi Yochanan ben Uri holds on the other hand that you make a moitzi and a purpose hamazon on rice bread. Rabbanan, and this is how we pass it today, make a zaynos and a burn of Hashem. Little ones you make a zaynos and Allah mikvah. But if you mention burn of Hashem, have to mention places. Places explains what the word is burden of Hashem. Beautiful places. This says, burden of Hashem is Rabbi is the strength. What is the strength? It means what's essential to life. Bread and water. So take Hashem for bread and water. So it means all the luxuries that are not essential to life. Imagine if a department gave us just bread and water. All we eat all day long is bread and water. Now, boring. But Hashem gave us steaks and chocolate and candy and pizza. All the great stuff. What about oatmeal? What bracha do you make an oatmeal porridge? According to Rabbanan, we make a Messiah. That's what we do today. And we make a alamikha. But according to the meal, this is a huge dish. We make a previous Muslim who's not eating oatmeal. If somebody can shoot, great. Make a very free item. But if you ground it and make it and cook it, the fact, if it remains as eat bread that looks like a bread, they make a mitzi. It doesn't look like bread, making his items. According to Yehuda, who says you have to be more specific when it comes to fire pri adama. So in the Mishnah he says that if you're eating cabbage or lettuce, you have to make fire minate shai. Over here he holds that if you chew grain, you have to make fire minate zirai. What if you chew rice? You make also fire pri adama. And if you ground it, bake it, and cook it, and it remains looking like rice bread, you make a mizrach. According to Rabbi, all shivas hamina, pomegranates, dates, have to make a birkas hamazon when you're done eating it. It's unbelievable. The Gemara tells a story that Rabbi or Rabbi Kiva, they were eating dates. Rabbi told Rabbi Kiva, you say the bracha right? Rabbi Kiva jumped ahead and made a halavikya. Rabbi was upset. I'm the Rabbi, you know, I hold that it's birkas hamazon. You don't Rabbi, but you yourself ask it, and you should go by the right. Right home, you make dates, which is something that we make. Halavikya. Gemara brings different types of food. One of them is a chavitza, which is almost like a challah, let's say. It's a kashal that has bread in it. So the Gemara, if the size of the bread is precise, then we have to make a loitzi. If less than precise, it's a mizayis. And we learned this from when the Yisrael brings his mincha, and he hasn't brought one in a very long time of interaction. He makes a shechiyah. The kohen eats from the mincha. He makes operates, provided that the pieces are designed so you see that you need a precise in order to make operates. There's a right that says that if somebody gathered crumbs from the mikvah and he eats the crumbs in a chatzi pras, in shir of a chatzi pras, meaning he ate 4 kibbeitzim in 3 minutes. So he relates on the matzah. Matzah is nothing like it, and this is really poor bread. But he's also chayiv on chametz. It's chametz. We must say that it's talking about a situation where these crumbs come from a larger bread that's still in existence. And therefore, these crumbs have chashivas. La halacha, chavitza that has crumbs that are less than a kazayis, you make a hamitzi if you can see that these crumbs come from bread. They are bread. As a surah than a hammer. Now, if the crumbs are larger than the crumbs, even if you can't tell that they are bread, you still make hamitzi. Places holding this of plastic that we're not talking about chavitza. It's actually just bound together with some other thing like eggs or something. And only in that situation do you need a kazayis. But the halacha, if you eat crumbs of bread, then even without binding them together, it's definitely hamitzi. There's something called fruit damping, which is also known as ubadara. It's a very liquidy dough, maybe perhaps something like pancake dough, and you put it in the oven. Says the Gemara that according to Rabbi, it's chayiv and challah, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, it's kafir and challah. Teresa, what is Teresa? There are 3 explanations. One is that it's a very, very thin batter, maybe something like a blitzed batter. Another shot is it's Indian bread, it's dough that's on a spit, and you turn it around and you put some oil on it and eggs. Or it's what's known as futa, but the bread that's made in the sun. All these 3 things, whatever the shot is, are publicly common. And we know that futa is kind of common. So we must say that the person decided the bread, and you see what the effort, he made a nice design shape. That's kind of common. Just and it looks like a plain board would be put challah. is not flour that's the arrow. You take flour, you mix it with water, and it's a liquid dough, and you put it at the bottom of the oven. According to the Tanakh, it's considered bread, and therefore you make hamaitzi every explosive. According to Rabbi Yosef, it's considered dough that has a little crust to it, and it's mitzvahs and alamif. Marzutra says that this is considered regular bread, and you make a whole meal out of it, and therefore you make hamaitzi and people's hamazon. Barbara Rash, on the other hand, says it's considered a format bread, and you can make matzah. The other machloek is about juices that come out of fruit. Is it only grapes and olives that you squeeze them in, take out juice? That the juice has the same halacha as the fruit itself, makes special broth. What about apple vinegar? What about honey that comes out of a pig? What broth do you make on that? What about the one that says that all juices are considered like fruit, and therefore, when it comes to truma, for instance, if somebody drinks truma juice, any juice, apple juice, whatever it is, you can try to pay hand it back and clear reflection because as if he took from truma, and therefore the broth would be where it creates on the juice. But the other man, if you took truma juice by step, you don't make that reflection. It's not considered a fruit, and therefore you make a shahakal on the juice. So that's important. Truma, take fruit and mash it slightly. Now, look at the vegetable. You're not allowed to destroy the fruit. You can't even make beer out of truma fruit because it's considered destroying the fruit. Yet, you're allowed to mash the fruit, and therefore, it's considered truma, and it contains its original bracha that you made originally. That would be very real. Shisiso is where you take grape kernels and you dry them out in the oven. They're sweet. You add some oil to it. So it depends. If they're thick, then you make a finals on them. And if they're very thin, that would be for medicine purposes. You make a shahaka. And on Shabbos, you're allowed to mix it. You're not allowed to mix medicine on Shabbos. That's really because you're eating it for food. It just so happens to be there's a side benefit that it acts as a medicine as well. It's a finish here. And even if you have to eat it as medicine, since it gives sustenance to the body, before you can make a bracha on it, as we mentioned the other day, that any medicine that's medicine plus gives you sustenance, you can make a bracha. The bracha might see you have to make a bracha about the past. So what must we do? Might see is that mean the past or how might see? Say how might see in the past. We must through all the stuff. Whether might see the freaking week in the past or perhaps how might see in the past. So one person that says that I might see this in the city, not a city trying means in the future. One tells us that Rabbi was known as a great person and a big talking in the halachas of prophets. And I'm telling you, Zera, how great he was. And he said, he came over, I want to test him. He came over and he gave him bread. And Rabbi Smith said, how might see? And Rabbi Zera was upset. Why did he say might see and take us out of our status and take us from shot in the puzzle? But like we said, the halacha is, don't say today, how might see, which means in the past. More like the whole discussion about vegetables. What's that law? I'm going to say that it's another or shahak. Now, Fizda says that there are vegetables that are great when they're raw and great when they're cooked, such as carrots, etc. So there are vegetables that started out not that good, like cabbage, pumpkins, beets. The bracha would be they are raw and a shahak. Only after you cook them and you take out the flavor from them, they become flavorful. Then they are very good. On the other hand, you have vegetables like garlic and beef. And as is, they have flavor. And once you cook them, they lose their flavor. Mrs. says, you know that garlic and beef is great. But he says, it only tastes great because it absorbs salt and chicken and different things from whatever food you put in. But if you just take garlic and put it in water, destroy its flavor. And therefore, it starts out as a very good. Once you put it in water, you cook it, it turns into a shahak. Gemara says, do not compare this to the difference we have by matzah. Everybody agrees that if you yaitza in a matzah that was soaked in water, in fact, that becomes away from the water. It's not whether you cook it. says, there's a flavor. Whether the flavor of the matzah remains or not, so that's the flavor. But it could be that in our super, no vegetables, everybody might agree. The Rabbi agrees, well, I don't. More agrees that Rabbi Yomer Bar Yefes said in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, vegetables are shot. On the other hand, the more brings Rabbi Abba, who says Rabbi Yochanan said that vegetables are Abba. The more says no comparison between Rabbi Yomer Bar Yefes to Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Yefes was the night. Rabbi was very exact when we open the Yochanan. In fact, the Gemara says, say over everything you learn from Yochanan in the past 50 days, every 30 days. Another third writing reference that is foremost had of a being that you cook 7 times. And we're going to consider Adamar. You see that even after you cook it, the original bracha remains. These are a paper out of sort of Yochanan. Say a bracha on a salted olive. The salted olive has a cooked olive salt. It's like a broken salt and a broken rice. There's no rice in the north. Perhaps made a shahaka before, where the flesh is. And finally, maror, you yaitza with the stomach of the maror. But if you cook the maror or you pickle the maror, you're not yaitza with the maror. Why? Because the maror loses its maror flavor. It's wonderful there. Bracha is not the best continuing with the story that Yochanan ate a very salty olive. The question is, how did you make a bracha for it? In order to make a bracha for it, you have to eat a shear of an olive size. But every olive has a pin. And therefore, that olive that you ate was less than a shear. So the point was talking about a very large olive. The shear of the size is a medium olive. So even without the pin, it still had a shear of a medium olive. If you have 2 foods in front of you, one is the Adama, and one is a shahaka. Make the bracha on Adama first. Let's say they're both called Adama. Just like one of them more than the other. You must make the bracha on one like more. Such a large story. I know you told me. I'm just saying about Kumar and look at them. Brought out in front of them cabbage. And now we had the whole discussion yesterday. What's the bracha on the cabbage? Is it a shahaka or Adama? You brought in front of them like yolk, which is hard-rich good, the meat of a bird. And also, you must get, which is melted spinach. So, or if I'm going to come either, go ahead and you might see us the broth. So, on ahead, jumps ahead, not as a question, and you make the broth on the meat. So, his friend left him. But the Bible is very simple. He said, I'm saying you for laughing at your friend. Your friend did it because he likes meat more than anything else. And I'm saying you for making the broth on the meat. You should have asked him. I'm older than you. Verse says, in fact, both of these annoying lifter of that. The verse says, don't see from this story that it's like this what Allah is with regard to cabbage, which is a vegetable. It's possible to say that everybody knows that cabbage is chocolate. There's another question. What if these two chocolate? That way it was. When you have a situation, you have 2 foods in front of you. One, they both have the same profit. The cabbage and the meat have the same profit. But one you like more, you like the meat more. And one is more filling, the cabbage is more filling. Which one do you make the rough on? One to make the rough on. The meat, you know that you make the rough on. You love more. The other one doesn't make the rough on the one that fills you up more. One of those guys are 3 days lift up. There are turtle pads that are uncooked. The Buddha says it makes a difference in how you cut it. They're very large pieces. It remains the original form, and then we make my double. We cut it very thinly, and then loses its form, and it's a shahak or uses not true. When you cut it very thin, you do so because you want to make that sweetness, you want to make it sweeter and better, and therefore, one pieces it's a hadama. Rav says if you have a dish made out of seeds, and it doesn't have that much flour, to make a hadama. What about a turnip dish that you put a lot of flour? So you don't make any sense on it, because the flour is there only to bind the ingredients together. Where it tells us that dish is really good for your heart, it's good for your eyesight, and it's good for your intestines. So the best provided that you put it on the stove top and you cook it up, and you hear the sound of toof toof. You want to sound really smart, you ask your family a trick question. You know it's a trick question. What bracha do you make on vegetable soup? Just the liquid that comes out of vegetable soup. No chicken, no other ingredients, just vegetable. And the halacha is that it's adama. It's exactly like the vegetable that it comes from. Not only that, the Torah says even the pill, don't think the pill is there to remove caloric, it's there to impart the flavor as the marquee. Says once you put milk into liquid and it imparts its flavor, it'll lower over of the truma is truma, and it will lower the truma, the pill itself, which is this wood, because it already imparted its flavor. As you see, that it has flavor through the part. The word means a three-way athletics when you cook bread. I love talking the broken bread. My Rashi says, if you have a very tough piece of bread, you want to be able to eat it, so you soak it in water. If you soak it in water, you create a situation that says if it's cut, then you make the bracha afterwards. That means that Rashi holds that you make the bracha after the bread is completely cut. But Fia himself holds that you should make the bracha, you should cut the bread at the end of the bracha. It's as if you make the bracha on a whole bread. Rabbi says that's not true. Since you cut it right before you finish the bracha, it says if made the bracha on his broken bread, therefore says Rabbi, and that's how we pass the halacha. You make the bracha, you cut the bread after you make the bracha. That brings us to things. What happens if you have in front of you a choice? One is a small roll, let's say, and the other one is a large piece, but it's broken. The Torah says, make the bracha on the broken bread. It's more important to profession, and therefore even though the other person Rothschild says, make the bracha on the whole one. Or brings that kind of David said we should do as Rabbi said, take both of them together. Take the broken one and put it under the whole one, and like this. Means Rothschild, that's what Rabbi said. That's amazing. He asked the guy, what's your name? He said, my name is Shalom. He said, your Torah is called Shalom. And you make shalom between the Buddha and the Rabbi. Where it says this case of a broken bread and a whole bread is not similar to the case of having truma. Where the halacha is that if you have a large half onion, which tastes better than a small whole onion, you should give it a half onion as truma. Everybody holds that. So like this is in the case where there's no flavor in it. Designate, put aside half onion, it's going to go to waste. So what am I going to hold? Set aside the whole small onion. And we says no, you always separate and designate the better one, the more pressure will be go to waste. If you have a broken piece of bread that's made out of wheat flour, and a whole bread that's made out of barley flour, the halacha is to make the bracha on the broken wheat, because wheat is more flesh than barley. As it says in the Pasuk, Eretz Tosa'ira, wheat that comes before barley. My brother is the one that said before, mentioned before, you can keep both of them together. Therefore, on Pesach, the Papa says on Pesach, everybody holds and take the broken matzah and you put it underneath the whole matzah, and let's say you make a mighty, because in Pesach, there's the concept of let the mighty poor man's bread. And when you do so, it shows as if you are breaking off of the broken piece of matzah, which poor people usually have broken bread. The Abba says that on Shabbos you need to have two talis, lechem, mishnah, and Rabbi told that Rav Kapano cut only one out of the two bread. Zera says, according to Rashi, Zera would cut a very large piece of challah, and he said it doesn't look like a ragdoll, like a classic, like a professor. Because everybody knows that during the weekday, you have a smaller piece. It's only the common Shabbos that you may have a large piece. Other Rishonim learned that Zera cut both pieces, both challahs. Rabbi and Rabbi, and this is the last one today, when they would get challah for an Eruv, they would make them only see they had a choice of different challahs. They used the Eruv challah because the Eruv challah already had one that's kind of, and the Eruv it's better to do two places and one challah than to use a challah that was they never had a mitzvah double day, having wonderful day. then, if a person talks right after he says the money before he eats bread, he must repeat the bracha, unless he's saying things that are the bracha, like he tells someone in his family, here, take a piece of challah from the bracha. What if he says, pass me the salt? That's not like his bracha says, that's not the hexer. That says, if you say, must make it for an animal, that's also not hexer, because it's part of the bracha. It's also to eat food before you eat your own animal. You need to prepare yourself before you make quantity. In other words, make sure that everybody has their salt, whatever they smear on the bread. Otherwise, it can be a hexer. Unless you're doing a quantity of a very good piece of bread that doesn't need salt, doesn't need any smear. After every meal, you should get some salt. And after drinking beverages, you should have a little bit of water that prevents the bad breath and aspero, which is the worst disease in the time of the Gemara, and milk. You drink a lot of water, a whole flask of water for every bread floats in your stomach, so to speak. That prevents diseases of the intestine. If you eat lentils once every 30 days, that's really good to prevent aspero. And if you eat it every day, that prevents bad breath. If you eat mustard once every 30 days, that prevents diseases in general. And if you eat it every day, it's not very good. It weakens the heart. You eat small fish like sardines, that prevents diseases of the intestines, and it causes the zera to be marba, and it heals the marba. If one eats ketchup, now one shot Rashi's fennel, but he likes this shot more what we call the Hebrew ketchup. It's this black seed. If you eat a lot of that, it prevents heartache. However, its smell is really bad. It's considered one of the 60 Simon Moments, one of the 60 poisons. If you sleep next to it, the wind could push it into you and it could cause death. Or it does this. His mother used to bake bread with ketchup, but she was moving because of the bad odor. Mishnah says, and we learned that previously, the holes that when it comes to vegetables, you have to narrow it down a little bit more. So even greens, you have to say, where do you need to try? Where do you get this concept from? Because when it says, Baruch Hashem, Yom Yom, you don't have to bless Hashem at night. The answer is that every day, depending on the day, you have to go over Baruch. Shabbos, especially Shabbos, Baruch, especially Yom Tov. So too, when you eat food, different food, require different brachas within the same category. You have to narrow it down. Vegetables, this category, this Adama, this Shoyim for grains, and Zerayim for seeds. Gemara says that before we have humans, when their vessel is full, they can't fill it up anymore. But the Prophet gave us a problem that if we learn Torah, the more we learn, the more we pay. It says in the passage about Yomer and Shemaya Tishma. So another shot is, if you faster, if you fast on learning, you will be able to retain more. It says in Mishnah, if you say Ha'adama, word Ha'adama, on fruit, you are Yotzim. If you say the opposite, you say word Ha'adama, on a vegetable, you're not Yotzim. And Shahakos makes you everything. It's not like this, when you bring these food to Hashem, to this Mikdash, you're supposed to say, Alo Haaretz Hashem Sakali, on the ground, on the land that you gave. But what happens if you had a disaster in your life? A tree was chopped down, your stream disappeared. You still say, yes, you still say, because the main part is the actual land, not so much a tree. The holds, it's the land that we grow on, not the tree. So what exactly, from what tree did other Misha eat when he sinned? According to Rabbi, it was the grape. Because all sins, humans sin because of wine. And the Rabbi says it's the fig, because the fig is what he dressed himself afterwards. Other trees didn't want to give him anything. It was the fig that tried to compensate on the Aveira that he did. And finally, removed the whole sweet. It's the tree of weed. In other words, weed is the tree. You need the eight hadas to give him safer. A child only has a differentiated from his mother, and father after he has wheat. In other words, that's how he had that. And okay, and you say eight on wheat. The answer is that wheat, although it may be a tree, it doesn't grow. Once you pick it, that's it. So you don't say, oh, hey, it's fine. Rabbi says, you say shahakal, or you're going to touch everything besides wine and bread. Rabbi says shahakal, you want to even wine and bread. It's not like Jesus says, if you change the words of the prophets, but for helping you actually listen, learn the word understanding, you're not going to. Rabbi says, the person uses his own language and he says, how beautiful is this fig? Baruch Hamoka. Blessed is the man Baruch, says later this Yoitzi. But it's possible that the person who mentions fig, it's better than saying Shahakol, because Shahakol is just a general problem. On the other hand, thinking that Shahakol is better than saying your own language, because Shahakol is a problem that's a Chorur beside. Where it tells us that there's a shepherd, his name was Yavin. And by mentioning, instead of mentioning, he said, Baruch Rahman Moreh, the high Rifta. Blessed is Hashem, the master of this bread. I've said this Yaitse, the first part of Birkas Hamazon, the first part of Birkas Hamazon. And we know that Birkas Hamazon is one of 5 things that you can say in any language. The Parsha of Soita, the Meiser, Kriyash Mash, unless you Birkas Hamazon, you can say in any language. But I would think you can say in any language when you translate word for word. But in this case, he said his own words, Mashmal in the things. Number 1 is in a different language. And number 2, even mimic the language that the Chachamim instituted. Nevertheless, it's a good bracha. Rav says the most important thing in the bracha is mentioning Hashem's name. The Rebbe says you must mention Hashem's name, but you must mention the fact that it's a good. The Mishnah says anything that doesn't grow in the ground, the bracha is shahaka. Yudah says something that is first, to describe what it is. Don't mention at all. You can say any bracha. He also says that if you use different foods, and one of them is the Shivas Hamidim, must make the bracha Shivas Hamidim first, and everyone to it doesn't matter. So here's a list. We have meat, fish, chicken, eggs, cheese, and foods that got ruined, like bread that's moldy, wine that's no good anymore, or any kashrut that's no good, salt, some water, and noivlas. What is noivlas? So we must say in our Mishnah that noivlas means dates that were somewhere. They were burned to the sun. And according to Rabbi, that's considered a curse. It's a curse, and therefore there's no bracha at all. There is a concept called noivlas tomorrow. And that is, when it comes to the halachos of mud, the Amen Amar is not sure whether or not to take mice or not. You don't have to be happy to take mice again. It's really cheap, light dates that were burned. So it's machlokes whether it means dates that are burned, dates that fell off the tree. Dates that fell off the tree should be where they are ever. Over here, we're talking about we have a pile of that they are higher, and therefore they are bottom, they're higher than mice. Have a wonderful day. Racha is Dafna Aleph. After the Mishnah which one do you make a bracha first? Is it the Shivas Hamida first, or is it Chavit first? The one you like more. He says love Machlokes on the right, and explains Machlokes is only when the brachas are the same. Both of them are related to having an apple and an olive. The olive is just Hamida. The apples are like more. Which one do you make first? But the brachas are different. You have Adoma and blades. You have a carrot and an olive. You make a bracha on the carrot because you got 20 days. There is a price of that says that you eat a turnip and then you eat an olive. The turnip, the Adoma on the turnip is you might see the olive that's what it is. You must explain the shot is the turnip is very sharp. The whole reason you're eating the olive is the fumes very sharp. In other words, the olive is a puffle to the turnip. And here's a big thing. Even though you're eating the puffle, not together with the turnip, nevertheless, since it comes because of the turnip, it's still considered a puffle to the turnip. You don't make a bracha on it. Now this, a shita that says that the machlokes are Yehuda and Chachamim is even in the case when the brachas are not equal. Because we have a Rabbi who says that the also that discusses the Sheikh's Hamid. Eretz, Hito, Soira, Gefen, Zaino, Eretz, Zisem, Zis, Shem, goes in a very specific order. Hito, the prophet comes before Soira Barley. You just go down the passage. Whatever is first in the passage, the prophet comes before that thing, and therefore, that would tell us that anything that's in this passage comes before other vegetables as well. Quran says that these passages come to tell us that these food of Eretz Yisrael all correspond to Shurim in the Torah. So, for instance, we start from the beginning. Hita, wheat. That is, if a person goes into a house of Mitzvah, holding his clothing and his shoes and his ring, they become Tamei immediately. He becomes Tamei immediately, and all his clothing, but he's wearing his clothing. He has to wait anywhere from 3 to 9 minutes. That's the sheer today of Pilas Brass. I have no bread. Loaf of bread is 2 sudas. Half bread is 4 weights, 1 suda. But the Gemara says it has to be a special shear that's easily, it has to be made out of wheat. So here you have the shear of wheat. You have to be waiting, and you have to have it in here. The next shear is soira. A bone the size of a barley is the kama that person, if you touch it and if you lift it, but it's not the kind of whole room of oil. You have that? Why? It's a shear for Nazir. Another means outside of the meal or the seeds of the grape, eats a shear over rubies. How do you measure rubies? With wine, wine is thicker than water, therefore more of it fits into the cup. Haina is a fig. That's how much you have to take out in a different Shabbos, the size of food, that is the size of real amount of pomegranate and food only complete. You're not selling it because the thing wouldn't become tummy. You can lose its susceptibility to food even if it has a small hole in it. But if you own a thing, you don't want to get rid of it until it has a giant hole the size of pomegranate. That is the long of pomegranate. And olive, that's all most of the sugar of the fire, such as scale it down to the moisture. And finally, kvash, which is a date, that's the milk that thicker for the fire. Very good, so people full of, he says all the sugar there's that it's not in the fire, it's not real. Question: you have in front of you a date and a pomegranate. Which one do you make a promise? Now, if you go on the list of the fire, the date is the last one in 7 meters. Pomegranate is number 5. So fire, pomegranate is number 4. Says the Gemara, Rabbi said no. The thing comes before the pomegranate. Because the pasuk is divided into 2 pieces. First Eretz, the second Eretz. The thing is the second one of the second Eretz. So the second one comes before the 5th one of the first Eretz. This is extremely exciting. He said, I should have metal feet so that I can serve you forever. The first made Hamites. Then they brought him dates, figs, and grapes. Once they're put in a bathroom, since it's not hard on the suda, that makes rough on it. And if it wasn't works, you might see those front of human need to make a new rough right up with some of those. Why? Because Hamazon is only for something that's satiated. These fruits are just for sweetness and different flavor of other brothers. And he adds, this is one of the scariest words in Shabbos. This is the only thing that I can think of that doesn't require a bracha right now is Pasabot, Islam, son of Rashi explains. Islam is supposed to be bread that comes at the end of the meal, toasted bread. Says Rashi, it's talking about after we pass the mother, we toasted bread. But in addition to the green bread, and since that bread has so little flour, less than precise flour, it has a lot of nuts, other stuff in it. Therefore, we don't have to make a bracha bread on it. Places argues with Rashi very strong. Rabbi says, bread captures all foods, wine captures all beverages. It says Rabbi halacha matzis is kiyala. I'm going to say how Rashi learns, but also how Taisus learns. We go by places, and that's what's brought down in tomorrow. Things that come because of the Suda, in the middle of the Suda, don't need a bracha. Rashi, that's talking about anything that you give your bread. Since places no, it's talking about meat and fish. That's what we do today. We don't make a bracha meat or fish because of this halacha. It comes out of the bread. You don't eat it with the bread, but because you have this food bread, bring to the table fish or meat, you don't have to do the bracha. Second halacha, if it doesn't come because of the suda, then you have to make the bracha beforehand or not after. What does that mean? Says Rashi, it's not for the station use, such as eating cabbage or turnips. Places says, no, it's talking about fruit, sweets, and Rashi use this as the third element. Sweets, in other words, fruit don't come because of the bread, therefore, make a bracha before, but the yolks of fruit. And finally, the third element. Anything that comes after something, you have to make a bracha before and after. According to Rashi, and according to us, it means even meat and fish that come after you're done. You say, I'm finished with it. You make this money to go. Make another bracha and show you. And finally, last element. The Zoma said that when you make that mighty on bread, it's not mighty on wine. Wine is that. Wine is special. Wine is where a bracha for itself. Meaning, there are times that you make a bracha on wine, you don't even want to drink it. You have to make a mighty just finish it. Now, beautiful, very special bracha. And if you're not doing so, through bread, wonderful thing. Bracha is not the base, continuing with the subject of Pasach of the Kislev. Bread that comes together with Kislev, which is toasted grain. In other words, it's a different type of bread. Rashi describes it as very heavy on the sweets, on nuts, very low on flour. That's what it's all over that says you don't even make a big piece of mustard. What bracha Rishayim do you make? According to people that make it mighty, according to Shmuel depends. If one is if you had sudana, in other words, it needs 4 debates of it, then you would have to make a mighty. In fact, nowadays, if you eat any cake or whatever cookie that you use 4 debates of it, you would also have to make a mighty on that cake. Not getting into this Shmuel, then it's just the Zayis. Rabbi was at a chasana that made her son, and they brought out his name. And he said, what's this tzi noise that I hear? In other words, he heard him say, how much it seems. And he wasn't happy with that. Shmuel said we could use Nachmaniyot, which are the Sodom, for Chazeres. And the question is, why? It's not real bread. And the answer is, there's Sudan, and it's real bread. Now, what bracha do you make of it? What do you open up? Do not make a big hamazon. So, what do you make according to Rashi? According to Pashas, according to places, it's salamika. Where there have not been other people established meal on it, they make a big hamazon. The concept of Pesach Hadas, one decides is no longer the meal, even if he didn't make a big hamazon, if you bring more food out, he has to make a new bracha. What's Pesach Hadas? There are 4 opinions. One opinion is once he decides the meal is over. The Pashas says no. You have to remove all the food from the table, or actually move the table out of the way, according to another. Rabbi was once at the Rosh Hashanah, even though the meal was over, in his mind, he understood that the Rosh Hashanah might bring out more food, and therefore, the Kohen Kadas, and he didn't make a bracha on the additional food that came out afterwards. A third opinion is that if you wash your hands with oil and you sanitize your hands, that signifies that it's the end of the meal for you. Anything that comes after that point, you can make a bracha. And finally, the fourth opinion, that's the halacha, is that it's Maimach Roinim that establishes the answer. So once you wash your hands from Maimach Roinim, then the meal is over. Even if you're in bed, if you brought food after that point, you have to make a new bracha. The Gemara says that there are 4 kifos. There are 4 things that must happen immediately after you do the first thing. The first one is, if you lean your hands on the animal's head, if you're smicha, you must do the shmita that comes right after smicha immediately. Rula, you say God is strong, you must not transfer it immediately. When you wash your hands, you make a bracha immediately. And finally, Rabbi says, if you would like to come and welcome to your house as a guest, you will immediately have a bracha. Says the Mishnah, there are 3 times during the meal that one would drink wine and time to start. One was before the meal started, during the appetizer. One during the meal, and that was in order to soak the food in this stuff. After the wine that comes after the meal before drinking some the same thing to the bracha on some sort of appetizer. That's enough for the appetizer during the meal as well. And this brings us called the base. Gemara says that one cup of wine, a bracha on a cup of wine, might see the second cup of wine, provided that there's a feel suited in it. In other words, Shabbos, it's Yom it's after bloodletting or after putting out of a bathhouse. When it's during the week, one cup of wine is nothing to do with the other cup of wine. The bracha on the cup of wine. In fact, if you're the type of person that doesn't really drink a bunch of cups of wine, you only drink one, like a baya, then you would have to make a bracha on Shabbos also on the second cup of wine. He didn't have a mind when he drank the first cup. He's actually not saying that. And therefore, you have to make a bracha in the second cup as well. The concept of making a bracha on what's thicker and you're mighty your puffin. So if you make a bracha on bread, you're mighty your paris, which is a cake, a snack, but not the opposite. Make the bracha on the paris, you're not mighty the bread. By bread, in the time of the Gemara, when they eat meal, like let's say they used to lay down on their beds, on their couches. If they were in a living position, then one person could convince everybody else. Not meaning you want to convince that one person not be convincing other people. And nowadays, this says it's different because we sit as convinced by sitting and not being. During the Suda, drink wine, it's the soap, food that has less of a shivas than drinking wine for the joy. And therefore, it's not like this whether making a bracha on the wine that's different so food is likely the more important one. But after the meal, when you're drinking for enough. When wine comes in the middle of the meal, everyone should make their own bracha. One should not be like other people because they're busy swallowing and they're concerned that they might choke and they want to have fun of their bracha. If it comes after the meal, then one person makes a bracha for everybody. The Mishnah says that only when they're all eating, one to be with everybody else, unless they plan initially to sit down and have a meal, and that is considered as a conveya, they decide to do so. The word says that after Rabbi was lifted, Talmidim with Algaya, and they all decided to get together and said they're going to eat on the base of the entire desert. And when they got there, they weren't sure if that's considered established as Suda. And they were very sad because they had nobody to ask. They felt like the Rabbi wasn't there anymore. Rabbi Adam or Ahava got up and he turned his shirt around. The shirt that already had Kriya on it, he flipped it around so he performed another Kriya. He was so sad that he had nobody to ask. Where it tells us that Eliyahu came and said, no, because there was a contradiction between the Mishnah and the Bryce, and we have an answer and say, the difference is when people get together and they come up with that pizza practices and they decide to sit down and establish a meal, that's enough. There's one to be made to everybody else. A wonderful day. Bracha is not very people. We learn from the Mishnah that everybody's gathered around us, all eating on the couches, one person making bracha for everybody else. It says, that's talking about praise. But when it comes to wine, there's a difference. And there's two opinions of what Rabbi said. The first Lashon says, Rabbi said, when it comes to wine, if everybody's eating, then one person invites everybody else. The second Lashon says, it doesn't matter. Everybody could be eating, it won't help. Everybody must make their own bracha. Or as long as everybody's eating. One person invites everybody else. How do we explain the price? The wealthy person that invites many poor people as guests, and the guests are coming in and they sit down in the front room, and they're waiting for the rest of the guests to come in. And as they're waiting, he serves them wine. He tells them, wash one hand. Rashi says, he says, and each one makes an individual bracha on the wine. The question is, according to the first opinion of God, why can't one person make a bracha for everybody? The answer is, because they're all transitioning to the second room. And therefore, in this room, they're not considered before, they're not considered together, and each one should be So now all the guests show up, and they transition into the second room where they have beds, and everybody lays down, they do the save up, and they all wash both of their hands. And they eat bread. Now, one person makes bracha on the one that question is, what is the second of the Torah? How can one person make a bracha? Very comes. The answer is, since one person is making a bracha on bread for so maybe if you get for bread, you might see other people wine as well. It says in the Mishnah that the person who's honored in Zibur, he's the same person who's going to make the bracha on the summon once everybody does. And it seems like he's another greater person than him in the bracha. Why is that he's doing all these brachas? Since why? Because he washes his hands first. Am I right? So he gets to do Zibur. Once he gets to do Zibur, he said he finished the mitzvah, make the bracha on the summon as well. One knows the story that Rabbi was by Rabbi's house together with his stuff. Rabbi looked at Rabbi and said, go wash your hands. Rabbi started shaking. Oh, did he did something wrong? Rabbi said, it's like a noise. Rabbi wants you to go wash your hands first. Am I right about this? Before the one that washes first, he's the one that's honored in my opinion. See, why do we make a bracha on smell? It's not a physical thing. It's a part of the second was a called the Shabbat Aleph Vav. What is that in the Shabbat benefit from? The rest of the only thing is, good smell in the book says, make a bracha. Rabbi Bar Yirmiyah says, just like when you're eating food, bread, you say, I'm going to, and then you put it in your mouth, before you get the benefit. You say the bracha. So when it's the smell, make the bracha before you actually smell. As long as it's not up in smoke, you can make that bracha. It says Rabbi, which is essentially put on coals and it creates a nice fragrance and smoke. The bracha is actually some besides mush, which in English is musk, which comes from animals. Bracha means very nice. Prices says different prices. Only thing they see has in summer is Farsi, Rabbi, and Adas. Now, what bracha do you make on a Farsi? The oil of a Farsi. Don't bring a red fruit on it. Look there to scroll, and therefore, inserting in the bracha, Oirei Shemin Zenu Araleh. Bracha is like Rabbi says, Oirei Shemin Araleh. The word is the list of things say. Oirei Atzei B'Sok. Sharto, which is pastis, also known as punch, which is one of the supplementary fibers. Similar is jasmine, Uve Kuba is spikenard, also one of the fibers, which is oillessness. And Narcoin, which is garden roses, all Atzei B'Sok. What you say, usually some more brings an example of Sikle, which is violence. If you have a fruit that's edible but also has a very good smell, such as an estrogen, or then you make a special bracha. Nosan Reach Koy Back Eros. In Nissan, three-star tree, the sleeping tree, says, or usually trees are very loving bloom. Nothing is missing this tree. Beautiful tree. Even without them. Or about Rios Levites, Islamic Levites. Why did he create the beautiful trees? Slud is by having a hug up in us. Pleasure. This is the part of the future when Shem comes, that free scroll. Young men have the smell of Levana. The Lord says in the next thing that you are creating the world in a way, everybody enjoys their job, even a tanner enjoys the smell, it's used to the smell, even though it's a really bad smell. It says Gemara, similar to a mushroom where the person puts a pond shoot on the back of a pig, and it's clean. If people find his way and roll into the mud, even if this person's tanner finds another job, eventually they'll bring it back and if a person walks by himself at night, he might encounter a shade, and the shade damage him, does harm him, and he'll see the shade. If he holds a lamp in his hand, it says if he's walking he might see the shade, but the shade won't harm him. He's walking to the light of the boat. That's as if there are people there that won't even see the shade. The Rebbe says it's better for a person to throw himself into a fire than to carry someone in public with the color of Buddha. The person is holding his hand. Oil that smells good in Hadas. According to the smell, you make the Rebbe Hadas, you can shop in the Rohan Shemen. You make Shami's Rebbe. Because Shemen accomplishes two things. It's weird on your skin, and it also smells like the Rebbe. Bill says that Shamin is Rebbe. But what happened was, the Lord says, Toto, how's it like the silver? He said, what Bill said that the Lord's like a Shabbat. So you're like, yeah, but I heard that from Rabbi, the Lord's like a Shabbat. But it was embarrassed. So he made up a story that Rabbi passed. Person has to think, oil and wine, which one is going to make the Rabbi first? The Shabbat says, oil in your hand, you make the Rabbi oil, and this doesn't go hold. The wine in your right hand, you make the Rabbi wine. When you put the oil, anoint your servant. Serving will come off and don't put this good smelling oil on it. Because the Father should hear from people else. Good smelling for you. So this is the first of all, the Father should not go out to the marketplace smelling good, especially in a place that's the shadow of himself. And the Lord says he shouldn't put on his clothing, he put on his body to have this deodorant, whereas his stripe on the focus would have to put it on his ear. Both are putting on his body. So the Father should not go out and sell it at night because people will make rumors about it. Unless he has a purpose of learning, people know that he's going there, and that's why he's not by himself. The Father should not have shoes that have two patches on them. It's not nice. Only if it's in a place that's seen, and only if it's summer days, you can go out outside, and only outside. A mother should not be talking to a marketplace either that his wife, daughter, sister, people know that they are dating her. And the mother should not be in the company of an Amoris that Amoris might bring him down. But he should never be the last one in his bedroom. People say that he's not good. And he shouldn't walk very wide steps because it says wide steps is 1,500 with his eyesight. And if he does, so he should be finished that with his eyesight. And finally, I'm probably trying to walk right. That's a guy going or having wonderful day. Rothschild is not valid. The Mishnah tells us that we make food, and the secondary food as well. We make one bracha on the main food, and the secondary food is called a bracha. 99% of the time when we eat bread is the main food. The Mishnah tells us that it's an exception to the rule. Everybody should eat rice salad. These are extremely sweet fruit that are found in Israel. So when you eat them, they're so sweet you have to add salt to finish the taste. And eat a little bread with it. That bread is a tuffle, and you don't make a bracha on that bread. The Lord tells us to love these fruit very much. And he's committed with bringing thousands of these fruits out of God. And he would eat them all, and he would sear, and he's not even satiated. But he would eat them until they fly, the blood in his forehead would slide right off from the oil. Bobby and Rabbi eat so many of these that they would have ear would simply fall out of their head. Rosh Hashanah would eat so many of them that become delirious and become shivers. Rabbi had to call the authorities that had to drive them home. The Lord tells us about Israel. Yahweh had a city that had so many figs that needed that many employees that they needed 600,000 bowls of tuna per week. Yahweh had a tree that had so many birds in it that could take 3 times a month 40 saw of chickens out of the tree. There's a city called Business that had 80 pairs of Kohanim that married 80 twin Kohanim girls. The Gemara says it's so rare it only happened once. And what this does, twin daughters, the music band, married two brothers who were Israelim, which were Rabbi Bar Chama and Ukma Bar Chama. A meal without salt is not considered a meal. A meal without soup is not considered a meal. Says the Mishnah. The meal holds that when you eat Shivas HaMinah, you have to eat our the Muslim, you have to bench. Why? Because the Muslim of Shivas HaMinah comes 2 seconds before a Chaltam Smoker Miraz, a Muslim without birth is a Muslim. So Chaltam say yes, but there's a Muslim to be clean, and that separates them. That says that when you eat Shivas HaMinah, you only have to make Ala Mizvah. Real says, tells that if you eat sugar, you don't mention you drink water. Rabbi says the very function of this soup is not pleasant. Whether you eat the broth at all, depends upon water. The ala Mishnah on food is very similar to how we do today. There are a few variations, very minor variations. Aloe creates. Help us as well. There's some clever or clever. We say sure it's so good. The more does. She'll talk about this in the left of the view of this way, but Rafa Hashem and Dino Israel and Left. But Shlaim Recha by the Bethel, the Sipne, Yerushalayim, you can check the there, you may let us come. So can we call it the Top 5 of Israel. And on the 5 of rain, Ala Mikva, the Pillar, the Sada, Ala Orange, Ala Mikva. You know there is Kaddish, from the Rafa, in Kaddish as well, there, Rosh Hashanah, that's two things that we say. We say the same thing, we say two things, and Ala Mikva, for instance. Pointer of this though, and the first letter to say, Ala Orange, Val Piri Set, according to one letter. In other words, you're mentioning the first letter is Israel. And remember, the Nerd Soul would say, Ala Piri, in general. That's what's in there for food that that it food starts to say our parents, our food, but I never mentioned eat. Here we're not mentioning that food that is strong, and that is strong say our parents. Yudu Avdima says that when it comes to vegetables, the water, there's no drop of water, you don't make a burn of it. But Yitzchak says there is a vegetable, you don't make a drop of water. Water, but Papa says you make a drop of water, a burn of water, and not vegetables. So the Dina says that this bracha, there are things that you need a bracha before it, but not afterwards. Everything needs a bracha afterwards. Even water. You must say this referring to mitzvahs. You don't make a bracha when you're done. The water is as well. They would make brachas when one would remove his still and senses need to say bracha. So you must say that over the manual and the Hamar is referring to smell. When you smell something, you make a bracha before that, you don't make a bracha afterwards. The Lord tells us that an egg is healthier than any other food. If it's lightly roasted, it's better than 3 dozen egg worth of flour. And if it's completely cooked, it's the best food in the world. Besides, we meet the same size, but egg would have the same nutrient value. Spleen, says the Gemara, is good for your teeth, but very bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat it? You should chew it and spit it out. Leek is bad for your teeth and bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat from it? You should swallow it. After bloodletting, you shouldn't eat raw vegetables. It causes the face to lose color. Compared to one option, vegetables, raw vegetables, causes the person that eats them a lot of damage. Them within the first 4 hours of the day. Another lesson says that it causes damage to the person speaking to that person that ate it because of the foul odor. If you eat very small animals, in other words, animals that are supposed to grow a large size, if you eat one animal that's only 25% of its potential growth, it prevents a person from growing. Animals, live animals, breathe life. So even if you eat a small fish, that brings life. If you eat from the throat area, which is the life of the breathe, that brings life, that vitalizes the body. And Rabbi was not to eat from the place of the Shmita. The Gemara tells us that there are 6 things that are medicinal. That is cabbage. The Gemara says not only is cabbage good medicine, but it also satiates a person who eats pennyroyal water, maw, the womb, and the diaphragm. Burning is really bad for your health unless you eat it together with meat or the another Shmita. Unless you cook it really good, or it was a pizza, and another Shmita, which is Rabbi, if you eat it together with wine, then it's actually good for you. That's why Rabbi can tell his servant, you see trumpets, don't ever ask me, just buy it how you like to eat it. And it's wonderful. Bracha is not Shame Hashem, I will call out Hashem. You guys, what will be the this? The other way, Mishnah says that there are some people that cannot be part of this evil. These are people that are eating food that some masters weren't taken from them, or were employed the master shady, or the waiter eating that from Kazayas, or a gun, but a pussy is its time. Women, halachically, can make their own zimum. Tanan, Avot, make their own zimum, but the Namitzar is together with men. How much does a person have to eat in order to have a feel to do zimum and have enough of a feel to lead the three zimum? Kanagama says, Kazayas, or Yehuda says, you must eat a kabetz. You learn from the same pasuk, God Hashem, that the person that answers Amen should answer louder than the chazan itself. Pasuk says, "Why should you have well, you can't have the pasuk. Sit over that serves that little speech. The Mashiach Rabbi didn't go over the highest one. Here we learn how to learn these about the and in fact, a person who repeated the words and translated them to the local language. The two, the Balkari and the Hagrid, have to be on the same noise level. One should not be louder than the other. Mishnah says that Zima is a preview. How about two people? They elect to do Zima. Rabbi says no. Rab says yes, they could do Zima. Biases the minute go is when people are afraid. You have two people, each one benches individually themselves. Support is doesn't matter. When one bench for the other, points to the second one, the Allah of so here, the Rothschild says, yeah, you said that, bro. The boy goes through a series of questions, asking questions about Rabbi and Rabbi. And our mission says that three people are together to do two, and not two. That would be the question of Rabbi. This is the one that answered. Our mission is talking about a few, and I was talking about shows. So, and the person says, but three people are together. One of them did not run away and leave his secrets behind. It seems like two people are eating, one could run away. And the answer is yes. When you have three people eating, and one can run away because if they are healed, he created a few, but he's running away, he's destroying that fear. Very interesting about that. You have two people, imagine two people eating together, having a conversation, and there's a waiter. And the waiter claps down next to them and sits down and eats. And it's not considered diving, and it's okay. Because we assume those two people wanted to sit there so that they have a few percent. The question is, point around, two was enough. You don't need a third one. And the answer is, three is better than two because three creates a real field versus two is still. So when you have a real field, you don't have a two vice. You should have two vice. When you fail to do the mitzvah is greater. As you said, women can do zima by themselves, but they should not use an evet, and tzarva, and not use zima. They cannot use an evet because it becomes beauty. It seems like that even 100 women have the same halachic feel as two men. And it says the women are the waves, so the two men are kind. This is not true. Women have a greater feel. Three women have greater feel than two men because of the concept of God bless them. We have three. That creates a feel. They are considered marketable. Now the Gemara says that if you have two people that would be one ran away, you're allowed to scream out to him so that he turns around and he answers you from a distance. However, when you have 10 people one ran away, you cannot scream out to him so that he turns around and answers from a distance. Rather, if you call him back, what do you say to change his name? And therefore it's not proper for him to answer from a distance. Rabbi says that if three people are eating together, it's not their parents. If one of them finishes eating and says, hey, I'm done, please answer me. Because it's one against two. But if two finish eating, then it's okay for them to ask the third one to stop and answer them. But not only does he have to stop and answer, he has to stop when they're fully are finished. The first bracha brings the Muslim as other something. The Lord tells us that the actually, and they're all sitting together and eating, and they've said, we're all on the same level of learning and godliness. So who's going to lead us to zero? There's no one greater than the other. Therefore, they decided to touch on the road. And not because the Rabbi heard about these things, they must have it said. The more you get into the mitzvah, let's see it's for someone. That you go back and you see from the crack of the zone. Here's our love for nice. You walk happens when people are about to start benching? What do you say? You can't say Baruch Shachal Yisrael because you didn't do it. So what do you say? Where it says you say, answer both of the words. It must speak to the house. Let's walk down the Shofar. Minus the word you. You answer Baruch from the word Shemoy. Come into Adam Baruch. And if you expect people to walk into the Shem Brachas that people about to start. So you say, Baruch Eloheinu Melech Shemoy. Come into Adam Baruch. Why do you walk in when they're already at the head of it? So there you just say the word Baruch. Where it says that only the bracha of Bnei Yerushalayim you say only on bracha. Bnei Yerushalayim Yerushalayim Amen or Bnei say Bnei Yerushalayim Amen. But other brachas that's not. Rashi points out that that's what started with. That when there's a series of brachas, the last bracha you can answer only for yourself. So the last bracha Hado you would say Amen or after you say Amen. This is how you can Rashi. Like this Amen Bnei Yerushalayim you say it out loud, you say it quiet. Abayo, you might see his employees, he brings them with him. When he got to Bnei Yerushalayim, he screamed out, Amen, to indicate to them that their time is up and he must go back to work in the shul. And he should report bracha, which is only the Rabbi. But Rashi on the other hand, how, and before bracha is the Rabbi, and you say it aloud, it comes to us, so people won't treat it respectfully, and therefore, instead of coming widely, you want to say that. Bracha is not going who is mighty? Everybody with mighty because the Chala who holds the Balabais. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Zera was very sick. The Rabbi accepted on himself that if Rabbi Zera has refuah shleima being healed, he'll throw him a huge party. The Gemara says that there's a cold Rabbi Zera, his short burned him. His legs were burned. Zera would test himself out once a month, put himself in the oven and see if he would be burned. Like would be burned again 1 month, there's the high Gemara. And in fact, he got burned. Sarah had a full recovery, it proved a big part of it. Rabbi says, I want you to cut the bread. You might say, everybody, there's no. The Balabais has to do so. It's okay. But I want you to feed the salmon, feed us with seafood. There no I hold. The person that cuts the bread is the person who does seafood. We have an hold that the Balabais cuts the bread. That's true. Why? Because the guests will give a bracha to the host and will say, he runs it. The famous Rothschild Shalom Balabais said, the owner shouldn't have any embarrassment out of this world, not the world. Rabbi said that. He's not going to look at the Chassid. When the Chassid is slow from very clear, the Chassid is the same as over. Bayish and Sop look at the Yod of them and see David, but it's not going to come with him. Take a very good life, and they're cut out. According to Rabbi Nachman, Simon was like, represented correct. And when you finish, you start Baruch Hashem. As long as they look to God. The point of Sheshes, this is only point of Rashi, it's incredible. Sheshes home. As long as you look to God, is part of the same. That is, if you're not benching with people, benching with yourself, you don't say as long as you look to God. You just start. That's what nation starts. It's unbelievable. Places in Florida, Rashi. Same thing would be, let's say, people are benching together. And he asked one of them to stop eating, it's too have to go. The one that stopped eating it, just clear up by itself. It's not like where does he start from? According to the Chachamim, that's not luck, according to Rashi. He would start from Leidim because he's all by himself. According to Chaya, he goes back and says, as long as you look two rices that seem to not fit each other. How do we explain these rices? One rice says that somebody's benching is only 2 brachas, and sometimes it's 3. The second rice says somebody's benching is 3 brachas, sometimes it's according to Rabbi, to explain the first price of the workers, they say Bnei Yerushalayim has part of our arsenal. So 2 brothers are actually 1. So if it's only 2 people, they only have 2 brothers. Now it's not so long. And they have art. If they're benching the zero, you can add 1 more because the zero is considered a brother. The second price is not going to say. It's talking about regular people. And regular people say Bnei Yerushalayim it's a brother. So either you have 3 brothers and your bench is by yourself. the way through, went all the way through life. Therefore, you have to between the prices whether or not the final word that they make is the Rabban and the rights. We have to look for the Rabban. So Madonna that says the rights, and therefore the first price holds that's the Rabban. So if people are benching, you have only two brothers. You only start by night. And if it's three people benching, you add to that the same, that's the third brother. And if you hold the second rights, that is the rights, so now you add everything. One bracha that word proofs three proofs that a third is the Rabban. One proof is the fact that workers can skip a Nivamit. They have to skip a Nivamit. No, the Rabban. Another proof is that the third starts with one Rashi and doesn't end with Rabban. This is part of that. It's part of the right. It's a bracha that's next to each other. That should not start with part. All it is, only brachas that start with part are short brachas like you can compare food or brachas on mitzvahs. Subject to the rule. Krishna, for instance, Emes B'Yatzev starts without a bar, but ends with a bar. Now, another idea is that in the almost house, you don't say, I tell you, I make it before you work. Now, that it's not a very good. The word says in verse 12, what the mitzvah only, not only. And this is how the intention, you say, hey, look at the reading, etc., until you keep them along. You say, I tell you, I make it. And you say, hey, Emes, Dayan Emes, Shofet said it. These judges with truth and said that we can have a mishpat, the shall be not being used the rule. Last something as he wishes, for Rabbi Mishpat, Shakal Shalai, and says, Before, I'm not going to have the whole stuff, you always have to bench everything with Marfa. Going to prince in this world, he must have met the holes in place where we have a loss. Either is a prince as a spirits in Israel, high. Where it tells us an interesting conversation that Rishon's had, the Rishon's, the Parsi, the Persians, they know how to have different ethics. That when a very important person would say, you sit down first. You lay down and lean. And the second to him would lean right above his head. In other words, there was an issue where the important person, if you want to converse with the second in command, you have to sit up and turn his body. And that's not proper for an important person. But the Parsi, they don't sign. They would go like this with their hands, and the person behind them would understand it. My Rishayim, they would start from the most important person, and they would read this small little table in it, so you didn't have to worry about keeping his hands clean. My friend would start from the least important person, but the table in front of the important person, so you have what Rothschild says, I don't know anything about it. I know about prices. And in the price, so it says, yes, and the first, the most important person says that. However, the second sits below, so that the fourth person without straining his neck. The third important person sits. Well, if it's three people, so now you put the second person above it, and the third person below it. Because Rashi explained it's better and it looks more flushing when the important person has to straighten his neck for somebody warm. Therefore, let him straighten his neck for the second in command rather than the third. I should do my showing him, yes, we start with the most important person. But I'm afraid you start, there's five people left, and the fifth one, he's the most important person, he's the one that starts with my friend, he's the one that does it. However, there's a lot of people, 100 people. You start from the least important person until you wind up 95 people later, until you have 5 people left. 5 people left. Then the most important person washes his hands by praying, and he does Simon, have a wonderful day. Robin type of design. We all know he's supposed to honor and give credit to the person, etc. The rule. The highway traveling, in front of you, my Machayim don't have the story. Ron's donkey was overtaking a guy's donkey on the way. I said to myself, look at this. He puts him in straw, he's right on his ring. And of course, he doesn't even cover. Yeah, but he got the straw, that's a body here. You know, go for it. The bike tells him, now all of a sudden you can be covered. He's rolling. I hold it to the other side. Don't give a cover. When you get a doorway, it has a distance, so it doesn't. But if you would have a good ascent to the name of the route, don't people sitting around and eating, you don't eat until the person that comes the bread. But Sapper screaming out, that's not what he said. He said until the person that comes the bread tastes. Now, tasting and eating are the same thing. The word teaches us when you see something in the name of the Rabbi, you should say exactly the same word that the Rabbi used. The Lord teaches us proper dinner etiquette. Two people are sitting around eating, and one of them gets up to get a drink. The second person will be patiently until the first person gets back with you. Have three people. And one gets up to get a drink. Two don't have to wait. Number one, the person that has the bread, he should start the meal. He should finish the dips first, unless he wants to honor something that's greater than him. However, when it comes to the Kala and Shabbos, and that's not cutting until everybody says, and you don't have to wait for somebody to say exceptionally wrong on me. It's not proper to say exceptionally wrong. Amen. What is this question? Amen the same one? Amen that Amen Amen the same one when somebody says Amen without even hearing the bracha of the source. He says Amen because the people around him are saying Amen. Katuba is that you don't say a chametz under the aleph, you say shva under it. You don't say Amen, you say Ire. The Kufa is you don't pronounce the Nuga and the word you say Amen instead of Amen. All these three things can cause a person to lose life. That is a person who always says Amen, says properly, that is actually given additional things. At least it's the others. First, when I say bracha, I think it's a burden. He's trying to get over with. You should say the word nicely and slowly. Rabbi, that two people are basically going to be the person who's longing towards them. You cannot join the zero. Shmuel holds that as long as it's dessert come out, the third meal is still going down, and the third person is considered for zero. Rabbi says, who's the zero? Then you can shoot a zero. The main person of the meal, the person is there from the beginning. Now, what we ask him, that's the most important person, is to have the person, even though he can't feel the meal as long as he ate some bread. The Lord tells us that the list of the added additional that we're eating, that some of them are to start disease. Now to start disease, you can't take the list and face value. What's just a sense that the person eats right at the part of the seed. Now, why is also eat at the part of the seed? Well, it tells us because the mind is put there for a running and a soldier of two soldiers. And every person, even a wealthy person, is considered a poor person that they can hold it as long as he is profitable as below him. They'll become important. Therefore, it's not in the world for a person who's trying to keep his stock. Now it says that the price are doing 10% of what you do. And the lady took 10% of this 10% of the time. That food, and ate from that, you can start. The answer is because the straw never took is step one. You wouldn't have wanted to give the lady before you took. Very much. 2%. The definition is that the lady is not responsible for that straw 2%. All the lady has to give is 10% of what he receives. What about my sashimi? What would be the interesting? Somebody eats my sashimi that was eaten properly, that we could even start. The answer is if it wasn't eaten properly. There's another step that even for face value must add an additional 45% or 20% depends on whatever we're buying. And he didn't do so. The finish is that even though he didn't make the members, he still didn't start. Once he finished that, I'm waiting for him to start again. Right? That's the reason the waiter typically doesn't sit down and finish. He's walking back and forth. He's standing. Nevertheless, he's part of the meal. Now, why would he even start this? Why is he any better than our artists? Because our artists is not part of this. The answer is from a that's not a fuck. Or it's from an artist that doesn't make use of isis. That's why he's not the star. But if you see choice of isis are in Torah, you see our market on all their isis. Not only that, they are more market on their isis than Israel. Therefore, I can try. One definition of an artist, or being the whole bunch paparazzi. So anyway, they'll go off, take their own religion. Well, that's an amazing story. Both of Akama, not allowed, I mean, nothing like that. Part of the secret. Because he had nothing, certain Akama, even though he's something like Rabbi says, that's why Rabbi Akama wasn't tired. The question is, well, why? It's certain Akama should be part of the secret. That's really because Rashid of people, it's certain Akama, Rabbi Akama didn't know that. Rothschild is that in certain Akama. But people have a problem. He listened to Torah and repeated it with confidence, and that was enough for Rashid. This tells us that we have not being started. What did we put in that? It's also a started. That's when, because we talk about Torah, we talk about food that plants that didn't have holes facing the ground, they didn't merge the ground. What we're keeping the rights, only us to do about. Nothing much to say. Of course, not being started for Simon, that's the reason he didn't have to shady, but he couldn't put the wrong point. The last one is going to have any pitching on that. Of course, if you have been started, and the answer is going to tell you that when people have the classic years as a new one, the people, should be still considered a good. Even though it's not been started with the public, yeah, there's a tremendous difference. You have 9 people who are using public as you can. He's a extremely small child, but they all believe in his birth. Truma Lady says, that you can desire as a parent, a slave. The question is, if that's the case, why do you think he has to kill the freest slave in order to create a mini? That 9 people, and in order to get a pet, you need a slave. Why do you just be desire the slave? That's right. Because you already used one of the slaves as the knife. And if you use the second slave, you had to free the second slave. That's the slave. And after you do that, it goes to America. It's not for the community, therefore forever. The person that's a man, that's one of the first people to show, he gets tired, the same event is tired as everybody knows. Very interesting. A lot of 9 people look like they are independent, they are considered a gift. But once when they're together, they're out, finally, the Chachamim that are learning together, that halachas that they're learning, actually learn, create a simple and a wonderful day. Rothschild staff member that's Gemara says Maskana that a young child who understands who a Rabbi to be inspired to Zimon to be one of the 3 people in Zimon. What tells us that Rabbi asked very young Abaye and Rabbi, 2 little children, who do you make a Rabbi to? They both said Hashem. He said, where does Hashem live? Rabbi pointed up to the ceiling, and Abaye went outside and pointed up to the sky. Rabbi declared, he said, since these are very, very young children, this concept by themselves, it means that they are going to be big Rabbanim. Gemara says, putzing the katri you can tell on a very small pumpkin, and the samples you can tell which one is going to be a good pumpkin. Halacha, if you have 7 people that eat bread, and 3 people that eat vegetables, you have 0 to 10 people for 0. 0 is Musukkah. What about 6 people that eat bread and 4 people that eat vegetables? Is that it's here as well? You need a majority that's obvious. What tells us that after Yanni Hamelech killed all the Chachamim, he realized that he doesn't want to do benching by himself, and he needs somebody to help him. So he asked his wife for help. She said, yes, I killed one who happens to be my own brother, and if you promise you're not going to harm him, I'll pull him out and he'll help us. So she brought him to the table, and Yanni gave him a lot of honor, and he sat him himself and his wife. He said, look at all this honor I'm giving you. Rothschild said, no, it's the Torah that gives me honor. And Yanni says, look at him. You worry the malchus. Okay, bench. He says, how can I bench? I didn't just deal with you. I can't say shalom. Therefore, fine, and bring it. They started the meal. And then they gave him another couple of. The Torah says that's not halal. Since in order to be with the other people, as Shimon Shah was going to do, he's going to say the entire bench. And we went to Yana, you need to eat bread. It's not good enough to drink one. But to be one of the 3, it's enough to even eat a leaf of a vegetable. The Moshe Rabbeinu was the one that was the first bracha of the Prince of Moshe. Yisrael received them up. Yeshua, when the word of Yisrael, he made the book Allah Haaretz Alam Muslim. Better Yisrael. Those Yisrael made the book, but Yisrael, those make part of Yisrael, and the book of Yisrael. And later on, when Shem looked at his Hamikdash, he said, Allah Haaretz Hakadol V'Hakadol. I tell you that made it. It was the Rabbah. When the Haruki and Beitar, many victims, millions of victims from Beitar weren't buried for many years, as Shalom says in the kindness. So when they finally came to be buried, tremendous nights. There's no smell, the bodies were home. And Muhammad made a bracha on fire. That there was no smell that I made it, and we were able to bury them. So we have four prophets with Azar, Al-Aretz, Boydenstein, and Akheva made Shabbos we had, Shabbos would say, insert that in the middle of bracha. According to Eliezer, you can insert would say anywhere you want, as long as you don't insert it at the beginning of the first bracha. With that, you need to do something. But you say, according to Shemai, what I'm according to Tanakh, you can with Akila, you should say it in Rachim. However, if you forget to say, you would say Rachim, you would say later on. According to the comment, once you forget to say, you say no Rachim, you must repeat the entire Rikas Hamazah. Says the Gemara, the Chalta the Sabbat teaches us that you have to examine. That's the right. As Hashem Alekafa is the source for the first bracha of Hasa. Ala Aretz is the bracha of Eretz. HaToiva is Boin Yerushalayim. Hashem Al-Salaf is the source for HaToiva HaMeitim. The Gemara says, how do I know that you have to make a bracha before you eat? You can make a bracha when you satiate, and certainly when you are starving. Then he says, you don't need a bracha. You actually learn that from the Pasuk now. Because the concept of Simon, how do we use the word of HaToiva? That I can learn from God Lashem Iti, therefore it's extra. Well, how did the Sabbath teach us the first bracha of Azam? That made is only with Rabbanim. How do I know beforehand, the bracha before it? Hashem Nas Halav means when a Baruch gives you the food, before you eat it, you should already learn to Hashem to make it up. It says, I've learned that from another source. It says, that the Baruch bless your bread. Don't eat it to be blessed, but you eat it to be and you shall bless your bread. What is it, your bread? Before you chew it and destroy it. In other words, in the bread state, you should make a bracha. What tells us the story that Shaul went to look for his father's donkey that he couldn't find it, so he asked Shmuel, maybe Shmuel can help him out. So he asked him one girl, where's Shmuel? And the Torah tells us a very long armistice. They said, you better go quickly, you have to ask for the city, because of doubt between Shalom and Obama, and before he brings it, he says a bracha, it's a bachta, that brings it out, on and on. So the first thing we see for our Shigya is that we make a bracha before you. But why did they talk so much? He asked a simple question, which Shmuel was, and the Gemara says to me, either because women like to talk a lot, or because Shaul says in Yeshiva B'Mala, he was taller than everybody, he was more beautiful than everybody. And the women, the girls, wanted the gays that spoke to them. And the third Shana says that one kingdom cannot go with another kingdom for milliseconds. And Shmuel was the ruler of Israel for ruling to show, but time didn't come. So therefore they had to speak to them that time to arrive. The Gemara says in Al-Fayr, if you make a bracha, it just gives you sustenance in this world, so certainly you should make a bracha on 2 year old, which gives you sustenance in the oil of Abba. Shmuel says it's actually a concept. It says, and in prayer it also says the concept of Nasan, the senior, the ethnol, the thoughts, Lucas, heaven. So therefore I learned the concept of bracha, make a bracha, we learn prayer. Rabbi says, Asher Nasalov, I learned from there, that just like I make a bracha on the good, whatever Akash Baruch Hu throws my way, Asher Nasalov, and it's bad, I have to make a bracha. And another chapter, HaToiva, broken down two words, Toiva and HaToiva. The word Toiva means Toiva. HaToiva is the building of Yerushalayim, it's wonderful there. Rothschild got my class, with Lucas, some other. are certain words that must be observed otherwise we never get to the word for pleasure. You must say, Eretz Emdot Toiva. And you must say Malchus Together. You have like according to the number of Sunday, you must say the word bris. According to Yosef, you must say the word Torah. Lemmy says, by the way, you must say bris or Torah. But in the third possible that the word bris is 30 pounds, whereas Torah only 3 times. The Bible says that the bracha al haaretz starts with loaded parsha. You take parsha. You must insert that, and in addition to that, you must say what do an apple. But if the person doesn't even say what they do, he's a Buddha. But what's in the Gemara, when you see Rabbi, Yisrael out there, by Yerushalayim Yerusha, how do you finish off the bracha? You finish it off. What do you make Yerushalayim? What if the person wants to finish it off like you started? What do you make Yerushalayim with Shia Yisrael? According to one of the Amar, that's considered Amara as a word. It's very beautiful. Whereas you finish it off, what do you Yerushalayim with Shia Yisrael? The word tells us that Rabbi Rabuna would start one out of the two. You wouldn't say Yisrael, I'm not from Yerushalayim. You say either Yisrael or Yisrael. However, in the Casino, it says, what Yerushalayim, you take what Yerushalayim, what Shia Yisrael, you take two. Where it says, but Rabbi holds that when you finish your bracha, you never say, you never talk about the things. Because I'm sure they can't get rid of this in one shot. Where it says, but what you do, al haaretz al haaretz. Or it explains, it's the land that brings out fruit. Al haaretz al haaretz, the land that brings out sustenance. What about your answer? You say, Mechadish Yisrael, that's mine. So there, it's not Yisrael, that's mine. It's Fly Yisrael, that's part of Mechadish Yisrael, or Fly Yisrael, that's Mechadish Yisrael. The whole issue that Gemara has is what you do when Shabbos and Yom Kippur and you say, Mechadish HaShabbos, and Yisrael has mine. How do you explain that? Gemara, that must be explained. Or, who's Mechadish all Shabbos, Yisrael, and Yom. This is the fact. If you start rapping, just talking about Yisrael, then you finish it off with Yisrael. Otherwise, you should off with Yisrael. And that says, regardless of how you start off rapping, you always finish it off only with the very name of line of the What does is a very interesting story. The day of Rabbi, come, let's learn, teach us some Gemara. How can I teach you Gemara when I don't even know how to bench? He says, I was in the rich girl's house, and I benched, and Rothschild jumped up like a snake, wanted to attack me. He was really sad. Why? Because I forgot to say Chris, Torah, and Malchus. He said, why? Why did you do that? He says, because Rabbi said you don't have to say it. You don't say it, you write it. But all the time I'm writing, you should say Chris, Malchus, Torah. Why possibly Rabbi? The word tells us, if you hold that the fourth broken bench, I think I mentioned this, the Raisa, there's no people mention Malchus Kingdom. You don't say Baruch Atah Hashem King Melech, but you don't have to hold that the Rabbanah that insert the words Melech. It says that Zera, since you're already inserting the word Melech into the fourth bracha, you might as well say it twice in the fourth bracha. Once for bringing Shamayim, that's not him. And why do you have to say it? So what is Shamayim comes out to Malchus of David, the kingdom of David, and there's no mention at all about the Malchus of the prophet, that's not a prophet. So say it twice in the fourth bracha to make up to the third bracha. Since Rabbi is already making up and speaking in Malchus, you might as well say it 3 times, 20 times, that's what we do. And one, an additional one, for Rabbi Alright. And one of the things, what do we say? One of the questions of Melech, I know that's one. So we can say, but people by King, and we say, Melech, I thought it says, Rabbi said, if a person forgets, he say, he can say, Baruch Atah Hashem, Nosan Shabbos and Nufa, the Ami Yisrael, the Ois, who the Bris, the Hava, Baruch Atah Hashem, because Shabbos down. Don't remember all that. All you have to say is Baruch Atah Hashem, Nosan Shabbos, Baruch Atah Hashem. Baruch Atah Hashem, and it came out of the Ram, Nosan Yisrael, it's simple, it's important, Baruch Atah Hashem, you can't get Yisrael right back. You can say, Baruch Atah Hashem, and the Ram, Nosan, Nosan Shabbos, and Ami Yisrael, it's important. Whether it was the potential of the simple, whether or not it was simple, and whether it was Rob, one of the other brothers. Nothing says these rocks are values. That's it. Say, that's only if you didn't go before bracha kazana. Once you start a Hera got into it, then it's a month. Shmuel says that our Shmuel we get Shmuel the Albi but we get Albi with the most you don't have to what's the reason? Because Shmuel we must say Shmuel everybody has to say Shmuel. But our Shmuel you don't have to eat a meal. You don't have to eat bread. There's no fear and everybody not to. But the hard thing is you are no good fear. Those days, they Albi over convention, convention. Or that, or Rosh Hashanah. Not the 50 minutes. She has to be shut up. Again, that would be other Rosh Hashanah. Let's discuss this. What about Shal Shem? This is very key for that. It says the Mishnah, we learned in the Mishnah that you completed the Timon of the Mitzvah. According to the many says, you have to decide this, and you don't also complete. So if you find the exact root of the remainder of the Mitzvah, you don't also decide when it comes to someone who forgot, who brought a preference limit outside of Shleim, and didn't pass higher safety test, it must be turned, so it is running with his freedom. What's the number? Well, there says it says that why it's different from one side the left right that uses laser or the shot is that what's the cost? You may learn the word of how this from the so from the how much is enough for that? Or this is how does the silver that you have to be satiated, that's the basic. Or what you touch it, but what this is, we can hear from up. So going back to the Samikas, and Kuma's always the basis, you have to go back to the Samikas. Or you can hear the Isser, go back to this. So this is always with the says the Mishnah. You have three people basically saying the Baruch Shakam Shalom. You have four people who could say, Baruch is the three. You shall benefit that. That is the Baruch Elohim Shakam. That one could tell the untent. Baruch will catch the Elohim. Now, if you always say, part of that thing. The first thing I meetings, sometimes the first thing after notice, and we'll discuss tomorrow, it's good if you do numbers. If it's 100 people who say the Baruch Hashem will be paid, if it's 1,000 people who say the Baruch Hashem will be paid, they'll appear on Tzvakas. They should have to do all of those. Wonderful. As we discussed yesterday, there are people that are resigning who say the Baruch function. There are four people, and the fourth person is held at three. Or you make the Baruch, and it tells us it's preferable for everybody says the same thing. Or at least doesn't move the Baruch function. One moves the mission literally and phased out. For three people that are you, it's possible for them to split up. But if you have six people that you can break into groups of three, the question is, by breaking into groups of three, what you can say, Baruch was a Shem, Baruch Shachar. You have to say the Baruch Shachar. You see from here that the Baruch Shachar is better than Baruch Shachar. The word tells us that the way the person says that don't forget in those days, it was us for them to say the heart. But Abu Chafat Imar says, will say, two with two body, from his goodness, but not meet you with a man. Man means you lessen what a Kashmir is doing. It's only the partial goodness of the important. What about the fact that we say, possibly you are to the man from your the answer is, that's when it comes to the ask for don't ask for God. That's for good. What about the fact that say, hardly about the letter of what says, open up your mouth, not to me, for anything, and I'll give you. That's what that's everything, that's for a lot. The only thing is, and the Bible says, we will promote for you, our life. The Bible says, I is your life. The Bible says, the Bible should have found you, you should love you. That's like an Bible just says, you need to have found you, referring to the host, the thing. But you see how the base up, that government. We should also allow the same of those guys, right? Though it's obviously good. Rabbi says, Baruch Shachali Mishkaloi. Or it says, Muslims are almost making a bracha on the food rather than our people. When that people, you let us say Allah Muslims, because everybody understands the bracha, just mention his name. That's how he describes the basic nurturing word in the law is that the fact is how many people are being examined. 100 this thing, now see that. He just says, they're all the same. Everybody says, harsh, so what do we do about the lights? Learn that the babies in the mother's stomachs that she grew up like it's correct. Learn that word big parts. Rav Chama was in the rich Genesis house and tried to find people. Finally, get to see a special secret for 100 people to go with. Rabbi said that was like quickly, but it doesn't matter if we were dead. The only thing, the heart of the baby should always work. It says Rabbi in the rich Genesis house. There's a lot of people there. But when people mention, you'd split up and make small groups of people. Because the rich bells are very active, we made different groups. Why not listen to the rich bells? Because they're so loud there. It's hard. To meet people that would be one of them lives on his own. That thinking that they would force the third one to start from zero. It's not doing so. One of those is the Rabbi Bar Chava, that would trouble them and said, "Oh, it was Hashem," and he never finished off the word of the Bible, which is like the single word for that. And the congregation, they answered, "Oh, Hashem, I'm glad of it." Rabbi said, "Kasi Ukma, like a black cloth, a cloth that doesn't change clothing, very old. Why are you getting out there with this? When the halacha is like Shmuel, they don't say I'm a Bayer, you say I'm a Bayer. And everybody agrees that I'm a Bayer is better, why are you getting something? Says the Mishnah, but if there are two groups in a house, then some of the groups is the other group. And the mitzvah is one if you want zero. Another halacha, if you have a cup of wine that's not diluted, in those days the wine was very strong, diluted with water, you don't wear beer coffee. The Lord tells us, if we finish our Mishnah, that we are Mizamu, we already discussed this a number of weeks ago. One shot is that even if they just sat down, never eat it, they didn't decide they didn't eat at home. They cannot get up. It's considered they can't get up and split. Or they all were eating. They were eating from their own bread. They're blessed. They get up and leave. Shot is they had 9 people, so 3. And one person from each group went to the center and made the group. That group cannot separate. The Rabbi says that's only if the original group their view of human disappeared, dissipates, no longer. Examine it, it's a raya from the bed. The bed that was covered, and somebody stole half the bed, the rest of the bed becomes covered. And even though you found the part was still, you reattached it, the human never comes back. And so over here, once the original group says, see for you, that feel makes the secret yours dissipate, and that feel never. There are two groups, far from each other, but there's a waiter in between. That waiter is inside of the two groups, and they do together. When we're discussing wine that wasn't included, what bracha do you make on that wine? Like, you let you make good hands, and you can wash your hands with it. So how do you know? Regardless of that, you're not, you make good hands. What can you do with wine? It's not that you make medicine of it, and you should not wash your hands with it because that's disrespectful. Special kiddush or simon on a cup of wine, that wine should be diluted because it's when you have a cup, you know it's better wine because you mess up and take the best. So 4 halachas that are set by bread. You should not throw bread. You shouldn't make bread disgusting to the point where you can't eat it, such as putting guamitos or bringing a cup of wine over it. Wine might drip on the bread, you won't put it or leave you on the dish. On the bread, if the dish spills on your bread, you won't eat it. But you still put it because you know that this halacha of not throwing bread is only by bread, not by food. And only by food, if it falls on the floor, you won't eat it, it will be disgusting, you won't eat it. Gemara tells us though, that by wedding, you're going to pour wine into different types, as long as it doesn't destroy, that's not considered destroyed, not to the chassan as long as they're not destroyed, but they don't become disgusting. And finally, if you're eating food if you realize you didn't make a bracha, what do you do? All depends. If you're drinking, you just swallow. If you're eating food that is disgusting, take it out of your mouth, it's not even out. Take it out of your mouth without it being disgusting. Take it out of your mouth. Make a bracha. Wonderful. Problem is that from Aleph is the same. If somebody has bad breath because he ate a lot of garlic, more garlic, this is Rav stuff. If somebody forgot to say a bracha in the middle of eating, you should stop making a bracha. This is Rav. If so, even if you finish your meal completely, you should make a bracha after the meal. It's derived from a person who cannot make a bracha before he's done on the mikvah, he's about to or he's there. You should make the bracha afterwards. So you should make a bracha after you finish eating. The Lord says there's no right from there because a person who's there not make a bracha. The only time you can make a bracha is afterwards. But a person who's eating could have made a bracha beforehand, and since he didn't, he lost his opportunity. The Lord discusses this very interesting thing called the spargos. It's made out of wine and cabbage. And it's extremely dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. There's two types, two varieties. One is made out of wine, one is made out of beer. One that's made out of wine is very good for liver and very bad for your heart. It's good for your heart, eyes, skin, very bad for your head, intestines, and like everywhere. If the wine is almost 3 years old, then it is good for your intestines. If you drink the wine variety, you should eat immediately afterwards bread. The beer variety, you should eat immediately afterwards whatever that beer is made out of dates, eat it dates. If you used to drinking this, it's really good for your body, but if you get drunk from it, it's terrible on your body. If you drink the wine variety, not spit afterwards because that becomes not attached to the body. Beer variety, you should spit. If you have this therefore, if you're healthy king, you should spit because of the king. The Lord tells us, the Lishma's talking to Surreal, a very prominent Malach. And Surreal said, you should be careful. First of all, don't allow someone else to dress in the morning. Don't allow anybody that didn't wash your own hands to wash your hands in the morning. And we finish drinking asparagus, give the cup over to the person who gave it to you, otherwise it can be extremely dangerous. There are gangs of chickens that are waiting to attack humans, and they just wait for you to mess with one of these humans, and then they'll attack you. Or this gang of black. Either way is very dangerous. I'm sure the lady was told by the Malach Hamas the same exact thing. But the third thing about asparagus was split. Malach Hamas didn't tell him about asparagus, but he told him that be very careful, don't bump into women who are coming back from a funeral because I myself, Malach Hamas, sit between them, dance through with my sword, waiting for somebody to come by. If you see women coming back from a funeral, you should try 4 hours, 8 feet away from them, run across a river, whatever you have to do to get out of there, hide behind the wall. And should we say the possible Hashem HaSatam, you got to go fight. There are 10 halachas that are set by a special bracha. You should wash the inside, you should wash the outside, you should use undiluted wine and later on diluted. You should have a full cup. And if you do, you'll have nachlam human tzarim. Other shadis will have oil like that. But you should do eatur, round your cup, either with talmidim or with other cups, fullest cups of wine, 21 shot. Eatur means in addition to your head covering, you should wear a special head covering just for purpose of Muslim, Kiddush, who brings the halacha, that's what you should do, some sort of hat, or some are even makbid on wearing a jacket. You should lift up the cup of wine with your hand, or somebody else throw up with your hand, put it into your right hand. It should be above the ground, at least a tefach, and above the table if you're using it with one tefach. Gaze into the wine so that you can concentrate on the bracha of the Kiddush. It's amazing. The Rebbe was only talking on 4 out of the 10 on washing the inside and out. That should be full, that should be undiluted. This points out the Rebbe was also talking on the 5th one, that should be in your right hand. And the Rabbi were very confident on all 10. Therefore, we should also, if we can, be confident on all 10. The one discusses that the cup is too heavy, or if it's Shabbos or Sheminish Hanukkah, that she's really hard, it becomes heavy. Then you use your left hand to help you out. And since we don't have any conclusions, you should be not use your left hand at all. You should try to stand your wife wine from the special bracha, and that's the story. The Rabbi had to pull up as a guest, and he honored him with the simon, and then he told Ula, give some to my wife. Ula said, I don't have to because you drink from the Kosher Bracha, that's enough for your wife. Yalta, Nachman's wife, was very upset. And she went ahead and she broke 400 barrels of wine. Nachman tried to calm her down and said, look, just take a little bit of wine from the barrel. Kosher Bracha goes from the barrel. She doesn't really get out of food. You're talking silly talk like a peddler that just talks here. Another two halachas the Gemara says, once you look at the Kosher Bracha, you're not allowed to talk anymore. And if you drink a full cup of wine during the meal, not drinking the second cup, that's called sugas. You should not drink some other than that second cup. It's dangerous to drink here. Anything in beer is dangerous. When it comes to drinking some Muslim halacha, you should always sit down, even if you're walking, if you're standing, if you're leaning, you should always be in a sitting position so you can concentrate on drinking some Muslim. That finish, Perek, Shlosh, Shaflu, now we're going to be in Perek, Eilu Klar. We have a very long Mishnah, which discusses many machlokes, Shabbos Sila. You're going to get all the machlokes later on the studios one by one. I'll mention that briefly here. And all of them, the halachas like Sila, we have machlokes between Shabbos Sila. If you make, according to the Sila, you make the bracha on the wine, then you make the kiddush. First, you make kiddush according to the Sila, then you wash your hands. You wipe your hands after you towel, you put the towel on your cushions, not on the table, like the shower. First, you wash your hands, you write them, then you sweep up the floor from crumbs, the table from crumbs. You only have one cup of wine. And that cup, you want to use it for a gullet temperature. So one is the kind of water. According to the Silo, you do Ner, candles, then Besalim, then Birkus Hamazon, then Havdalah. And they still say, you say the words Mepere, not Mepere, which means the different colors in the fire. If a person forgot the bench, you walked away, you should just look at this Hamazon, whatever it is, underneath it. If they gave him a cup of wine, according to this Silo, make a bracha on Hamazon, then you make a bracha on wine. And the Mishnah says, in general, you don't make a bracha on a candle and the summit of a goy, that person, and that of Avodah Zarah. Because Hamazon can be said until the food is digested in the body, but the food that what exactly the shir is. If you hear a half a bracha from a Jew, you know what he's referring to. You're allowed to ask Amen, or if you see it says half a bracha, I don't know if you said bracha. This God is powerful, therefore you don't say Amen at all. First, my hand for the Shabbos Sila is what comes first, Kiddush or Yayin. It still says, say the bracha on Gafet and then on Kiddush. The reason is because the wine is what causes the Kiddush. Without wine, you have Kiddush. And wine is other. Use wine for Havdalah, use Hamazon for Kiddush. Therefore, wine comes first. It's two reasons against the Shabbos, two reasons. And Allah is like the Sila. Allah forbid first, Allah like the Sila. We know, a gospel even said that Allah is always like the Sila. It's very possible that this is before the heavenly voice came out, and it's possible that we don't go by a gospel. Yeshua says, when it came through the desert, he said, I love the desert. We don't listen to the gospel. I mean, it's wonderful. Bracha is nothing base. If a person only has one cup of wine and he has to do Havdalah, and he wants to eat a meal and do Simon, what should he do? Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Havdalah and use the one cup of wine for both Birkus Hamazon and Havdalah. Well, what is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does Birkus Hamazon, then he does Ner, then he does Summit, and finally he does Havdalah. Who does this go according to? This goes according to Misham. How do we know? Because there's a big machlokes to remember. What is the machlokes between the Sila and Misham? Not to be too confusing, everybody agrees that Havdalah is all the way at the end. And in Rameir, everybody agrees that Ner is first. The machlokes between Misham and Sila is in the middle. Do you say Birkus Hamazon and then B'Samim, or do you say B'Samim then Birkus Hamazon? And in Rabbi Yehuda, everybody agrees that Birkus Hamazon is first. The machlokes is only is Ner before B'Samim or B'Samim before Ner. Now, if you look at this list over here, where do we see that Birkus Hamazon comes Havdalah, like we said in the Brisa. The only one that says that is Bishamai, according to Yehuda. The issue is that you see Havdalah is all the way to the end. Havdalah is equal to Kiddush. And in the Mishnah of Bishamai hold, that first you do Kiddush on Friday night, and then on the wine. And over here is the opposite. First the wine, then Kiddush. Havdalah. The answer is the difference between bringing in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When you accept Shabbos, you want to make it as early as possible, so you make Kiddush first, and then by your prayer go. But when the Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make prayer go first, and only afterwards you do Havdalah. Are you required to have a cup of wine for Zimun? They still say yes. Shammai is a machlokes, a two-way machlokes. What Shammai hold? The Brisa says specifically that according to Shammai, you don't need a cup of wine because the Brisa says that if a person was about to finish his meal and he brought a cup of wine, he should make the bracha on the cup of wine and drink the cup of wine before he benches. So you see that according to Shammai, you don't need. But in the Mishnah, there's no heifer. It's possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine for benching. But it says in the Mishnah that he makes a bracha on the cup of wine. It's possible that he just takes it a little bit, he put it into his hand without touching it, without taking the rest of the cup, and he tasted it, and then he refilled the cup, and therefore he's able to be Yitzhak. Now we're going to go into a sugya of Tuma and Tahara. Very interesting sugya. You know that a corpse is a Tuma. A person that touches that corpse becomes an Abad, one step lower. Abad Tuma, who touches food or film, they become a Rishon. A Rishon touches another food, becomes a Sheni. And that's pretty much it for food. Unless you Truma, which becomes a Shlish. There's one exception to the rule. Usually you go down one madrega, one class of Tuma every time you touch it. But when it comes to mashki, the 7 liquids, let's say water, wine, a person who's a Sheni touches that liquid goes up a level. It becomes a Rishon. And it has the power only to Rabbanan to be Metama something else and make that a shame. Therefore, we have a machlokes in our Mishnah. What comes first? Do you wash your hands on the Tilas Yadayim and then pour the cup of wine? Or do you pour the cup of wine and then you wash your hands? What's the machlokes? According to Shammai, we're concerned that the cup will become tummy. Shammai hold that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside of it is tummy. Outside means only to the Rabbanan. I'm concerned that if your hands are tummy, not washed, then perhaps they will touch the cup. And your hands have liquid on them will touch, or the cup has the excitus, it has wine that came off the top. Your hand is shady, touches that wine in return becomes a Rishon, which has the power to be the top of the cup. And I'm not allowed to use a cup that's tummy Rishon. But we still say you're allowed to use a cup that the outside is tummy. My concern is, says they still, that your hands are going to become tummy. You're not allowed to eat with tummy hands. That's why we wash the Tzidayu. So if the cup is tummy, you wash your hands, you have moisture on your hands, you didn't wipe your hands perfectly. So that moisture, by touching the cup, will become a Rishon, and that Rishon will make your hands a shayla. That's a problem. Now, we're not concerned that your hands are going to touch a tummy cup because a cup cannot make hands tummy. You need the water and you need the moisture. And hands without water cannot make a cup tummy either because a shayla doesn't make a shlish. Another machlokes we learned from that. When you wipe your hands on a towel, what do you do with the towel? You put it on the table or you put it next to you on the couch on a cushion. What's the difference? According to Beis Hillel, the table is a shayla and the cushion is a shayla. So there shouldn't be a difference, but there is a difference. If you put it on the table, I'm concerned, say, Beis Hillel, that the moisture in the towel will make other food, the combination will make other foods on the table tummy. I'm not concerned that my hands will become tummy because that is not something that we find in the Torah that just hands become tummy and the rest of the body doesn't become tummy. Where food becomes a shame, that's in the Torah. Yeshai is saying differently. I'm concerned that your hands will become tummy. Therefore, put the towel on the table. The table cannot be a shame according to Yeshua. You're not allowed to use the table that's a shame according to Yeshua. Therefore, put your towel on the table, not on your cushion. Another machlokes you find in the Mishnah is you have to sweep the floor before you wash my friend. Or you have to clear the table of crumbs. For the Mishnah, are you allowed to use a shamish, a waiter, who's an amaris and doesn't know the halachas, who doesn't pick up the larger pieces of bread from the Shammai? you are allowed to, because you're allowed to use a shamish that's on the artist, and therefore have to be concerned that you might leave larger pieces, and the water from your mouth afraid of will put on it and ruin those pieces. So say, I'm not concerned because you're only allowed to use the chacham and he'll ruin those pieces. The halacha in this case is like the Shammai. Unless you switch the shitas, you say that what the Shammai says is what the Slot said, and therefore the entire Mishnah and the entire Parak, all the halachas will be like base halach. There's a machlokes between Bisham and Silo. Do we use, according to Rabbi, do we use the word oire? Bara means in the past. Hashem created light in the past. Oire means right now he's creating, or perhaps also means in the past. And that's machlokes Bisham and Silo. According to Rabbi Yosef, that can be, we say Yotzar oire echoshev. Doesn't mean he's creating right now. It means he created, he just made creations. Therefore says, because everybody wants to say oire. But machlokes is the word ma'oire. Does ma'oire mean that light, how many different colors does the fire have? According to Shammai, one. According to Silla, it has three. Ma'oire. You don't say ma'oire, you say ma'oire because it has red, yellow, and green, or whatever that other third color is. The halacha is that a candle of a guy is not allowed to use the light from it for Abdullah because he did it this with it during Shabbos. Rashi says amazing that he did it from Allah on Shabbos. He used it from Allah. The sum of the guy you're not allowed to use if you're coming off of some sort of big party. Most of the parties are found in Zara, having a wonderful day. Rothschild is definitely difficult. Now we're going to be discussing the Abdullah candle and the summer. A candle that was lit on Shabbos, but the head before a woman was giving birth or a sick person, you're allowed to use it for Abdullah. A candle that was lit before Shabbos and burned through Shabbos, you're allowed to use it for Abdullah. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a guy and used on Shabbos for Isurim for the guy, you're not allowed to use after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos a guy lights a candle from a Jew, or a Jew lights a candle from a guy, you're allowed to use it for Abdullah because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other side, if you take a candle on Shabbos from one domain and place it in another domain, you are chayiv because you're taking the old flame and moving the old flame into the new domain. So why is it that it's usher to use a flame that a guy lit from another guy's candle? That's just the xera that you might use the original guy's candle right after Shabbos. There's a concept that the flame must be for light and not for any other purpose such as heat and cooking. Therefore, if one sees a very large flame coming out of a furnace, well, it depends. If it's the beginning of the process of heating up stones for lime, then you don't make a bracha on it. If it's at the end of the process and you're using that light, that fire for light, then it's mutter. What about the light in a shul? Very much depends. If they lit up a candle in honor of an important person, then you can't use it for Abdullah. If it's there for the caretaker, even though there's an important person, if the caretaker needs his own light, you could make a bracha. And if there's a full moon, but the caretaker doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, you cannot use it for Abdullah. If they brought a candle into this bench for Abdullah, Machlokes Bisham says everyone should say the bracha for themselves. Because if one person makes the bracha for everybody, that can cause a big difficulty. Just like if somebody sneezes in the middle of a you don't say bless you because that's difficult. It's all arguing to say that one person should make the bracha for everybody because of the concept the Rabbi had smell, but one person makes kiddush for everybody, and for everybody. Better that one person should be mighty everybody. A candle that was lit for the dead depends. If they would light that candle during the day in his honor, then you cannot use it for Abdullah. But if you're lighting it to see the way, then you do make a bracha on it. Perfume, a fragrance for the dead to counteract the bad smell, or for the bathroom, or for your hands, do not make a bracha on it. But if a person has perfume in his store because he wants to attract customers, then you do make a bracha on it. A city that is mostly goyim, and a nice fragrance comes out of that city, you cannot make a bracha on it for Rabbi Zara. Therefore, if you have a city, and the minority of the women that are Jewish use the fragrance for sorcery, for kishuf, and a minority of the Jewish women use it to put fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't count for Havdalah. And you have a minority that are the total amount could be a majority of smell that's not for Havdalah. If a person smelled a nice fragrance that comes from Avodah Zarah and he decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it, that is an Avodah. There's two conditions when it comes to the flame of Avodah. First, you must see the flame and you must benefit from the flame. Seeing the flame means you cannot be behind the corner. And benefiting is maflex. Rav says you don't have to physically benefit from it. You can stand at a distance as long as you could possibly benefit from it, and it's not dimming out. With the aleph. But Rabbi says no, you must stand right next to it, and you should be able to differentiate from the light. Different points. Rav says that you don't have to search for a candle on Mitzvah Shabbos, like you would search for an esrog and other mitzvahs. If it comes to you, easy, great. If not, not. Related to the mission that if a person forgot to say Birkas HaMazon, and he walked away from the place that he ate, according to Beisil, he doesn't have to go back. According to Bishami, he does have to go back. But Beisil admit to Bishami that if he did it on purpose, he walked away. Amazing, he must go back. What tells us? Two talmidim. One was not like Bishami. He forgot, he walked away, but he came back. He was awarded with a pocket full of golden coins. Beisil, the other talmid on the other hand, did like Beisil, but on the amazing part. He walked away on purpose and benched far away. He was eaten by a lion. The Gemara tells us an amazing story about Rabbi. He was on a trip and he stopped to eat and he ate, but he forgot to bench. And he got back on and he continued on. He said to himself, if I tell them that I forgot to bench, the last time he'll say, bench right here. Hashem is everywhere. So he lied to them and he said, hey, I forgot at the rest stop a golden dove. Please go back. So he went back and he benched. And the Gemara says that he found a golden dove. The reason why he used a dove is because Klai Yisrael is mitchell to a dove. Once saves a dove, it's wings. The mitzvah is saved Klai Yisrael. The mission tells us that as long as the food wasn't digested, you can still say Birkas HaMazon. What does that mean? Rabbi says, as long as you're not hungry from that meal, you can still bench. Rothschild says, if you walk 4 parsecs, the time of 4 parsecs, 72 minutes away, then you can still bench. It's more than that you can. And that's if you eat a very large meal. But if you eat a small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty from that meal. If you're still thirsty, then you could bench. The Mishnah tells us that if a person heard a part of a bracha, you could answer of it. So the Gemara obviously is not trying to be yaitzid, or this hamaitzi, or kiddush, or whatever it is, because if you only heard part of it, that's not enough. What it's saying is that since you heard part of it, you're allowed to say amen. Because typically you're not allowed to say amen if you don't hear a bracha. But since you heard part of it, so you know what bracha they're referring to, you can say amen. So my point is, what is better? Is it preferable to lead zimur, or is it preferable to answer the zimur? One of my nomen says it's preferable to lead. In fact, the Christ says you get sachar before the person that says, okay? And the other nomen says no. It's like a war. You send in the lesser soldiers first, and then you send in the elite group to clean up. So the amen is more important. Children that are taught to say a bracha, so they repeat the bracha over and over, do not say amen to that bracha. But a child who's laning or is reading the Torah, you could say amen to his bracha. The Gemara tells us very interesting names. Rabbi, he says that a person that's used to washing his hands should not bench until he washes his hands. Says Rabbi Zivai, that's not true. You don't have to be careful with that. Comes along Rabbi Zerubay and says that hands that are mizua, meaning they are dirty hands, one should wash them, otherwise it cannot bench. Says Rabbi Nachman in this lashon. I don't know Zivai, I don't know who these people are. All I know about is a price. The price it says, from here I learned that you should do Mayim Rishayim, should wash with Mayim, and Mayim Afraid. And then when the pasuk continues, it says, keep Hadash, referring to oil. You should use oil on your hands. Ani Hashem teaches us we should bench Birkas HaMazon. Have a wonderful day. which discusses many different types of brachas in different situations. The first one is if a person sees a place where a bird that makes happen his forefathers, he says, Baruch, also Nisim, Rabbi, but other places points out, entire paragraph, we say Baruch, it means Baruch Hashem. And this we learn from Israel. If a person sees an external place where they uprooted a Zara and the shop is brought down, it's higher in Israel. It's a special possible. If a person sees mountains, hills, rivers, seas, he says, part of place of inspirations. He says, he sees the great oceans, it's a special bracha. Baruch Shosas Hayom HaGadol, as long as he didn't see it in the last 30 days. If a person sees rain, or he hears great news, he says, Baruch HaKeim HaMedim. If he hears bad news, he says, Baruch Dynamics. Person builds a brand new house, buys clothing, he says, Shafiyanu. There's no use of davening for something that already occurred. That's called a tefillah shop. So if your wife is pregnant and davening to have a boy, that's a shop. You hear a scream, you say, I hope you Rothschild. You shouldn't be sorry for your family. It's too late. That's a tefillah shop. If a person walks into a very dangerous city, of course, whether he says, prophets, or for one when he comes in the city, one when he leaves, or two, when he walks in, but as he gets in, he sees that he's safe. He says the second bracha, and the same thing as he leaves, he says the second bracha when he realizes that he's safe. Before you make a bracha on the bad, just like you make it good, so you preach my day. Look for the bracha. Sorry, he makes it like it's a gosh, but he takes away your neshama. The whole definitely shot that he's working money, or the definitely of his measure. All measures that God gives you are to be good and be done for them. Because it is certain to act like in front of the Eastern League, make a not of walking things, walking sticks, honey belt, and dust on your shoes. You shouldn't use it if you just explain and certainly shouldn't stay in this. In the first place, I'm just going to say every prophet should answer it. It's a very interesting question. Baruch Hashem. Eloi Israel, Adon Olam, Baruch Hashem, Hashem. So people believe there's only one world, there's no broken bones, and therefore it's included. You say, Olam, this one, Adon Olam to the next one. When you ask your friend and you say, hey, how are you doing? Good morning, you use Hashem's name. Just read the question. So this. Ace last Hashem, you're going to step up. In certain situations, break the rules of the Torah in order to make peace. A miracle that occurs in communication, everybody's clear to say, Rafa, if you haven't visual department cases, or something you see from a lion, or in a bird that was saying from a wild camel, and also that a mace is very thirsty in the river, whether you consider how you pass that place, you mention both these that have occurred. You say the Baruch Baruch also, this is what I'm saying, come to the place where you the opposite. Or Acre Yarde, or the Eureka, the next Eureka where the wall of Eureka was followed by the ground. Why did it fall? Because the width of the wall was the same as the height of the wall, so it's impossible to tumble over. I don't know. The word tells us the story that there's a mace. And the Israel walked through the desert, and the Eureka wanted to kill them, and they didn't. They dug holes in the wall, the mountains, and did there. And the Arite flattened out all the mountains and destroyed the Eureka. Two people, mace, fight. They don't interact, they're behind Israel. The Sufa at the end. And Israel passed, and the mountains went back to normal. They realized what happened to the green, and they told Israel. Israel said, El Gabej means Al Yadish, that's the man, and his merit borrowed, the Pakistan part stopped him in there. And later on, when Yeshua needed the part to kill the enemies, they came back together. There's the stone of Rabbi the Chavashim made some sort of calculation. It's not shows comparison. We lifted up a mountain of that size and about to kill them. We put it on the second carry. So the Gemara that Rabbi made a mix that the ants dug a hole in the mountain, and the mountain it's still red over his head, and it's never his head. He tried to lift it up, and he couldn't because it says the pasuk came out, they came out long, crooked, and he couldn't get the mountain off. At this point, he was very feeling Moshe Rabbeinu, who was 10 hours high, had an axe that was 10 hours long, and he jumped on 10 hours. upset, mad, angry. So they don't remember. So they can see like because of a robbery. So it's for the four people that must say Goyim. The Lashon words Goyim with Hasadim like we based on the Rothschild the riff. We say Hagimel Hasadim Goyim. That is the people that cross the desert, the ocean, or a sick person who's ill, or somebody put in jail. They say Goyim. We and people in two at a time must be Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda says the Torah was sick and he was healed. Rothschild and not other people visited him, and they told him, "You know, Rothschild, the Arab of the Arab of the we eventually borrowed from the giving to us instead of giving to the ground." And he said, "Amen." And he said, "Before they said Amen, the Lord will be going to us." There are three that need special protection, and they are people that have bad mazel, a sick person, or women who just give birth and some sick demon, somebody that's mourning, and there are three people that have, because of jealousy of shame, they are dangerous because of the power from saying, and finally, there are three people that are sources of longevity because they do something at length. And that is, they have a long davening, or they have a very long meal. They have a company, a lot of poor people, or they spend a lot of time in the bathroom for medicinal reasons, and for them. Rob is definitely hey, Mark tells us that there are three things that you do that opens up the file of the business. If you put yourself in a danger, you simply need a wall. If you tell me, Mark, my friend, to me, take care of it. In other words, you tell me, Mark, I'm perfect. Take care of that guy. And if you tell me, Mark, my feel was so great, why don't we accept my feel? That's me, feel. But you should have come on it. You should be dominating, and perhaps the dominating will be accepted. As long as Mr. English insists that his past gave us a code what proposal was going. Then we don't have a Mr. English, so it's our table. More people at our table see that the Lord tells us a list of 10 things that you remember those. One of them is sitting in a bathroom squatting position. When we said that going to the bathroom is a really good thing for medicinal reasons. This is the one, yes, you sit on the toilet that you have today, that's good. A lengthy stay is good, but squatting is not good. The Lord tells us that he's about to use a normal woman in our life. It seems like you're making a lot of money, you're so happy, you're probably selling pig, probably a loan shark. He says, no, I swear that I don't do that. But my house, live expenditure, for bathrooms, maybe stop each one to check my body. In other words, it's a good thing to learn about. There are three things that shorten a person's life. If a person refuses to be a terrorist, to have a life, so if you don't do it, get rid of a person who refuses to leave the Simon when he has to leave, and a person who uses his position as a rabbi and uses it in the wrong way, like Yosef Tzaddik was punished for about 10 years of his life for every time that his brother said the word. Out of the Pharaoh, your servant, our father, and him confessed. There are three that need Rachamim, a good king, a good ear, and a good dream, which we'll discuss in this. There are three that Baruch himself decrees, that is, the famine for the outside families. That's for a lot of food and fruit. And the leader of the Rosh Hashanah, Baruch doesn't put somebody in a position to lead a leader unless the leader agrees that he's going to publish your opinion. Do you agree that she put the salad in place for this reason? You certainly give conditions, and it's not enough. So that's Weissrow. So that's Weissrow. Weissrow said the same thing. If it's good, by the way, the salad is only 50 years old, then it's good. You can push your opinion. But the problem is certainly good for us. Which Rabbi, some say was actually testing itself. He reversed the words of his Baruch and said, itself first make a Haran, then the Kalim, and then the Mishnah. Itself said, Moshe Rabbeinu, he's doing for words, he called him by his name, Moshe Rabbeinu. Are you sure that's what Hashem said? First, you have to build a house, then you put the vessels in there. And Moshe told him, are you sure you're not going to sell hell? Are you sure you weren't in the shadow of Hashem? You're in this, have to come up with yourself. It's all a tremendous chachma. You knew how to take the letters that Baruch used to create the world Oisios. The Gemara says, only gives wisdom to people that have wisdom. And here comes the amazing sugya of dreams, a very lengthy sugya. Rabbi says numerous quotes regarding dreams. First of all, the worst dream a person can have is dreaming that he is in a fast. He's fasting. A dream that nobody deciphered is great. It's like a letter that hasn't been opened. Once you open it, then the problems start. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100% as you read them. A bad dream is better than a good dream. When a person has a bad dream and is sad about it, that sadness is actually part of it. That's away with the dream. On the reverse side, a person has a good dream and feels good about himself, that actually takes away from his sachar. A bad dream is worse than getting malchus. We learn from Yosef Tzaddik that not everything in his dream comes true because he's talking in his dream about his mother dying and his mother wasn't alive anymore. And we learn from Yosef Tzaddik that sometimes it takes 20 years for a good dream to come true. A tzaddik such as Rabbi never dreams a dream in a Russia like a Bible, never dreams a bad dream. It says the Pasuk is similar to that Rob. Learn from this Pasuk that a tzaddik dreams a good dream will forget about everything. Wakes up and therefore it's not considered a dream. And what it says, the negative good rebel on the left hand, when a person comes back from a long trip, he should not find his wife in a state or something either. Any person that doesn't dream at all, so this is considered bad. The person who's really worried about his dream should go in front of three people and they should do Chagas Chalai. They should make this Chalai better. They should tell them. I saw a really good dream. And they tell them, couple of happy, it's a great dream, it should be good. And the result should seal it seven zeros that's good. And they should say three psukim that are in the reverse, three about redemption, because like you say, $4. We friends, I'm me and my super Rashi stick together. He says, why don't we each say a statement that the others have never heard? So the first one I said, you don't know what the dream means, and you're worried about the dream. So you should talk about it, you should say, you wrote something, you should have it, that's one. Today, I'm not going to wrote something that says, you're British, and it should call it, for the place, it should call it, it's not yours, but it's yours, etc. Very important, you wrote something, and you're supposed to finish what you wrote something with everybody as they're saying Amen. But if you miss the vote, and they don't say Amen, you wrote something, so then you're supposed to say, Adi Babari, shows the Guru, at the Shalom, you wrote something, the second one gets over. Whoever is afraid of the Ayin Karo should take his thumbs that goes so, grab the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, I'm so and so. The Zeri Yosef, I'm a descendant of Yosef. Even if you're not a direct descendant, you probably have some Yosef blood in you, and therefore Yosef Tzaddik, his descendants don't have Ayin Karo. If you're worried about your own Ayin Karo, try to steer at your left nostril. And then the third one gets up and said, the sick person should not announce and tell everybody about his disease on the first day. But after that, he should that people should down for him and feel free to down him. As Rabbi was once sick and told his Rabbi, don't tell anybody the first day. But after that, he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rabbi should down for Rabbi, and whoever hates Rabbi should be happy that Rabbi is sick. Because when an enemy is happy that somebody's sick, that disease disappears. Shmuel says, when we had a bad dream, we would say to us, on the other hand, we had a good dream, say to them, question, are nothing. In fact, it says in the Pasuk, you should consider a dream. Rather had the contradiction. Consider dreams of he said, well, the dream comes from a malach, and you know it's true. It comes from a shitty, you know it's false. The Noah said, there were 24 people that knew how to place with Haloyos. They knew how to decipher dreams. They went to them and each one gave different opinions about the dream, 24 different ones. And all 24 came true and gave the dreams to our listeners should have a wonderful day. Rothschild is definitely involved with an amazing studio of dreams. Behind me is a mural that a rabbi, very Yeshua Pesach, yourself and gave me as a gift fix all the dreams of today and tomorrow's daf. Mar tells us, whatever you think during the day, that's what you dream at night. Mar tells us two stories where Goyim came to Jews and said, if you're so smart, what are you going to dream tonight? The Jews inserted something in their mind during the day so that they think about it and they dreamt about it. For instance, it said, you're going to be captured by the Persians and you're going to use a golden staff to graze the sheep. That's what happened. Or you're going to use a golden grinder to grind dates. Mar tells us about Bar Hendi. Bar Hendi was a good interpreter. Depending, if you paid him, he gave you a good interpretation. And if you didn't pay him, he gave you bad interpretation. I Rabbi had 20 dreams. We're not going to go into all of them. But the bottom line is that whatever you interpreted to Rabbi in the negative, you interpreted Rabbi in the positive. Oh, Rabbi, your wife is going to die, your children are going to die, your kids are going to be terrible. The king is going to accuse you of breaking into his palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rabbi of breaking into his palace. Then he told him, you're going to get whacked on the head by two clubs. In fact, Rabbi walked in the shoulders, so two blind people fighting and trying to break the fight and got hit twice. You're about to hit him again. Rabbi said, stop. I only dreamt. He's going to get hit twice. He interpreted Rabbi's dream that he's going to divorce his wife. Two pigeons flying away is a symbol of divorcing your wife. And finally, when Rabbi paid him, he told Rabbi that the fact that the wall is falling down means they're going to have unlimited amount of properties. Abay's house fell down. Now all of a sudden he throws Abay under the bus. Even though Abay paid him, he said Abay's going to die. You're going to think all of Abay's coming. My house is falling. Your prayer is going to go everywhere. And all of a sudden I saw my dream that my head split open, my brain fell out. No, that's just the feathers that he fell off. And finally he tells him, I dreamt that they're saying Hallel in Mitzrayim means the regular Hallel. So he tells him that means you're going to have Nisa. The word says both Bar Hendi and Rabbi were about to embark on a ship. And Bar Hendi remembered that Rabbi's going to have a nace. He said, why should I get a boat with Rabbi? If the boat sinks a lot of nace, I'll die. So he jumps off the boat. In his hurry to jump off, his book dropped and Rabbi peeked in his book and saw it says, all dreams are interpreted based on the interpretation. Rabbi looks at Bar Hendi and says, Rothschild, why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife and my children and my business. I forgive you for everything, but do not forgive you for killing the daughter of Rothschild, my wife. And I gives him a curse that his head should split open and his brain should fall out. Now that's a very difficult thing to happen. Our head you said, if Rabbi cursed me, I better do tshuva. Let me go to Golos. He goes to Rome and he opened up shop in Rome. And sure enough, a customer comes, he's the head of the treasury and says, I dreamt that a needle is in my fingers, is Bar Hendi painting, I'll play the interpretation. Says the treasurer, no. The next day he comes to him and says, I dreamt that I have words between my fingers. Painting, no. The following day he says, my entire hand is working. He says, Bar Hendi, you don't have to pay me, I'll tell you what's going on. The king's clothing are working. You're in charge of watching it, you should know they're working. In fact, that's what happened. They took the treasurer out to kill him, and the treasurer says, well, Bar Hendi knew about this and he didn't tell me. He took Bar Hendi and he tied his two legs, two cedars. He bent the cedars down, tied his legs, let the cedars go, and Bar Hendi's body was split in half, his brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also knew how to interpret dreams. Bardoma came to him and said, my two jaws fell. Says Shmuel, don't worry. That means that the two Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell off. So that means that the Hebrew of the fell away. My hands fell off. Says Shmuel, that means you're not going to need us anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I dreamt that I'm going to die in honor. I'm not going to make it to Nissan. He says, no, that means you're going to die in honor. And you're not going to have Nissan. The Gemara tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shas. It's the case. Rabbi Shmuel says, I dreamt that I was pouring oil on top of olives. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means that you had relations with your own mother. I dreamt that I grabbed a star. That means that you kidnapped a Jew, and I swallowed a star. That means you sold the Jew and you ready to go back. My eyes are touching one another. That means you have relations with your own sister. I kissed the moon. That means definition of relationship. I stepped on the side of a shadow of a hadas. That means the relation with an ira amoros. I saw a shadow above me that was underneath. That means that their relations the wrong way. I saw ravens around my bed. That means you were counting many women. I grabbed onto two pigeons and they flew away. You sent away your two wives without giving them a gift. I killed an egg. That means you steal from the dead bodies. Says this Snooki, unbelievable. I agree to everything. I did all of those things you mentioned, but I did not steal from the dead. At that moment, a woman comes and says, that coat that you're wearing, you stole off the dead. Finally, this is incredible. Why would Rabbi Shmuel help him? I'm not sure. Does Rabbi Shmuel, I dreamt that my father said, he left me money in the book. So that means that he left me money that kept being in your city. In fact, his money. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of either peace or of Torah, and Moses says of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pot, it's a sign of peace, as long as the pot doesn't have any meat in it. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down, and we can't get into it because it's very lengthy. But each one you have to say a specific puzzle, and not a different puzzle that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a bird, about a pot, about grapes, it's supposed to say special sukkah, about a shofar, a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or not. If a person dreams about a reed, he should anticipate chachma. If he dreams about wheat, thorough, he should anticipate bina to understand. If a person dreams about gourds, hearts of palm, and rats, it's very good for a dream. Gourds are drunk only by people that have Yerushalayim. There are 5 things that are said about an ox. If you eat its meat, you become wealthy. If it bores you, your kids will be great in learning. If it bites you, you'll have you swim. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long journey ahead of you. And if you ride it, that means you're going to climb to greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. If you dream about a donkey, you should be waiting for Yeshua. If you dream about a cat, depends. If you call a cat Shura, then have a nice song. If it's called in your city Shinra with a yun, then you'll have something bad will change. If you dream about the white grapes, that's a good sign. Black grapes depends. If it's in its right time, it's a great sign. If it's not in the right time, and the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, that's a great sign. A red horse, depends if it's moving nicely, that's a great sign. If it's galloping, that's a bad sign. And finally, if you see a Yishmaeli parent, that's the son of Avram, Shmuel, then you should know that your flow will be unstable. If you see a family in your dream, that's a really bad sign of a wonderful day. Rabbi Zabin Zai will continue with dreams since we have over 150 different dreams to determine. We are going to go over the 8-minute allocation. If a person sees a camel, that means he's supposed to die, but he's going to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's a great thing. If he sees 12, that's even better. If a person dreams a name written down, with one nun, he'll see a nest. If he sees names with 2 nuns, like Chanina and Yochanan, he'll have multiple visa. If a person sees the word Hesped, that means he will have a chonus on him, and they will redeem him from Shema. If a person sees himself saying, Shmei Rabbi, he's pronounced Rabbi, if a person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's Rabbi to have the Shema on him, but his generation is because it's not. If a person sees Tefillin, then that means he will grow in godless. If a person sees that he's davening and he didn't finish the davening, that's a great sign. That there's certain illicit relations that a person dreams of on condition that he didn't think about these people beforehand, didn't know these people. Or in the case of a sister or his mother, he knew them, but he never thought about them. He dreams about them. It's his sister is Chachma, his mother is Bina, Naira, Murasa, his Torah, Ashes Ish, will be Ben Olam Haba. If a person dreams of the Shemsamina, dreams of wheat, it's peace. Barley is one of any affairs. If a person dreams of grapes, and then his wife will miscarry, great bread, she's Mashiach. A fig means that this Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big, his business will expand or multiply or grow. If it's split, then it's Chacham. It's a sign of Torah. If he's Amor, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, that's the light of Torah. If a person sees a date, he won't have any averes. If a person dreams of a goat, he'll have a great year. Two goats will have 2 good years or more. If he sees hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll inherit one. If a person sees an esrog, now we're going to the arbamina. If a person sees an esrog, that means that there's powerful things. He's beautiful in front of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a lulav, that means he's one heart with Hakadosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a goose, that's a sign of chachma. And if he has relations with the goose, that's a sign that we come to Rosh Hashiva, like Rabbi said in Rabbi. If a person sees a chicken, it's a sign of having a ben zachar, multiple chickens, multiple ben zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means he'll have a beautiful garden and sit on his life. If a person sees eggs or any round thing that's closed, like a nut or a glass cleat or a cucumber, that means that his request is suspended. But if it breaks open, then his request will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into a city, his things will be taken care of. If he dreams that he's shaving, that's a good sign. And if he's shaving his beard as well, that's a sign that good things will happen to his family as well. If a person sitting on a small boat on top of the waves, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he's in a very large boat, his family will have a great name as well. If a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow. And if he goes down, that means he's going to be the opposite. Rabbi and Rabbi say, no, once you go up, even if you come down, he's still going to be great. If a person is ripping his clothing in his dreams, that means currently exar din. If a person is naked in Chutz La'aretz, that means he's stripped from all averes. If he's naked in Eretz Yisrael, that means he stripped himself of all mitzvahs. If the cops grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they chain them up, he'll have double protection. If a person sees himself in a marsh, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. If he sees himself in a forest, he will be the head of the Rosh Hashiva. If a person sees himself with a snake, that's a great sign. That means he'll have parnasa. Snakes don't have to work for their food. If the snake bites, he'll have double parnasa. And if he kills the snake, that means he won't have parnasa. Even though Rav Sheshes said that his parnasa will double, that's because Rav Sheshes gripped it and he wanted to give a good interpretation for himself. All liquids are a great sign besides wine, which if it's a Talmud Chacham is a great sign. If he's not a Talmud Chacham, it's a pen, so there's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says if a person sees Sefer Malachim in his dream, that means he'll rise to greatness. If he sees Chesel, that means he'll have the Chachma. Yeshaya is in Chama, Yirmiyah is Quranis. The word sees Tehillim, Shir Shirim, David HaMelech, Ben Azai, that's a sign of Hasidus. The word sees Mishnik Melch and Rabbi Ben Zoyma, that's a sign of Chachma. The person sees Eov, Kinois, Achel, and Shmuel Ben Elisha, that's all a sign of Quranis. If he sees Megillus Esther, Yom Dayoima, that is a sign that will have a nace. If you see Rabbi Loz Ben Azariah, that's a sign of wealth. If a person sees metals in his dream, that's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude if he sees a hoe, a mattock, and an axe with a handle. Those are all items that you can do great damage with, so it's a bad sign. All fruits are a great sign besides dates that are not ripe. All vegetables are a good sign besides the heads of turnips, which resemble a club like we had the other day. Rabbi got hit with a club. All colors are great besides the color blue, which if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad medical sign. There are 3 things that go into the body and you don't benefit from them. Cherries, inferior dates, and unripe dates. There are 3 things that don't go into the body and the body benefits from it. That's bathing and anointing oneself and going to the bathroom. There are 3 things that have resemblance to other Mabot, and that's Shabbos, the sun, and the bathroom. There are 3 things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, or a good voice, Rashi brings, of a woman, and good sightings, like nice pictures, buildings, and good smell. There are 3 things that expand a person's mind, and that is a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, and beautiful vessels. There are 5 things that are 1 of 60. Fire is 1/60 of Gehenna. Honey is 1/60 of the man. Shabbos is 1/60 of the royal Rabbi. Sleeping is 1/60 of death, and a dream is 1/60 of a nevuah. There are 6 things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, carry, sleeping, and dreams. 6 things will heal us, a sick person, and that is cabbage, the womb, intestines, diaphragm. Some people say small fish, beet, and dry pennyroyal. That things will cause a person to become sick again, and even worse. That is, if he eats the meat of an ox and a bird, if you eat roasted meat or an egg, if you shave or you eat cress, milk, or bathe eating nuts and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like swords, but that's the large cucumbers. Small cucumbers, the Gemara always says, the Rabbi and Panitas always had small cucumbers on the table. They're very wealthy, even in the summer, even in the winter. If a person dreams about a dead person in his own house, that means a sign of peace. If a dead person is eating or drinking, it's a good sign. If the dead person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything he removes is good besides the shoes. Anything he gives you in the drink, that's good besides if he gives you dirt and mustard. If a person sees Avodah Zarah, the Gemara mentions Markulis. It should say, Hashem has Rahmanas even to those who do against his will. If you pass by a place that Avodah Zarah was uprooted in their scroll, it should say, shame, just like this Avodah Zarah was uprooted, from all over his scroll, and you should return the hearts of these people who do tshuva. The Tanakh says, don't say that because they are mostly goyim. Shmuel says, even if since all the goyim are going to become gerim, unless you should say that there as well. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi is that professor. First of all, the person's name is the Rothschild. And the first Shankar blessed us. Just like every human face looks like it, so to every human mind thinks it. Therefore, you see 600,000 Jews make special drops in Hamarazim. Often knows exactly what's going on in each and every one of those 600,000 minds. 600,000. Why do you say Bush? When the service saw 600,000 Jews going up down the Rebel, he added a different one, another prophet. All these people serve me. Others who want to get a loaf of bread, they perform 11 functions at a top field, at a seat, etc. When you want to clothing, you have to perform 70 functions. I can just walk to the store to buy a loaf of bread. All these people that created clothing for bread. There's a good guest and a bad guest. A good guest mentions and type of food you serve them. Thank you for the great meat, wine, bowls. And I know you did this all for me. A bad guest doesn't mention the food, just says thanks for the peace, for the tree. You didn't do it for me, you did it for yourself. Now, Rabbi's father, Yishai, when he came with 600,000. When he left, he left 600,000 people. When he spoke to 600,000 people. But in food starters, don't make the bracha of Chacham or Razi. When you see a gadol, Chacham in Israel, he makes such a bracha. Shkolat, Chacham in Yireo. When you see a Chacham, you say, Baruch Shemas HaMechmasa, the boss of it. When you see the king, you say, Baruch Shemas HaMechmasa, the non-Jewish people say, Baruch Shemas HaMechmasa, the boss of it. The Rebbe says the person should always try to see Jewish kings, maybe not Jewish kings, so he can compare them to when Mashiach comes. I'm saying the Lord tells the story was like, he went to see the king, and it's still he came to make fun of him and said, you can't see anyways, what are you doing here? He says, look, I'll show you, I understand more than you do. So the first troops walked by, and there's a lot of noise. The troops said, oh, here comes the king. He says, Jesus, not yet. The second troops come, here comes the king, not yet. The third troops came, and there's complete silence, and the church says, here comes the king. That's how we look at the Torah. When the Torah comes, it's complete silence. Before he comes, there's a lot of wind, there's earthquakes. When he comes, complete silence. Then the king came and he says, Rabbi, says the Tuki, why make the Rabbi can't see? He says the Gemara either. If his friends open his eyes out, or the Sheish is looking at the Tuki and he turned a heap of gold. Another great story. Rav Sheilah gave Malchus to a Jew who was Goyim of Goyim. So the Jew wanted to be king and teach Rav Sheilah. The king summoned Rav Sheilah and said, why did you take this in your own hands? So Rav Sheilah, because he was Goyim of Goyim. He says, the king is so sure killed him. He says, no, once we left our Yisrael, we're going to kill people anymore. And he said, do you have a witness? He says, yeah. The Lord came. and testified that this guy indeed was one of them. The more the problem, once he's all done, if she starts to refresh, he says, what are you whispering? He says, I'm thanking Hashem for giving us such a great king. And all the great judgments is the king. Oh, you love the kingdom. Take this bag, take this stick, and do it for yourself. Whoever needs, we'll dish it out. He says, Lord, we're leaving the palace and this snitch, Jude, tells Shayla, one of his awful, sends witnesses for lies. Says Rothschild, it wasn't a lie. You weren't quite a lie. That's considered a lie. And Rothschild noticed that the guy was turning around, he snitched on him once again. He said, "Where the fuck am I?" He took the stick and he killed him. Because all of our actually were he was a roiler. Morris says, since you see by this concept of Hashem Solidarity, the Hashem means my separation is from the previous says it's referred to the opposite. That Guru, Rothschild says it's in Mitzrayim, Rabbi says it's not the virus. Batafaris is the sun that stood still for Yeshua, and Rabbi says not the word. Netzach is the fall of Rome, and Rabbi says it's Yerushalayim. Ahoy is the word of Ireland. He says it's Amigosh. Choma Shemayim is Sisrael, Hashem this all Shayla. He says Rothschild. He's talking about in the future. The fall of right. That even the better purification of the size that you need. If you see houses of limestone that are settled, you see the rough or that's a Kulabana. If they are in a rubble, you see bar dynamics. If they're in Persian houses, you see place, game, set. In other words, it should be uprooted, and when the fork is in the conversation. So tomorrow, a story, all the refugees there were walking by the rubbles of the house that were in front of our light. The refugees that let us start. It says, you look countryside to the river valley. So they said, how can I that side? In this house, there were 16 babies, day and night, 24/7, giving out food to all the poor doors. The people coming from all over. One had his hand in his pocket. So if somebody asked for money, he didn't have to be embarrassed for those few cents that makes this in your hand in the pocket. You put wheat and barley on the outside of the house in the days of famine, so nobody should be embarrassed. They can take it at night. How should I not decide? So we'll try to console them, and he said, the house that's a people will destroy the real. He says, the house that's a people are going to be rebuilt. It wasn't consoled. So he said, listen, you know better. You're just asserting my brother. And if you both was home, then he's not going to destroy it. So it's yours. It says in the word, if a person sees a paper, a cemetery, or just a grave, or some of the guys where you say this long brother. Or a Don Shapshi, you also have something, tell us something, you could something, what's that something? What's like him from the thing? The Machman used to say, you day I've been at all, you day I've been at what's that? You always say, well, how you mess with or a Don Shapshi, I say, see, Boisha grave, say, Boisha, you should really says, if you see a friend that you haven't seen in 30 days, you should say Shapshi on it. It's more than 12 months, you should say, but Chaya Mason, as Rabbi said, it takes 12 months to get another day. You should put me down in how many days, we don't really say this brother. But one of the servants showed up another great story. They were walking and he bumped into an even greater amigo. It's a big up. So they set two rocks on it. First of all, Shafi'ah, they haven't seen him in 30 days. Second one, they said that Shafi'ah must be real. Second one, do one more than you. I'll say third rock. Let me say, if you are equal to 600,000 people, look at it, 600,000 people. What are you so smart? You made something up. They looked at him and he died. He said it. Mishnah, you see different types of people. So one of them says in the word, you see a Bahamian, somebody that has major freckles. This smaller face, you say, Shana appears, special prophet. That's if he's more like that. But have it in his life, you say, Nayina Evans. You see a Gucci, or a white person, very white, or a very heavy or elongated face, a warty face, you say, Shana Es Abrios. If a person doesn't have hands and have feet, or he's blind, or has here that's matted, it's one piece. And you say, oh, then the person sees an elephant, a monkey, or an owl, you say, or Rashana Sapios. You see beautiful creations, you see beautiful trees. You say, or Shekapla very level. You learn from the Mishnah Zikit. What's a Zikit? It's a shaman. Some say it's a comet, a flying star. Says Shmuel, I know all the types of medic, like I know the streets here in Arizona. I just don't understand this Shabbat. If this Shabbat goes by Exil, then the world will be destroyed. As we see that it goes by Exil, that's just its blow. That's one shot. The other shot is there's a person that's torn and you see through it. Or the shot is the Shabbat comes this way, and another star comes towards it, that other star backs up. But for us, it looks as if the Shabbat is continuing. That's why it seems like it's only doesn't. I mean, wonderful day. today's document class, we are gearing up for brand new acceptance of Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have to watch the full 45-minute doc, whether it's on YouTube or you download our app, where you see the WhatsApp. I guarantee you it's a lot more smiling, there's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute doc. The Gemara tells us that there's two constellations, Ash and Kima, and when people who wanted to make a Mabel in this world, you remove 2 stars from Kima. And in order to stop the Mabel, you replace the 2 stars that you got Kima with 2 stars from Ash. The question is, why did you just replace it with 2 stars that are removed? Since the Gemara is a concept that you cannot fill up a pit. You take dirt out of a pit, you try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt missing. Or think of Timur Nasisanim or a prosecutor, something that caused a Mabel, cannot stop the Mabel, cannot become a defender. It said in the Mishnah that when you see an earthquake, make a bracha. It says the Gemara story about Katina was walking by. This person who converses with the dead knows. He said, I wonder if the Oy knows why we just had an earthquake. He says, the Oy, of course I know. So the Gemara thinks about Vice from Golas, sheds 2 tears. And those 2 tears create the earthquake. He says, Katina, that's not true. He's lying. Then there should be 2 earthquakes. It says the reason why Katina said he's lying is because he didn't want people to follow this Oy. But in fact, if Katina was right, that there are 2 earthquakes. Thunder is created, says the Gemara, it's going to be Shalom, either through clouds that bump into each other, or when clouds pour water one into another, or Rabbi says it's when the lightning strikes the hail on the cloud, and that creates the sound of the lightning. Then the brain of the Gemara says, you like this shot the best. Another shot says the Gemara is when the wind goes through the hollow cloud, similar to when wind goes above a barrel and creates that sound. The Mishnah says if you see winds, very strong winds like tornadoes and hurricanes, you make a bracha. It says, Abaya, we have a tradition that hurricanes do not start at night to give people a chance to escape. They can start in the day and go to the night, and they also don't last for 2 hours straight. There's always some sort of break. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, you say, Rabbi says that our certain lightnings are terrible and not. That is, if it's a single lightning, if it's a white or yellow lightning, and if it's a cloud that comes from Myra and comes around to the north, or 2 clouds that seem like they're going to bump into each other, that's the time they have to die. But the short lady says the reason why the Lord created thunder is to scare people and to think out their crookedness in their heart. When you see a rainbow, you should not bow to it because it looks as if you're bowing to the rainbow. Rather, you say, Baruch Zecher HaBris, you don't make a bris with us that is not going to give us another Bible. You never repeat so in time in Amara. Abaye says that when there are winds and lightning and thunder, mountains, rivers, all those make 2 prophets. Rabbi says that when you see lightning and thunder, you can make either or. But when you see mountains, you can only say, place of my separations. And since you put the person on the mountain, because this particular mountain is not in the entire world, whereas lightning exists in the entire world. It's called the clear sky. It's the light that happens after it rains the entire night and then there's no wind. According to Shur Levi, you say, place of my separations. The physicist says that once there's no such concept as a clear sky. The Gemara says, when you see the sun as it was created, in other words, the sun was created according to Shalom on Wednesday, Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. The only time that the sun will be back in that position is every 4 years, since the year is 365 days that are in order. Divide that by 4 for the 4 seasons. Each season is 91 days and 7.5 hours. In order for the sun to be at its position at 6 p.m., that can happen almost every 4 years. But to happen at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday or Tuesday night, early Wednesday, that only happens every 28 years. If we wait for 28 years at the same time that Saturn, which is also created at 6 p.m., on Tuesday night, Wednesday evening. There has to be at that exact time that sandwich is created at 6 p.m. That's when we say Halloween morning, so that everybody gets together and says it. But that's because Hashem, that's when the both created the sun. The same, the Lord says, it's a rock that if you don't, on the stars, the moon, the zodiac, they make bracha, place up nice and righteous. It says on the great ocean, when it's the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, you say a special bracha, and you see it at least after 30 days. You have to wait at least 30 days. You say a bracha shachaskas, yom hagam. You also make a bracha on the four rivers mentioned in the Torah, if they are no human intervention. Once humans divert the river, you can no longer say a bracha. On the river, you see the grass by the Euphrates, by the bridge, so you can say the bracha from the bridge to the upriver, but not downriver. At a certain time, place when they diverted the Euphrates, you can say bracha. The decal is the tree point of having the palate. There are lighter waters, easier to drink, and cleaner. Grass is part of the Rabbi. And it says Rabbi, the people of Chazal, they're very sharp because they drink the water of the grass. The reason why their faces are red is because they do shamish v'yoyim, and their eyes wander because they live in the darkness. If there's a lot of rain, the rule is any time that the rain or anything is good for multiple people, there's a partnership, even other farmers that own fields, say, not on the field, then you say a very long bracha. Says Rabbi, we thank you for every crowd, you read the other. They say, or he now should do people want to show the answer, and I'm going to touch the table, all the way until the start of the nation, when you say Shafiyah only when something happens to you and only to you alone. But if you have a son, you say because your wife is also happy. When it's an inheritance, you have brothers, so you say first dynamics, but after you say about the inheritance. And finally, when you drink an additional wine during the meal, you say there are other people enjoying the meal, having a wonderful day. Bracha is not samach, according to everybody. If you buy random clothing or any vessel, clean, make sure the honor. The question is, what if you already have that exact clean? This is the second time around that you buy it. Well, it happens. If you bought it for the second time, according to the first lesson, you don't make a bracha at all. If you had it because you inherited it, so now there's something new by buying it, so according to Rabbi, you make a bracha, and according to Rabbi, you make a bracha. But according to the second lesson, if you had this complete, that's starting already from inheritance, and this is the first time you were buying it, even Rabbi agrees to make a bracha. The argument between Rabbi and Rabbi is whether you make a bracha, this is the second time around that you're buying it. According to Rabbi, you make a bracha. Rabbi, even in such a case, make a shafiyah. If you have a situation where something bad happened, but it also did something good, for instance, your crop was ruined from a flood. The flood is good for next year, for the next crop. You still may die in the MS, even though you do something. The same thing with when you have something really good that happened, but something bad. For instance, you found from a seal, you found something in the street, but it's possible it's bad because the people will find out about it, will come and take it from you, and that will cause you great aggravation. So you have to say, related to the condition that the person's wife is pregnant, it's a shot, it's real just guidance and I wish it's a boy, it's ready to late. What about the fact that later Gavin, she switched her baby to be from a boy to a girl? That's a nice, you don't discuss this. It's also possible that within 40 days, good. Now, as we learned, within the first days of pregnancy, you Gavin, that it should be a pregnancy. From 3 days, from 40 to Gavin, that should be a Zohar. 40 days to 3 months, you daven that the baby should be squashed by another. From 3 months to 6 months, you daven that you should be a miscarriage. 6 months to the end of the pregnancy, you daven should be a good birth. Now we learned this throughout Shabbos that if a woman fertilizes first, it turns out to be a zafar. We must say that in our story, we're talking about the man and woman both fertilize simultaneously, and therefore it's the daven that should be a zafar. Where does the story about fertilize zafar? We heard screaming coming from the city, and he said, I'm sure and certain that it's not going to be my house. The Gemara says that when she was walking one of the students, and you notice that a student was shaking out of fear, and he said, is it possible that you sinned and that's why you shake? He says, no, I'm not going on the puzzle. Actually, other than fucking coming, a person should constantly be in fear. So usually you didn't understand the puzzle. The puzzle is talking about prayer. You should always be fearful that you're getting prayer, therefore you review Chazari prayer over and over. Learn to the Mishnah that the Nazi says if you go into a dangerous city, you should make 4 brothers. One of the 4 brothers. When you walk in, right before you walk in, you say, you're also in front of Hashem and Tag. You should actually say to the brother, say, with Shalom, you should bring me to the city of peace. Once he gets to the city, he says, Maidan Fanafo, Hashem and Tag, it's not his brother, saying, Shalom, thank you for bringing me to peace. He's about to leave. He said, this is your also in front of Hashem and Tag, or Shalom, I shall leave in peace. Once he's out, he says, Maidan Fanafo, Hashem, Shalom, just like you put me out in peace. But he said, it's the tension, Mari says, this is in a place that there's no judge, there's no court system. But in a place that there's a court system, there's no reason to daven, everything will go according to the law, as long as you keep the law. Says the Lord, no, or you can say, but perhaps even in a place that there's a law and court system, nevertheless you should daven, perhaps you won't find someone to testify to you. In those days, the bathhouse was a very dangerous place. The only way to keep the water was to suspend the water on an upper level and have fire underneath that floor. And occasionally it would collapse. So you had to say a special davening that included the feeling, believe it or not. You'd say, you're not saying for nothing. Hashem will carry the gift that he laid his head with the to save you from this and others like it. While Yerbi tried to follow, and nothing bad should happen to me but over. If Yerbi tried to follow, and if something really bad happens to me, it would suscite a part of the whole of the basically you. Rabbi says, I'll keep that philosophical. You should never open your mouth and say something negative like that. And when a person leaves the bathhouse and wants peace, you should say, wait on it, so I'm not even worried, you say to the final, the Torah says the story of the lowest in the bathhouse and the floor fell out from under him, and with a mace he saved one of the things he was able to save 101 people by them holding on to him. If you go into the bloodletting, you say you run from Spanish with time, she is in the food. This is not doing it for medicine reasons, after ready to kill, raping them on open. With what's the flame and building his hole. One understood that one should not try to kill himself. One should just die. It says Abaya, but that's not true because it says, the Rabbi, that the Torah gave us permission to use doctors and medicine. The person who needs people like say, borrow for a person in those days would go to the bathroom, you tell them a lot that a company person would say, you guys wait out there for me and say, it's happening if you bought them, they should try to say other, you should do something, we don't do that. Since it's haughtiness, as if we go with our malachim. Rabbi says, don't tell them malachim to wait outside, because perhaps they'll give you too good. So you say, Shamuni, watch me, that's really help me. Something, wait for me. Goes out, Mark brings the whole language of actually Yotzar, no. And then you say Krishna, as we know, you say Shemaya, and then you say the bracha of a Hakuk Kavi Shema. When the person wakes up, the time of tomorrow, you say the bracha, you say one shot, you say as you perform and other functions. When you wake up, you say like God, you show much as that will be. It's like you hear the Easter, you say that should not sound like self-speak, which is the Easter, or the mind that knows how to differentiate. You open up your eyes and say, okay, Hibrim, where you sit up in your bed, you say, Surya, you wear your clothing, you say, Malvisharudim, when you stand up, you say, moving. When you get onto the floor, you say, bring hours out. When you start stepping, you say, I'm making it at the government, when you tie your shoes, you say, Shah Sinu, you put your belt, you say, Praise Yisrael, you put covering on your head, you say, Praise Yisrael, when you're trying to say, this Adib Tzitzit, where you feel it. Yeah, to say, you're pointing out the comments, you put the Shabbat, say, Mitzvahs Tefillah, there are those who say, one bracha. You wash your hands, you say this. You wash your face, you say your mouth, you say you say your Rothschild, you leave this circle. Or should make a switch over the Pharaoh. That means Sefer, mitzvahs. Or the Hashem, going up without a headache, going with Chasod and a person must make a bracha on the bed, just like it's supposed to be good, medium, it's supposed to be a simple, should be happy. But Kiva says this more famous story. He used to say everything on the Prophet does is pretty good. And he once went to a place and nobody would invite him in. So he had to sleep in the field. And he had a rooster, a candle, and the donkey. He was his alarm clock. So tomorrow, middle of the night, the wind came to do a candle and that could have his rooster. And then the lion came to do his camel and his donkey and he said, oh, not that we're going to have everything to the best. In fact, the soldiers came and took everybody captive and he was saying, a wonderful day. Ralph is not some kind of Yaakov concept. It's poetry. It's a few words. It says there's not no God of wisdom. It says in the passage by Yitzer, two yod. These are the one created man with two Yitzer. It's a Ra and Yitzer Toib. Two inclinations. It says, Shimon Hazi, they're so hell animals, so create destruction and fight people and all that stuff. They don't have a Yitzer. Therefore, the two yods, one comes to talk about revenge, you should fear him, and you should fear your Yitzer. Rabbi said, the other Rishon was created two faces. In other words, Chava was back to back with the Rishon, and people separated them. But it says in the passage, Selah is a mean. The side, meaning Chava was back to back. But what does it mean? But the Rishon's tail, the Baruch snip off his tail, and created Chava. So the Gemara, a beautiful thing, like why create a little Chava like the animals, individuals, and then he decided to do one Rishon explain. But this, a husband and wife have a connection that a mother and child don't even have. They always yearn to be together. But Ami says that it says the possible Bachar depending Sartani, which is a contradiction. The created man lacks in the first meaning. The created man lacks, but man is first for destruction, for corruption, and the Mabla for destroying the food before destroying the animals. It says it wasn't easy or wasn't the Fennel, according to the Omar that says that it was a tail. Explanation that people had to just heal that wound where the tail was. Then went back to back. It was a real surgery. There's a lot of flesh out the broken. Had to finish it. I eat it. No, meaning, one of the I was only a tail. What did he build? He built a cobble. He built her hair, braided her hair, he did her makeup, perfume, and then he presented her coloration. According to this, that means that he created her like storage. More storage to hold the baby, wide on the bottom and narrow on the top. Like yeah, well, other the best man, so to speak, he created happiness and simcha at the wedding. He wouldn't remember their parents, he was hard, nevertheless, it was necessary at times to did so. You have halacha. You're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to effect. And even if it's his wife, it's also finds somebody who can bring something to your side. So here we see that the different in Chicago were connected more than one in front. That's not to be in back of her. The halacha is that a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has to wear a massive labor like Israel Bina, he's not going to be saved from getting that. You know that. Who is Shil's father? One man says he was an Amora. It says that he was an Amora. It says, wait a minute. She also says, but the shot is that he went with his wife's advice. So he went with his wife's advice. The Rebbe has to say, walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman, so you don't come to that. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind a Zara, that you come to Zara. And walk behind the Zara rather than walk behind the shoulder of one down. That's disrespectful. Well, let's suppose you have a good reason to carry something heavy on a donkey, use another open the shoulder. Running on the Gemara says we have a picture in our mind when it's a looks like the Gemara says no. So what it looks like a fly. And it's like a human's heart. The human being has one thing finishes off the words, the suffix, means given out food. One type is to speak, sing, the lung absorbs liquids. The liver is angry, where the gall throws it in a trap into the liver and comes the liver down. The spleen laughs, the intestines sleep, the lizard grinds, and the nose wakes up at the beat of the universe. The test is the nose. When the test is only the person the nose goes to sleep, you have two problems. Both the test is the nose, or sleep, or the both. Wake up a person, the person dies immediately. The interplay, which goes to leaking into the graph, which goes shine. And mediocre people, sugar helps is Robert here, mediocre says a value. If you are mediocre, how can anybody survive? Says Rabbi, the world wasn't created only for the worst of the worst or the best of the best. Makes for sure that they study only they could appreciate this world. Otherwise, the world would appreciate it. And a person needs to know whether or not he's a complete savage. Says Rabbi, excuse me, this world was all created for people like after Russia, or some people life, or the Prophet says, love is one with your entire soul. Meaning that's the people that love their body more than money. But people love their money more than their body, that's what it says. Oh my God, it says you can give up. If Allah you should give up your body, even if it was powerful, if there's something that needs, you must give up your body. It says another story. The kingdom of Rome decided no more fire for the people stood in public. There was not a place that gave Russia's fire says purpose. Aren't you worried? Says your king, what are you worried about? I'll give you a mushroom. The fish were worried they're going to be caught in a trap. It says the fox come onto the land and they'll save you, save the fish. You come for a smart one. We can really survive in the water. How are we going to survive out of the water? How are we going to survive without prayer? Prayer is our life. You want me to stop learning prayer? I'll be like a fish out of the water. All of them were caught by the Romans. It says, "Comes to you, shrift and touch of your prayer." Beautiful. They were caught to the right thing and I was caught for nothing. The Lord tells us that people went through very people that little combs and they combed his flesh. And as they were combing his flesh, we see Krishna is the couple of them trying to clean message. How can you become a chabad when you're in such pain? He says, what do you mean? My entire life I was waiting for this moment. I always wanted to know. I was wishing for this moment that you could take me to tradition for my dying. The question is, it says, the God says, I wish I could die peacefully in my bed. Allah has been known to turn this spiral. This is what has the people that learn spirits in life, or the people that are greats, people that are living, like said, come on the fire, with people, this is fighting, what is it? We learned in the mission that a person should not be lightheaded and use concentration, concentration, it says one that's not good from a place that gets situation, there's no offense, and at the time, according to Rabbi, one is not going to use the bathroom, one is facing Yerushalayim, even if it's a physical, even nowadays, like Yehuda, depends. In the diamonds of English, it's also anywhere, but not in the moments of English, it's social. One is that a time of emergency, you're not going to use the bathroom. No matter which facing Yerushalayim, in the Gulf, you're not going to use the bathroom. So it's also facing Yerushalayim. Some say that if you are able to allow this at the time of the study English, it's also for the first right, so a place that you can see this English, right? And there's no fence. And after the first one, you are allowed to use the bathroom anywhere you want. Or the second right, so in a place you can see my cross or a place you can't see right, it's wonderful. Rothschild is not someone face. The Lord tells us that he was stuck in the bed with his rich Yeshua, and you learn to read halacha. You don't face English. You reveal yourself in a sitting position. If you use the toilet paper, use your left hand, not your right hand. Because the prayer was given with Baruch's right hand, you don't feel with your right hand. Your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. you show the signals of the tire in the truck with the tire with your right hand, and you right the tire up with your right hand. Says Ben Azaz to Rabbi Kiva, isn't that Azos to go to the bathroom with your Rebbe? Says Rabbi Kiva, already. This is what I'm sorry. I need to learn how long it's a fact of Azos to Rabbi Kiva. Snuck into the bathroom with Rabbi Kiva, and then learn anything new. The same Allah for the Rabbi Kiva over. Gemara says a famous story. Rav Kahana did underneath Rab's bed, and he heard Rab first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally this struck him. And Kahana screams out from underneath the bed, Rebbe, it's a motion to somebody that's starving. He says, Rab, is that you, Kahana? What are you doing here? Get out. It's not their parents. He says, Rav Kahana, hurry. Look at it. So, in fact, you're doing our office. Rav Kahana, sir. The person who uses snails in the bathroom, but we save it from snakes, scorpions, and shaitan, and some say even from bad dreams. It was a famous bathroom in Feria that had a very bad reputation. Even if two people went in there together, they would be damaged from the Mexican. Rabbi Abi and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of steels, and they were quiet in the bathroom. Suing can be overcome with shtika, meaning the person who doesn't complain and accepts the suing upon himself and davens for the suing. The Lord tells us that Rabbi was brought up by his woman, who brought up a small sheep to go into the bathroom, the company to buy in the bathroom. So she was damaged by the shading. And the reason why she didn't give him a goat is because there are shins that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with a goat. Before her mother became she was a felon. His wife used a belt to scare away the shading. Once he gave her a shiva, he was more susceptible to the shading, so she created his wife, who was the daughter of his, created a goat, and she put her hand on the brother's head. If there's a fence, one is allowed to reduce himself right beyond the fence, even though other people hear him. And if it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. Another level of the part is that if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And if they can see him, he must distance himself all the way to the end to see him. There's a lot about people who watch oil that's used for the hairs that shouldn't come and touch them. The Gemara tells us, since they're nearby, so nobody comes to touch, they made it cool that they said they could relieve themselves right down the fence, or in a place where they could watch the oil as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. Or there's a story, this person gave a estimate to this family, and he said that person said, wow, he was such a sanua. He's very modest. He says, we're not going to say that. Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's where you can tell if the person is a sanua. Now, why was Rav so not good on the estimate? He says, the Gemara was, if you lie in your estimate about the dead, they punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, this guy really got good. They punish him and they punish the people that hear the estimate and the person that gives the estimate. As long as the people agree with the estimate, they get punished. The Gemara tells us that person should use this at night when he uses the bathroom the same way he does in the day. If he uses a corner, he goes to the corner during the day, he uses a corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day. Or it says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early morning and evening when nobody's around, rather than go during the day when he has to go out really far to the bathroom. In those days, it was manipulate the opening before they went to the bathroom. Or it says it can cause great damage of the tissue. So once you do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position, if he does it in a sitting position, you should say this whole thing of etc. And as he says, a person should not sleep on the ground. Some explain that means without clothing. You should not sit on a beam, as you mentioned above. Sleeping and relieving oneself in the bathroom is great when done by Avodah Shachar. But the part itself, words and sayings, and one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink when you're hungry or thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel that you need to go to the bathroom, and don't wait too long. And sell your figs. When you hear that bell, you can sell your figs, even if it's fathers, swap yourself. Very interesting. Notice it says, Harder the Rabbi. They were talking about Corona in Rome. Abaya says, when the folks come in and go out into the fields, for whatever reason, be careful not to keep the sides of crazy women, or some say men, that are relieving themselves on the sides, and it's not their parents. Where there's a story of Abba went to the bathroom, he made a snorting noise as if to ask the person in the bathroom, was with Sapro. Somebody in there, Sapro said, come on in. Right afterwards, told Sapro, why did you call? You're not allowed to call in the bathroom. First, Sapro called him Abba had an emergency. It was very important to have him come in. Another story, Rabbi was in the bathroom and a Roman pushed him out. In fact, the Gemara says the snake came and kicked out his insides and killed him. And said Rabbi Elazar is a puzzle. That every Adam after I gave you another man instead of you, also needed Edom, a Roman. One of those about Shaul, he went into the cave and David had an opportunity to kill him. And he did it. And the Gemara says, the Pasuk says, but it's talking about a third person, not the Rabbi. And the answer is, he said, the Rothschild wasn't showing, but Shaul used extreme measures of this when the battery go a cave within a cave, a fence after a fence. And you make a sukkah which surrounds him with a tent clothing in order to be tzorah. All the Rabbi did was cut his coat. He was punished because he embarrassed his Gaza clothing. So later on, when he was really old, he tried to warm him up in clothing. It didn't work. Hashem said, the Rabbi said Hashem, the Rabbi says, Hashem is sick, Hashem tricked you. So Hashem punished the Rabbi and tricked up David. Everybody knows that when you found place for the point, the Rabbi didn't found place for like that. And what happened is the gate for 70,000 people died. How long did it last? From the morning when you shut up until the street is a down to the difference in the size. Because Roman told him how. And in fact, he took Abishai and Suriya, he killed him. The Torah says, very nothing. Rabbi says, very nothing. And the Torah was kind of one kind of control, but that's so to speak. My friend Rav says, I don't know about it. The says, but it's not. The says, it was the test of Kippur, and the other says, he thought about the Bisa English, and then comes in there. You learn the division of person. The person should not make this country a shortcut. So I'm saying, Adam and Kifna, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes to the shul, not in order to make it a shortcut, or to daven, that's okay. If it was a shortcut where the shul was done, you're allowed to go through there. You learn from the Mishnah that you're not allowed to skip the Bisa English, from the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Bisa English. You're not allowed to spit in our days on our bikes. And if you do this as if you're spitting the eye of a Rothschild, what it says, but in the shul, you're allowed to spit because in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes and spit. So too in the shul. I mean, wonderful day. Roughly, that's some of people in the base of each itself, they say the word Amen. They would say, Baruch Hashem, the Yisrael, and Oilam, Oilam, and in terms of the Tzuk, they added the word Oilam. And they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says it's following us, you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis Laslis Hashem, the favorite or the Sefer, referring to Rosh Hashanah, doing Averis. If you do Averis, then it's Eis Laslis Hashem, it's time to speak of Hashem. Or you could say the Apostle refers to the favorite or the Sefer, there are times that you have to be Oimer and living Pyro. If you do an Avera, sometimes, in order for Eis Laslis Hashem, says the Gemara, Azalkin would say, in a generation where people are gathering, not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an honor. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over. If they despise Torah, expect to keep themselves rather than having them sign up Torah. Like the Parah says, also referring to Torah, see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. Says Abaya, if there is a man, in other words, the bubble is custody, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right to custody. If only for the following statement we learned in Torah Masechta with the word. Like the Parah says, it says in the Pasuk, the Chodr V'Chafat V'Adei, Yasher Ar-Kesef. In every mundane step of our daily life, you can eat a slice of pizza and you mean fill your stomach. You take a nice nap just for your enjoyment. If you hungry with it, you get some either it's not oh, say I'm eating this slice of pizza and a half. energy of speaking with Hashem, and that changes all. You should teach your son an easy, clean, and also, or gives an example like teaching how to sew. Rabbi says it's not a good idea to have too many friends because at the end you become fighting with one another. You should not appoint a man in charge of your house because we would have a delicious Parshas, but almost every on his nose. The reason why Parshas Nazir, refraining from wine, is close to the Parshas Soika, because the Soika was literal overeating. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become a Nazir. The judgment says the reason why Parshas Soika is close to the Parshas Soika is that you have to give over a tenth of everything you earn. Because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come out to the Chai and deal with your wife's Soika. And you might need to come on to Meiser, so if you're so poor, you'll have to accept Meiser on. But if you give Meiser, you promise that you become wealthy. The one that Papa says if somebody has a sorrow, and rather than complaining, thanks Hashem, it's a lot of thank you. Promise that the rest will double. The person lightens up, takes his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to learning the mitzvah, even one mitzvah, when he needs help when it comes to day of Tsar, won't be able to stand up against it. So you learn an amazing story. Chanina, who was the son of the brother of Rabbi Yeshua, was about 20 Muslims and he had a community. And he started doing Ibar Hashanah. He started saying, this year we're going to have two others. And Allah says, the only person who show that Kifar. So he sent messengers. He said, Rabbi Kifar and the grandson of Zachariah ben Kifar, who were Mishamish Davis Abizah. So he was really excited. He said, what are you doing here? He said, we came to learn Torah from you. So he announced the public. He says, these two, they're the Adar. Once they got that Ashkama, everything were coming and said this or that. He said, come, he said, come, and he said, look, they said, us. He says, what are you doing? He said, we're here because we were Chodesh and told everybody, these guys are nobodies. They're fake. They're lying. He says, today you can't tell us because you already announced that we're the Adar. And then he told everybody, he said, listen, either you come with us or you announce the Torah. And they told Rutanina, if you don't listen to us, we'll put you in Pharaoh. Why would they so much? Because it says in the Pasuk that Ibar Chodesh is only in Israel. It says, it's only from Israel. What kind of Tuna, how were they able to say on something that it's hard? Because they realize they don't, people might go to the Tanina. But he's saying when to prepare B'Yamna, one goat, Rabbi Yehuda goes from the family of Eliezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda was always the first to speak. The learning, he said, that the oil on the way was 12 mil out of the mouth. And it says, anybody that learns to see a this is if 12 mil is considered a back certainly the comment to go from city to city, from country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil. But it part of us says, called Moshe. I would like to discuss the source of Torah and Allah with you. With Hanem, let's be joyous with each other. And he says, Rabbeinu, I want you to return to Almighty. And if not, it's not good that you and you should both be angry. Just return it if not, then we have Yeshua be instead of you and Fab. Even though Moshe Rabbeinu returned, Yeshua says, Sharas, Moshe became Yeshua. We want to discuss the word Haskis Shema. Ayoim Azim Yisrael, 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. It says the Lord, because every single day, Torah, it's as if it's just given today. And the Gemara says, I'll prove you. Because a person says Krishma every day of his life. This is as if he never said Krishma. Because of this concept that we reach about Torah is new to us every day. If you don't do it, it's as if you never did. The other shot is Haskins. You should learn from two people. Do not learn by yourself. Learn by yourself. You'll deserve the sword. It's a chet. And it makes you dumber. Another shot, Haskins. You should tame yourself in Torah. Shlomo says, the Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he pulls to cell phone. Another chat has means be quiet, listen first, and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rabbi says, first you have to know the whole Torah, and then you delve in deeper. Also says, "Mitz follow." Remember, garments of milk is mother's milk. The words hard on Torah, then you'll get the butter, the cream on the top, to be able to pass it along. Mitz ask, waits it out, and if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between them hard and hunger. Those are the second time you won't answer. Then you'll be able to be great. Which the Gemara says is not the greater than Lucas and Amos. It says the Pasuk, if you shame yourself from Torah, at the end it's going to uplift you. And if you're not you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, you'll not that. But when people come to ask halachas, you'll be quiet, you won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is Daf Sam Dalit. Yes, it's the last Daf of Second Bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment to finish the first Masechta Shas. You should take this opportunity to commitment. You're going to learn Masechta Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style. You're going to love it. If you're not part of the shir, you're looking for a shir, you can check us out online. There are over 2,000 people that watch the shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Ellis Stefanski or Rabbi. We have an app, 8 Min Daf. And we are on for anytime. The word tells us that when Chachamim went to Yavna, first we spoke about the importance of taking the host, and then we have the Nehemiah. Yosi says, it says in Pasuk with Desai, that it says, don't despise that in the midst. Why not? They invited us in. Don't forget all the people that we tried to tell us, yet we have not heard of that. So it says in the Gemara about playing there. Invited them talking to your family, people with your money, certainly going to look for that. Leslie, the son of he says, Uzzah touched the Arid, and he died. He tried to touch it, and none of them was very scared. So he took the Arid and put it in its house. What did David do? He cleaned it off, he dusted it off once in a while. And the Torah says that it was wrong by Yivar Hashem gave him brachas. So certainly if you take care of it, I'm a feed him certainly I was borrowed pay back. What bracha that was borrowed to give his wife Hamois, she had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had 6 couplets. They had 6 children in one shop. For a total of 62. With that's 8 children, so that's 62 outside. The Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force it. For instance, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yosi, Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew all the prices. Rabbi was a maker of art. He was very sharp. When they were looking for Rothschild, they decided we need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything, all the prices. She buys from all the others. They asked Rabbi Yosef, either Rothschild or because the Stargates was told him that he will die after being Rothschild for 3 years. He pushed it off. Rabbi was the Rothschild for 2 years. Rabbi was left there with Yosef. It's over. 2.5 years, then he was lifted. You see that now taking things when they're supposed to come, you don't lose out. So even gain that after you. The Gemara tells us the unbelievable community there, although he was supposed to be Shiva, but the first 2 years when Rabbi was Shiva, he acted with humility to the point where instead of the blood letter coming to his house to make his dime, is to go to him. The Pasuk says, the famous Pasuk, Yalfa Hashem Yom Tzara. Hashem will answer in the day of distress. He said, Yalfa will spread to you Shem Elokei Yaakov, the name of Yaakov. Why does it say the name of Rabbi Yitzchak? Says the Gemara concept of the one who owns the beginning. He has to carry the most weight. His friends are helping him carry it, but he has to mostly. Yaakov Gemara tells us that a person benefits from a suuda of a chacham. It's as if he benefited from the ziva shliva. A person says goodbye to his friend, he shouldn't say leif vishal or base, but rather leif vishal. Because the dead, the party of the dead, he says to the dead person leif vishalim rather vishal. Lord Abba told his own son Avshalom, leif vishalim, vishalim. Instead of dying, at least what he said, much Rabbi leif vishalim. Rabbi went up to the highest level. A person who goes actually into the basement to learn Torah will be Zohar to receive Ishkuna. It says in the Pasuk, anything with Chayil, Hellfire, one step to the higher step. The Gemara does that. Chacham doesn't have peace and rest in this world and not in the world to come. He's constantly climbing madrigos that he can't reach. The famous ending, which is brought down before the Mesachos and the Syrian Baraya, Rothschild, Nazir, Yuvalmis, and pieces. All miracles are I'm looking for married and child dialogue. One of the peace in this world. Shireva, now you can look at Hashem, Rothschild, the builders, and actually works in Shalim. And with that, we finish work already, and we finish the second Rothschild, the hospital.